Hello and welcome, guys. Welcome to the stream of day 3 of our Austrian Legacy Masters weekend. We welcome you to our final event, the Austrian Legacy Challenge. But before we talk about this one, let's talk about what happened yesterday.
Yesterday we had probably the insanest event that we had up until now. So we were 64 players, and the Austrian Legacy Masters was won yesterday by Peter Cismadia on who would have known Cephalid Breakfast. So Cephalid Breakfast is definitely a sleeper deck in the current metagame, and it seems like it has a Dredge phenomena when it's great when nobody expects it. Am I right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think breakfast is one of those decks that if it is, piloted by the right people that know a lot of the deck, it's always, observed as being a little bit of the underdog because you play with Dread Returns and Narcomoebas, right? But, it still performs. And we've seen one classic clean version without any actually new inventions, just plain old breakfast that took it all down actually. So it was very nice to see.
Yeah, and before we talk too much about the winner, about Peter, let's start at the bottom. Even though in the graphic we have the standing of top 8, this is actually the metagame for the Austrian Legacy Masters. We had a lot of different decks, but one big surprise we had in the metagame, and it was one of the old favorites. What deck was really exciting to have a lot of time on stream?
I don't know actually what
Nickfit.
Nickfit. Oh, yeah, Nickfit has also made a resurgence. So it propped out of nowhere. We had how many pilots do we have on Nickfit? I think 4 or 5 people were on Nickfit.
Around about that, yeah.
It's insane. People are suddenly starting to play Nickfit again. Veteran Explorer is back on the menu, and also with the new toy. It's the Eye Twitch suddenly. So that was pretty interesting, and it's certainly a force in the new meta game.
And to pull away a little bit from the classic old fair shell of Nickfit, we also had, like, with the spoilers from Strixhaven, we had a card that was mostly talked about as the new expressive iteration in the format. And how do you think was the showcase of the card actually in the broad metagame aspect?
Do you mean Flow State?
Yes.
Flow State. I mean, there were some decks on Flow State, but I'm unsure how good it performed, right?
Yeah, Flow State actually, I think it makes sense if you look at the top 8 because then we see actually how good it
On the
performed.
real top 8, so that was the metagame from the whole event, and now to the top 8 metagame.
Yeah, we actually have 8 different decks in the top 8, and if you look at this deck list, and we will publish them, of course, also online after the event, we have 0 copies of Flow State in our top 8 from the main event yesterday.
So that being said, I think Bandog is certainly out of the picture right now with this result.
Yeah.
It's such a nice and diverse metagame, and there were so many surprises that we have. Not just Cephalid Breakfast winning the whole thing, we had also a copy of Esper Saga Storm, which is such a nice list, alongside Silence Effects with Teferi, Time Reveler, and even a Death Wish.
I think for all archetypes that we have going on in Legacy at the moment, we have one representative of that. We have Stompy, we have Eldrazi Stompy, for example. We have also Post, that is
Big
some
mana.
of the big mana, Green Sun Zenith, something like that. We have Mardu as a mid-range, that is actually non-blue. Alluren and Oops and also Saga Storm are representative of combo decks. And then we have the Tempo decks, which is the blue-white Riddler deck. And yeah, this permanent combo with Cephalid Breakfast that was in the end the winner. Yeah, that screams to me quite nice metagame when I look at this.
It looks totally healthy in my opinion, because it's it's not only balanced with 8 different decks, it's also balanced archetype wise, because it's not one specific part of combo that's overrepresented, like graveyard combo or permanent based combo, spell combo. It's like we have all different flavors of combo combining to a nice very beautiful, healthy meta.
Yeah, and also from looking at colors, we had like basically every single color represented
Yeah.
at a major point, not only as a splash in the top 8, which is always nice to see that every color has something that you can do and play for. But let's finish up the talk with the top 8 of yesterday and start a little bit about what happens today. Daniel, follow us. What are we doing today?
Yeah, exactly. Today we have kind of a run-up event, let's say, to put it that way. It's called the Austrian Legacy Challenge. We are about to start with that. Registration is ongoing in the background. And today we also play for an ELM qualifying slot. So yesterday, even though it was the main event, but for today we also have a nice set of prizes. First, we'll actually get a dual land as well. That we also paid out yesterday, plus an ALM invite. That's, I think, the most precious thing that everybody wants to battle for. And yeah, you can see it here on the screen. We have a nice set of goodies as well. A couple of card prizes. Playset of Bowmaster for the second one. 3 to 4th get an Ancient Tomb. Then we also have Eye of Ugin. Yesterday we had Grixis Storm in the top 8, so if you want to rebuild that as well, people can play for another copy of this one. And Hexing Squelcher as places even 9 to 12.
Which is played in your favorite combo decks as a protection piece, and also it's played as a 3 to 4 off most of the time in Mardu Energy, which was also represented in the top 8. So
yeah, if you think about it, I mean, Bowmasters and Tiger were, I think, the only 2 cards that are not actually in the top 8.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And yeah, I think it's worth mentioning that also all is actually sponsored by Ultimate Guard. We also have some nice goodies that everybody up to the place 1 to 12 will also get. So thanks very much for the sponsoring, and we are very happy that we can hook up the players as well with some nice goodies from Ultimate Guard.
Yeah, so basically this is everything that will happen today. We will start the stream, the rounds at around about 5 minutes later because of seating and everything ongoing. So we are really hyped for today's tournament. Any closing words from one of you 2 guys?
Just excited to see how this tournament today will come in.
I just can't wait for it today, yeah.
So Daniel and I will be the pairing for the first 2 rounds, followed up then by Philip and Felix, as it is tradition up until this point of the weekend. So we see you in a bit. Stay closed, and we will have a really, really nice and big tournament for you. Hello and welcome back. We will present you in round 1 an Austrian against a German. Am I right?
Yeah, I think so. We have one guy from our community in Graz. It's Johannes Kündel, and we will see a Mardu energy deck, most likely because he played also yesterday, and he will play against David Sturm. I think he's one of the German, maybe from Passau area, if I remember correctly. He is playing, should be playing blue-black tempo. I think there's a deck that we did not really had so much look at yesterday when we follow up the last meta game. We had a lot of actually different kind of decks, so it would be nice to see how this deck is now performing. We will in this first round get deck list up and running for you, but it will be taking during the first round.
Just to tell the truth, we have David Sturm on
Blue-black tempo, yeah.
Blue-black tempo, and we have Johannes Kündel on the before mentioned.
Yeah, Mardu Cats, exactly, yeah.
So yeah, I think we tune a little bit to our players while we wait that we have the deck lists up and running for the stream. Let's talk a little bit about the matchup. How do you think it goes?
I think at the moment, Mardu Energy is a deck that is very strong in any matchup that tries to have a very fair game plan. So anything that is not having a combo or is like a Stompy deck, for example, draws you or lands, that goes really over the top. Cats is definitely happy to face, and this is also something like blue-black tempo, which is kind of one of the deck to beat still. I think it's the biggest part of the meta game still. And Mardu, I would see as the favorite in this matchup because it just has very good tools to generate card advantage and bring cards onto the board. And blue-black tempo usually struggles with a lot of 1-for-1 removal, and force of will is not ideal if you need to force only one card. This kind of exchanges is usually what Mardu is favored for. But Blue Black Tempo also has potentially tools to combat that. It has been incorporating sweepers like Toxic Deluge or even cards like Massacre in the sideboard in order to beat exactly this Mardu deck. So I think it will be interesting to see if David is able to get one of these cards. He actually has one Massacre in the deck in the sideboard alongside 2 Toxic Deluge. So I think he's well equipped actually for this matchup. But on an average note, I would say Mardu is a little bit ahead.
Yeah, I've seen in the main deck on the side of Johannes, there is like Voice of Victory, 3 of those, 3 Hexing Squelcher. Those are basically invalidating the
Yeah.
whole day's force shenanigans.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's an annoying creature. Usually it just needs to be met with a removal spell along 2 points of life exchange. And if you let it on the battlefield, it's quite annoying because every spell that you cast afterwards will be taxed. So Hexing Squelcher is quite good also, surprisingly. And I'm looking, of course, to have a very strong start. Would be turn 1 Guide of Souls, also the Pride, something like that. That is really what Mardu wants to see when it comes to the opening hand. And David is potentially trying to do his own thing while keeping up with the board. So I think if he has to cantrip a couple of turns, I think Mardu can really get ahead quite fast.
Is a really stable mana base now on the side of Johannes Kühnel something that he actually has to pursue? Or
Yeah.
is an unstable mana base like one of the tools that David can use to win the matchup?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Mardu is, there's like different versions. I mean, the core is always red and white. And then you can have a Black Splash for Oakish Bowmaster and Cabal Therapy and Thoughtseize, which we also see for Johannes now. And that, of course, comes at a cost. So the mana base for Mardu is a little bit wonky, I want to say. So if David with Daisies and Forces can capitalize on that, it would be good for him. But it depends on the draws, I would say. This is probably one of the slightly weaker point for this Mardu energy decks. Exactly, yes.
So, do you think going early for the basic planes is something that he should do, or are you just battling through the wastelands on the side of Blue Black?
Yeah, I'm personally always as a very, very good question because I always have a little bit the opinion if I have, for example, a hand and I have 2 fetch lands, right? And I need to be able to double spell a lot of the times with different color sources. I'm actually a fan of always going for 2 dual lands rather than 1 basic and one of the other, because usually if you have multiple duels and on average if you get wasted once, you still have the other duels that make both mana. But it depends really on what actually is in the hand of in that case Johannes. So we will see about that.
Yeah, and we've seen David is on the play, which should be actually quite a favoring for David, just because days on the play is always way better than on the draw.
Exactly. Yeah. David also valued his mana development. He actually went for a basic island here, and he knows probably that Johannes is on something like energy, and they also play a couple of wastelands. So I think both players are valuing their mana development quite a bit, and that's why he went for the basic.
Yeah, and we've seen Johannes here only with the natural basic planes in there, having the stability, especially since the deck is, even though it's an aggro deck, it seems like it mostly consists out of 2 drops.
Yeah, a lot of 2 drops, and I've seen a little bit of this decks played out in our local meta game. We also have a couple of players who play that, and it is super explosive if you can actually have this 1 drops on turn 1. Johannes on this occasion, unfortunately, didn't have it, but it doesn't mean that this deck cannot be quite strong besides that. So yeah, but as you said, it has a lot of 2-drops. We have the Squelchers, as you mentioned. Amp Trapper is a really nice one that accelerates you into potentially another 2-drop or 1-drop, whatever you have, where you rip off the top of your library. And there's a Chani as well, and a couple of Bowmasters there to also punish those juicy brainstorms.
And for every one of you guys, the decklists are now also up and running on the Stream Decker extension, so you can look at the decks and view them yourselves. We are still missing a few key cards, but we can tell you, as unfortunate as it is, it's really good because the cards that don't work are Brainstorms, Swords to Plowshares, and
Lightning Bolt.
And you know which one of those is missing.
So I don't know if there's something ongoing with Stream Deck. I'm really sorry for that. But for this blue-black deck, there's exactly 4 Brainstorm that is missing from the deck list, so you can have a look at that. And for the Mardu Energy deck, we are missing 4 Swords to Plowshares in the main deck. If you're confused about this deck list, that's the reason why.
And if you look at the screen now, David actually has quite a clock formed. I think those are 3/4 actually. The Hexing Squelcher actually got removed with an Fatal Push. So I believe we are now at a point where David should feel pretty safe.
2 Nethergolfs of 3/4 are quite good. He can really put up pressure on Johannes. And Johannes at the moment, we know we've seen not really a 1-drop, for example. He didn't have that nice of a start, and he's already a little bit on the backside. And I think let's see if he finds a removal spell for the Nethergolfs and that he's able to deploy his own threats. But at the moment, he's a little bit... he's definitely the defender.
And so, but 1 Swords to Plowshares, a blocker positioned like in a Chani, I think that he has in hand, would go really, really handy. I mean, the mana base is really stable, I want to say, for Johannes here. But Force of Will at the Voice of Victory is the last point where you can put the force.
I think it's fine. David is, that is kind of a tempo force, I want to say. It's not super important to have this voice on the battlefield because he already has bigger creatures, but I think he just wants to make sure that he can close this game with the Nethergolfs before anything more explosive will happen on the side of Johannes. So with that in mind, he's actually, we even see this Brazen Borrower that's just being cast on the battlefield that flies over the board that Johannes has at the moment. So he's really looking to put up pressure.
And I think now you only attack with the Brazen Borrower here, or
there's the risk if you let the cat token block, then of course the Chani would flip. On the other hand, of course, it's quite costly if you don't attack. Because you're already committed to that plan, right? I think you can say, okay, it's fine. The Chani can actually flip. It's not putting up too much of a problem as it is ongoing right now. For example, the 0 ability where he can create 2/1 cat tokens requires another red permanent in order to deal damage. So there would be the threat that, for example, if he has another red, like an Amp Trapper, for example, right? He can use the 0 ability to kill the Brazen Borrower or something like that pretty easily. But David says, no, I don't care about this. I want to just pressure the opponent.
And I think is this a Goblin Bombardment actually? Which is the red permanent that he needed. The Guide of Souls to get 1 damage chip in. You can make the cat token now on the side of Johannes. You can kill off the Flying Threat, or maybe kill off one of the Nethergolfs. But I think with both of those dealing 3 damage, you are more inclined to have some blockers in the near future. I mean, you can sacrifice something with the Goblin Bombardment to kill the Brazen Borrower off. So maybe attacking actually with Voice of Victory after killing the Nether
Yeah, what I'm actually thinking, he could attack with the voice that generates him 2 tokens that makes it that even if the voice gets blocked and killed, that he had after the 0 activation from Ajani 4 creatures on the battlefield until end of turn, which would allow him to actually kill a Nethergoyf in this spot rather than the Brazen Borrower. And I think he's opting now to go for that. And if, for example, David blocks the voice with the Nethergoyfs, he can also sacrifice it to the bombardment before damage and killing off the Brazen Borrower. So in this turn, he's actually should be able to kill off 2 creatures from David's side, at the very least. So I think, yeah, I like that play.
Yeah, you get so much healing in between as well. He's up to 7 life with the Ajani. He now gets up to 8, which is kind of a lot actually.
Yep.
Here, and yeah, it will be really interesting how the next turn actually fares, because if Johannes gets like 1 or 2 turns or 1 additional turn with the Voice of Victory, Goblin Bombardment, and Ajani,
Yeah.
there is like a lot being done in the aspect of healing.
Yeah. So now he goes actually to kill the Nethergoyf. And it seems that the Nethergoyf blocked one of the tokens rather than the Voice of Victory, I think.
I think it actually blocked laughing.
Okay. Yeah, true. That's actually interesting. I would have at least blocked the Voice of Victory. I think it's kind of free to do so. It prompts the sacrifice onto the Goblin Bombardment. But it's, in the end now, David only has the Nethergoyfs on the battlefield. And that's what I'm saying with that Mardu energy deck. Even it didn't have a 1-drop, and the first 2-3 turns looked quite, not so impressive. He was always on the back foot a little bit. There was this one crucial turn where he deployed Voice of Victory plus the Ajani, and now following up with the Goblin Bombardment and another Guide of Souls. And he's stabilizing. He's definitely, and he's clawing back into this game. And I think it's quite tough now for David at this point because he needs to keep up. He would really like to see flow states, for example, to get more cards. Something like that would be now nice for David.
Yeah, one thing that David had now in his brainstorm is an Fatal Push. And Fatal Push exactly in this turn is something that is actually quite huge, because it is the removal for the Guide of Souls to stop the healing on the next turn.
Yeah.
Because you can attack with both of the Nethergoyfs, kill off the Guide of Souls, which means Johannes actually also has to jump with the cat token there, and the board just gets a little bit smaller and smaller. But you actually, I think, have to remove the Voice of Victory on the next turn if you don't kill.
I think, you can either go for a Fatal Push on the Voice of Victory because it is just a nice combination with Goblin Bombardment, which is scary. On the other hand, you can also choose, I can kill the Guide of Soul with the push and make sure that the Ajani actually dies, because you can attack with both Nethergoyfs into Ajani, and you would at the moment only have 1 blocker. So I think this is the decision that David has decides at the moment what he will point the Fatal Push on to. And let's see. Yeah, I think he goes for the God of Souls. I like it somehow. This Voice of Victory paired with Goblin Bombardment is also nothing to sneeze at. I think it can be need to watch for the life totals for sure. But this Anchani also generating each turn a 2/1 cat token that also deals damage is, I think, not something that David is interesting to leave his opponent with.
Yeah, now it's interesting, but he actually goes for the kill onto Ajani.
Yeah.
There is like 2, 3, 4, 5, only 9 damage here on the side of Johannes to finish off. So any creature actually gives him now the win.
Exactly, it's super scary. The voice, it attacks for free basically. The 2/1 cat is still on the battlefield, so that's 5, and all can be sacrificed. And at the moment, it's 9 points of damage. That's not something to just ignore. That's why actually also Goblin Bombardment is so strong combined with Voice of Victory, for example, and all these token generating cards.
So it will be really interesting what actually is the card that Johannes drew.
Yeah.
I mean, he surveilled away the other survey land,
Yeah.
and he's in top deck mode.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, there were a lot of cards actually that could have won him the game here.
I think I would think that he actually didn't have a creature because with the Brazen Borrower in the graveyard on David's side, these Netherglyphs are 4/5s at the moment, and that represents also lethal in the backswing. So he would have attacked with this 2/1 if he would have a creature. So that signals that David.
And he got the Murktide. I mean, doesn't really matter.
Yeah, but he needs to hold back the 2/1 to be able to be blocking actually, because otherwise he would be also dead from these Netherglyphs. But still, this Voice of Victory is a problem. Next turn, that represents 5 damage alone, combined with Goblin Bombardment. So David, I'm actually not sure if David is actually allowed to attack in this spot. Depends, of course. If you found, for example, another removal spell or anything, or any creature on the board, then it would be changing up things. But yeah, this is now really, really tough.
Yeah, it's so interesting because like on the first few turns it looked so dire for Johannes here. We had 3 Netherglyphs to tell the correct one. We had the interaction, we had 2 fatal pushes. So this is basically the dream that David can had.
Yeah.
He had the Force of Will on the first Voice of Victory, which was really important.
Yeah.
But yeah, everything lined up a little bit for Johannes here.
Yeah, exactly. And I think David is in a rough spot. He needs to decide, can I take at least with 1 Netherglyph? How risky is it? I think actually if he doesn't have any creature, he cannot attack at all. And this 2/1 is also, on the verge of being putting into attacking. And the Voice alone also represents like 5 damage actually. So I think David has to just pass and be on the defensive side of things at the moment. Because if he attacks for both, he could also force a block on the 2/1, but it will be used up for the Goblin Bombardment to ping. And right now, virtually, he would be on, let's say, 1 life actually.
And here we have to get rid of the Ponder, which actually should mean that all the remaining Netherglyphs are 3/4.
Yeah.
It doesn't really change anything now because he's at 6, which means 2 of those are lethal.
Yeah, that is one way to get a blocker while still being able to attack. I like it. The problem is if Johannes, of course, finds any creature.
But he just scooped it up. Can't Netherglyph block?
Netherglyph can block, of course, yeah. He can block. Maybe he just showed him, okay, I have another creature, and that should be it.
No, it was a land, it was a plateau.
Okay. Interesting. Because if he was a 5,
I mean, 2 creatures go through.
Yeah, 2 creatures go through. It could be
Yeah.
And and he's also at 4 life actually. We missed the ping that was used for the cat. Yeah, true. So yeah, it was anyways just dead on board basically. Yeah. In that case, I think David was not supposed to attack, right? Then he would have 2 blockers at least. He could play the 3rd Netherglyph and just pass. But I know it's not super nice that,
maybe you only attack with 1 Netherglyph to get the chip in.
Something like that, potentially. But it's really rough because I think the Voice with the 2 tokens and the 2/1 cat token would be lethal on its own because it would be on 5 or 4 life rather. So I think it's very difficult. Yep.
Yeah. So let's talk about what he can do. I mean, when I look at the sideboard consisting of the Consign, Hydroblast, Nihil Spellbomb, Barrowgirl, Force of Negation, Deluge, 2 of those, and 1 Massacre.
Yeah.
I look at exactly 6 cards here.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's definitely the Toxic Deluges and the Massacres. I mean, 3 sweepers in a sideboard is what David really wants to utilize exactly in this matchup. So those sweepers for sure come in. And yeah, Barogoyf is a very nice tool that also can, generate a lot of advantage, life points, and grindy cards. So those 6 cards, I also agree I would bring in. And I would look at potentially the Force of Wills that we cut. There's like Hexing Squelcher, Voice of Victory that kind of anyways shuts off the Force of Will. And it's a 2-for-1 on the side for David that he not really interested to do. And what's I think also worth mentioning, it's very interesting, he chose to have still Kaito in his main deck rather than the full playset of Flow State. It's very interesting because a lot of blue-black decks opted to go for the full flow State playset. David values Kaito, and I think Kaito can be potentially quite strong in this matchup as a very, yeah, big beta and card advantage tool as well.
Yeah, it will be all about the sweeper, I think. For Barogolf, it's I think important to mention that there is one card that really interacts very nicely with any big non-trampling lifelinker, and it's the card that won the game.
Yeah, well, Goblin Bombardment, exactly. Yeah, that is something that Johannes is very happy to utilize in order to prevent any live game from the Baroglyph and also prevent the trigger to mill some of the cards and get back a creature. But it depends. Yeah, Goblin Bombardment is also only a 2-off. Needs to have it now. It came in really handy, and I think whenever those matchup is involving Goblin Bombardment, Mardu Energy always looks so impressive in my opinion.
Yeah, because all in all, it feels like an aggro pseudo burn deck because in the early you get in with the creatures, and if every one of your creatures has like a one-time ping opportunity, it's just a tad more damage that you can deal to finish off your opponent.
Yeah. So actually, it means that Johannes is up 1 game, right?
Yeah, and down 1 card.
Down 1 card, yeah.
But I think we see an Orcish Bowmasters here.
Mhm.
How good do we think are they actually in this matchup?
Yeah,
Because,
I think quite nice actually. Yeah, there's a lot of cantripping ongoing for this blue deck. We still have the Ponders and the Brainstorms. Flow State is something that actually plays around Bowmasters because you put the cards into your hand rather than draw it. But Bowmasters is something that is also you cannot just leave it on the battlefield and ignore it somewhat. So I think it's still quite strong. But David also has a couple of Bowmasters that he would like to use as well, so he can use it to kill opposing Bowmasters. And yeah, they're of course not as great here against the Mardu deck because they don't cantrip, and the triggering will of course be limited, but it also adds 2 bodies to the board, so I think it's fine.
So we don't actually see going for the surveillance on turn 1 on the side of David here, deciding to whether he wants to deploy the basics as he did in game 1, or if he wants to go for the extra value with the surveillance here.
I can see because now he opted for the Brainstorm that he likes to have the shuffle effect. So I could see why he did not go for the end step Undercity Sewers, potentially. Yeah, and I think we saw now a couple of Bowmasters also in the hand of David.
And yeah, Guide of Souls is actually a card that can be really, really good at negating opposing Bowmasters with pumping your creatures.
Yeah.
But I think they only give the tokens to attacking creatures, if I remember
Yeah, it's an
correctly.
attack trigger. Then you can spend 3 energy and put 2 +1/+1 counters and a flying counter on target attacking creature, yes. Yeah, I mean, if you get to this point, then every creature is suddenly quite massive in a very short period of time. David is, of course, not happy if that happens.
Yeah, Caracas isn't something that has some text on it. It's basically a non-basic planes, I think, in this matchup.
No, it's actually quite relevant because one of the ways that blue-black tempo can utilize and capitalize, let's say, is the flipped Tamio, because the +1 actually gives all the 1 power creatures -1/-0, and that's a lot by nature of this Mardu energy deck. And these characters make sure that this Tamio likely never flips. So I think that can be actually quite important.
And yeah, we've actually seen the Scrubland now at passing getting
Wastelanded. Yeah.
But we have the Bowmasters,
Mm-hmm.
which should force another Bowmasters.
Yeah. Good thing for David, he fired already off his Brainstorm before the Bowmaster hit the battlefield. So he had this covered. But if he has still a couple of cantrips and he draws into more, then these Bowmasters can be potentially problematic along the way.
I love the shenanigans.
Yeah, Bowmaster, the best answer against Bowmaster, right?
But at least Johannes got some energy, some life in between.
Yeah.
He still has the token to block something, or with an Ajani later on deal some damage. So Johannes is in an okay position, but it seems like the position is nearly identical to game 1 here.
Yeah. As of now, yes. Johannes even had a slightly better start because he had the 1-drop on turn 1. And David at the moment is not having a couple of Netherglyphs, just one, but this Bowmaster. I think it comes down how much Johannes is deploying onto the board with his creatures.
And I think he has 4 lands in hand. And
Johannes,
Singular sorts the plowshares.
Yeah, okay. But I want to say David has now access to the sweeper cards in his sideboard that could be potentially quite a blowout for Johannes' side. Maybe we can also make sure that the life totals are updated.
But I think they are at
more than 5 and 6.
19 and 19.
It should be
19 and 18 because of the Bowmaster.
Yeah. And now I think 17. Okay, yeah. Maybe we yes. Okay. Yes, so we had 17 from David's side and 19 on Johannes' side. Yeah. Seems that maybe the in-stream is not correct.
So. Yeah, let's...
Okay, now we have it updated. Okay, so I think David is now... I think, did he surveil a Bowmaster into the graveyard, I assume?
Yeah.
I didn't quite catch it with the surveillance.
And maybe he can go now for a Murktide or something like that. I mean, it wouldn't be too big, but it's still something that adds pressure to the board. I mean, it completely shuts off the own Netherglyph, so it doesn't seem like a good idea for me.
Yeah, at the moment, that is not so good. I think there's only also one Brainstorm in the graveyard as a instant and sorcery. Yeah, just making sure that the board of Johannes is not as big at the moment and trying to be the aggressor. Yeah.
Yeah, and going in for 2. I mean, the board now doesn't really look that threatening on the side of David. You only have 2 1/1s and 1 2/2. It's really not that big, actually. And yeah, it all depends on the next few draws. I mean, we have 2 surveil lines still being possible on the side of Johannes to fix the next 2 draw steps. A little bit up, but there are, I think, still 3 cards remaining in the hand of David.
Yeah.
Murktide is now completely unlocked because you don't have to care about the Netherglyph, which is still a good flying creature where Johannes doesn't really have any blockers, I think, in the deck.
Mhm.
And let's see what actually the draw was, because he kept it, but it didn't add it on the board. Maybe it's another Bowmaster, so he needs to fetch up an black source.
Looks like a lot of
Ah,
lands.
no, he put away the second Swords of Plowshares here.
Yeah, and he drew another land now for the turn. I think he has now 3 lands in hand. I think we see another Caracas, if I'm not mistaken, and 2
Two
more
Badlands.
lands. Yeah,
Or
or maybe it's
one
a
bad land.
yeah, maybe Badland and yeah, there's a lot of lands at the moment for Johannes, and he has 2 Caracas in his list.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the draw just didn't line up on the side of Johannes, which is actually something
Mhm.
that is the risk when playing a non-blue deck. It can happen that you draw
Yep.
something bad for a few turns, but on the other hand, with any blue decks, if you rely heavily on the cantrips and 1 or 2 cantrips go wrong, you are pretty much in the same situation, but very, very rarely.
Yeah, exactly, yes. And he even milled another fetch land
And-
with that shadowy backstreet.
And drew another land. Or was it yeah, I drew another plateau. It's
No, I think he actually now has a hexing scratch.
okay.
I mean, it's at least a creature. I think he might have missed the Well, first of all, I think he needs to make sure that the Guide of Souls triggers if he didn't miss it, and this Hydroblast will kill the Hexing Scratch. And Johannes says, "Okay, let's go to game 3."
Yeah, it's just spare the time.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think it was not completely over yet, but I also see why he says, okay, the Hexing Scratch that got again removed, and my opponent keeps attacking. So let's see what game 3 would be coming. Yep.
Yeah, it would be a really, really steep hill that Johannes has to go on, because there is one creature on the board, but he would have needed like Amp Raptor into Ant Raptor to do something.
Yeah.
And this is actually a prime example of managing time in a match. Because there are around about 18, 17 minutes left for game 3. As we've seen in game 1, it got a little bit more grindy. Finishing the game off for
Yep.
David could have needed another 4 or 5 minutes, which basically invalidates any possible of a functional game 3.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, Johannes looking to have a good game 3 on his side. He's also on the play for this one, so that is something that he definitely wants to take an advantage of. And yeah, maybe if we look at the sideboard a little quick, Johannes for sure has now, I think, the prismatic endings put into the decks, and also the pyroblasts that look quite nice in his sideboard to be able to deal with a lot of things that David has.
How much do you actually like the Pyroblasts? Because
Yeah,
from
like
my side, I feel like everything that David basically presented was Netagoevs,
Yeah.
Fatal Pushes, and the Orcish Bowmasters.
Yeah.
And do you want to have the Pyroblast to interact with the cantrips to not allow David to go to the point, or is it an exclusive answer for the Murktides?
Yeah, you name it. If it kills Murktides, I'm signed up basically. And with Pyroblast, you can use them a little bit more freely. If you get, if you don't have Bowmasters in response to a Brainstorm, you might want to use it. Use Pyroblast for it. I think that's fine to use it on a cantrip as well. And remember, maybe he knows suspects potentially that there's a Kaito. Pyroblast is also like a way to kill Kaito. And so I think it definitely has merit to be bring in this matchup. And we even see that in the opening hand from Johannes now.
And yeah, we've seen here actually the one drop on this on Johannes' side. Actually, it's the first game that he actually was allowed to keep the 7-card hand, which is also really, really huge. But one thing I really wanted to ask here, because on the Mardu list we have the 3 Cabal Therapy and the 3 Thoughtseize. The Cabal Therapy, I think, are still in there because they need the second light for Archani, but how do you value the Thoughtseize in this matchup?
Yeah, there's one potential card that he definitely has, the Black Splash. mostly for combo, and Forces is a nice tool to combat that. Potentially, he actually shaved those for games 2 and 3 now, because he wants to have just creatures and removal spells, most likely. On the other hand, couple therapy, you need to have a little bit of synergy. So while it enables, for example, fast Achanis, couple therapy can be kind of hit or miss also.
Yeah.
If you blindly use it, you're not sure if you actually hit something. I could actually also see that he shaved the couple therapy and kept the thoughts because it's a guaranteed hit with the hand. Or if he has enough cards to bring in, maybe he brought out all discard spells as well. So I think this is all possible things to do.
Do you like the prismatic ending?
Yeah. It deals with Nethergoyfs, it deals with Bowmasters if you need it, Tamios, even if it's flipped, right? So yeah, Prismatic Ending is quite nice. I think Prismatic Ending and the Pyroblasts are definitely the two cards that I see from Johannes in the sideboard.
Ooh, and this land basically indicates there are no lands left on the side of David. So any future the double Caracas on the other side of Johannes, it hurts so much.
In this case, yes, he got flooded in the last game, and now he missed his land drop actually. He had to use one Wasteland to be able to cast the Voice of Victory, and the Wasteland got wastelanded.
Yeah, it seemed like from an outsider's perspective, a little bit of, or not only a little bit, like a very, very risky keep. You only have white sources to cast your spells.
Yeah.
You have the Pyroblast actually in hand, but no mana to really play it. Now the Tamio on the board, maybe even the Brainstorm in addition on the side of David to protect it, or actually deploying the Nethergoyf here as well, having now an attacker that may attack for 1, 2, 3 on the next turn. Caracas bouncing is a huge point, but Prismatic Ending on the Nethergoyf, Tamio in check with the Caracas.
Yeah, that is important. Absolutely. So David cannot really use it to get a couple of clues. He can just make sure that Johannes has to tap the Caracas each turn.
And we actually see the Clarion Conqueror in hand.
Yeah, okay. I see it. I mean, it's a nice attacker as well. It's a 3/3 flying creature. Activated abilities of artifacts, creatures, and planeswalkers can't be activated. So it would be another way to deal with a potential flipped Tamio if it ever comes to that.
I mean, he had in his hand Clarion, Pyroblast, double Caracas, and the Prismatic Ending. So any Tamio was pretty much invalidated at this point.
Yeah, exactly. I think he got that covered quite nicely. Yeah. This one is quite tough, that you have to use a second Caracas in order to, have the Caracas open and still deploy the Achani that he now has on the battlefield.
Yeah, makes opposing Wastelands a tad bit better. But I think I heard Phil talk about like the Caracas Achani shenanigans are pretty strong in the mid game.
Yeah.
You don't really have to flip your Achani. You can play it every turn, make a 2/1 token, which is actually a relevant card in this matchup, even though Bowmasters are pretty good at dealing with it. But you don't really want to kill the token because then Achani is getting flipped and getting a tad more value.
Yeah. Maybe you wait for the Caracas to be actually bouncing the Achani, then you can use a Bowmaster to kill one of the tokens. But yes, there can be one engine that Johannes may be using in the next couple of turns.
Yeah, and I think like the Murktide just got surveilled away, which would be a really good card in this matchup. But yeah, we're seeing the two Pyroblasts on the side of Johannes. There is not really the feeling that you want to go for it.
Yeah, exactly. He knows that two Pyroblasts is in the hand of Johannes and says, okay, this Murktide won't be staying on this battlefield, and I rather want to have another card. Like, for example, another Nethergoyf would be okay, I assume.
Yeah, end of turn, I think you actually wanna bounce it. Because if he really wants to flip it, you can just Pyroblast it on the next turn.
Yeah.
And then the issue is away. Another land drop is really important. Yeah, Pyroblast.
Interesting that he did not choose. Maybe he wanted to make sure that the challenge really stays on the battlefield and not use the Caracas to bounce the Tamio, because then David potentially can respond with a fatal push on their Chani, for example. So that's why he didn't go for the end step Caracas bounce.
The Vicious Bobble, really not the card that.
Yeah, it's a cycling
Does a
card.
lot.
Yeah. I mean, potentially for future Nethergoyfs, it could be nice to have in the graveyard. Yeah. Multiple Tamios in the face of a couple of Pyroblasts and Caracas is not really what David wants to have. I guess this will also be just killed. Yeah. Yeah, I think there's not too much that maybe maybe if David actually has a brainstorm, he can not it just prompts the Caracas to be tapped and to save the Tamio potentially, but he didn't have it.
Yeah, and even a Bowmaster wouldn't be that good in this point because you can't kill off the Achani because you can bounce it.
Yeah.
Then you can trade off either the token or the Bowmasters against the token because you can't shoot the token on the side of Johannes at ETP, or the Achani just flips and does a lot of things.
Yeah.
So yeah, the position is really, really interesting. I think Johannes, David should be a little bit lower from the life
Yeah, I think
totals.
it should be around 10 or something like that, or 11.
But yeah, it's unfortunate that the system that we use isn't really.
Yeah, I think there are some technical
working too
issues
well.
for that, yes.
But yeah, we get the match. It's kind of back and forth, really, really exciting. And we have confirmation that David is actually at 5 life. So he really desperately needs some blockers that are non-blue.
Yeah. Even like a Massacre or something is not so great. Caracas really helps that the Chani stays on the battlefield. But this is a nice one. Barokoev.
But he can't attack with it. But this is actually the thing that he wants to have.
Yeah,
because like on blocks, Johannes always can bounce his own Achani to hand. But yeah, M-Traptor.
This M-Trapper is actually pretty important right now because that, I think, makes it a little bit awkward. Johannes can attack with the 2/1 cat token, and if David blocks, it flips the Achani. And then you can, with the flip the Achani, also use the 0 ability because now with the M-Traptor you have a red permanent on the battlefield. We need to look how big this Barogoev is, but if it takes 2 damage from the 2/1 token, maybe it can be finished off potentially by the Achani. Let's see what happens.
A Hydroblast on the M-Traptor.
Yeah.
And the Pyroblast to counteract it.
That was actually the 3rd Pyroblast.
And we have the Swords of Lausches.
Yeah.
Should be everything and artifacts.
Should be 5, yeah. Potentially 5, I think so.
There's no
maybe there's no sorcery, but for sure creature, land, artifact, and instant. Oh, there's no Thoughtseize. Yeah, so it should be 5, I think.
Should be a 5/6.
Yeah. It also counts for the opposing graveyard, but I think there's not anything special there.
Yeah, and then you get in for an additional 3 now, so he should be at 7.
Okay, let's see. I mean, this Berghoff would have been one nice way to come back from this. The Swords of Lausches was just really good. Or actually, rather the Pyroblast, the 3rd one that prevented the Hydroblast.
And yeah, going down to 2 life now on the side of Johannes. Maybe if he doesn't really have something, you could have went there for Caracas bouncing Achani, replaying Achani to make the board a tad little bigger.
Potentially, yeah. Yeah, he could have gone for that. There's also a Wasteland from Johannes' side. He can also say, okay, I just want to make sure that my opponent has 1 less land, which I don't think matters too much here.
Yeah, Flooded Strand patching up the swamp. I mean, it can happen. This is a prime example of a non-cheating action.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an interesting discussion in the chat here about missing triggers.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's always, I think, a little bit of a debate on players whether you can or cannot miss triggers. First of all, I think it matters if it's detrimental or beneficial. That's, I
Yeah.
think, something that you have to look at. And of course, the opponent can decide whether it is missed or not. But usually, it doesn't matter if it says may or you not may or whatever. Triggers can be missed. That's
Yeah.
it.
The May
Doesn't-
trigger are for sure
Yeah.
being missed. And here is an unfortunate situation, but if I calculated correctly, David, after the fetch is at 1 life, he has a Barrowglyph in hand and
cannot fetch.
can't fetch up.
The third land. Did he maybe get access to one of another untapped land with the brainstorm?
I'm not sure if he may even have played the Flood Strand this turn.
Oh, yeah.
But
Nice, yeah.
apparently he did not. There is another Barrowglyph.
Is that enough though? Man, I think he's at 1, right?
Yeah, and
So-
here I think actually comes in play that he didn't replayed the gaining 5 again and smashing in for 5 on the side of Johannes again.
Mm-hmm. So he stays at 1.
So he stays exactly at 1, and now he can't replay the Ajani. So yeah,
He can if he wants to.
no, he needs. Yeah, he can if he wants to. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's true.
but
That's
he
true.
chose not to. I think if it's not now, yeah, this of course won't help anymore.
It's at 5.
Yeah. Is there another Barrowglyph? Ooh, the third Barrowglyph. That is interesting. So
Yeah, it's really costly
Wow.
that Johannes didn't went for the value line there.
yeah, I mean, he could have another 2/1 token on the battlefield. Let's put it that way. Yes. I think.
Yeah, which would have been lethal last turn.
Yeah.
but it's that's such niche tricks that you
Yeah.
can and have to do.
Mhm. Yeah, let's see, man. There's still the possibility that Johannes gets over the finish line. For example, if he draws a Goblin Bombardment, right?
Yeah.
He has definitely another draw step. Let's see what's happening.
Would you have bounced with now empty hands the Ajani end of turn and replayed this turn?
I think not. Yeah, potentially, actually, yeah. It's not so easy.
Which would unlock.
It's another attacker for sure, though.
Yeah.
That he now has access to. If he now is not able to remove the Barrowglyph, that is something that David is really happy to see.
I mean, you just have to build up the board a little bit more. And you kind of can attack with the cat token. Because the cat token is always freely to attack.
No, I think he has to block with the Barrowglyph, yes.
Yes.
I mean, the Ajani flips now.
And can deal 3 damage.
Yeah,
which
it's
doesn't
It's
kill
not
off.
lethal, no. So
Which would have been actually lethal if we would have bounced the Ajani on the last turn once again. But yeah, it's so nice to see the Mardu deck having such intricate spots.
So I suppose he is at the moment at 6 life, so he goes down to 3, I assume.
Yeah.
Let's see. That is yeah. Yeah, and David on his turn absolutely has to attack with the Barrowglyph now. Otherwise, the Ajani would just be lethal as is next turn.
Yeah.
So he has to attack to gain another 5 life. And
I think you just smash in with both of those creatures at Ajani, or
I think it's not that easy. I think you might want to have this Netherglyph for blocking. I think it's not so easy. Now, however, what would be nice to have is, of course, a Massacre. Now that the Ajani is flipped, it cannot be bounced in response.
Yeah.
Massacre would be now fantastic. It won't kill the Netherglyph or the Barrowglyph. That is something that David really hopes to draw now.
Yeah, it can cast 3.
Yeah.
David is at 2 life currently, so
Okay.
so attacking with both creatures doesn't really gain him.
Toxic Deluge is also fine, because he can just cast it for access 1. That also kills all the creatures. That would also be fantastic.
Yeah, it's
At least he has to attack with the paragraph. Absolutely.
it's he has to, because there is, I mean, maybe no. What could be in the hand of Johannes to gain something in this spot? I mean, a Goblin Bombardment would have been played. A Bowmasters can't be played. Maybe there is a Bowmaster sitting in hand.
Potentially it doesn't have black mana at the moment. Yep.
And this one would be greatly beneficial on the next turn, actually.
Yeah. So he has to attack with the Paragoyf, and
Attack
I-
the-
I think it's not so easy whether you go for the Chani or for the face. Potentially, both kinda anyways demands a block, I think.
I think if you deal damage to
It's not
only
all-
a player.
Yeah. But if you attack the Chani, that is the threat, that is the
Yeah.
reach at the moment that Johannes has access to, and I think he also wants to protect the Chani nevertheless, in my opinion.
I think you just sack off the Ocelot. It's that thing that does the least. Or is the first strike part together with a Goblin Bombardment maybe more important?
I think it's actually the token that you would use for blocking.
Mhm.
You need the red card in M-Trap, but that the Chani is active, kind of, the reach. And the Ocelot can generate more life as well, and can potentially be important later on.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, the one damage missing can be
Which one damage missing?
that one damage that Ocelot Pride deals less than the Cat Dog, and can
Yeah.
also be something that is kind of important.
Yeah, can be, of course.
So,
Yeah, if
is it a Goblin Bombardment? It's a red card.
it is a red card. But David should be at 7 life, I think, now with that Paragraph hit.
Yeah.
So
at 4.
yeah, it goes down to 4 life with their Chani now. Another 2-1. So I think either we have a draw, because we are already in extra turns, by the way.
It's the Goblin Bombardment, which means it's lethal if there is no remove spell on the side of David.
Well,
No,
at 4.
it's not
It's
lethal
4. No, it's
because
4.
he sacked away the cat token instead of the Ocelot Pride.
No, I think it is actually. He's at 4 life.
Yeah, but the Ocelot Pride only hits. So
No, it's
with the
lethal.
other token. With
Yeah,
the
yeah,
other token.
it's actually lethal,
Okay,
right?
okay.
It should be lethal, right? He takes 1 damage down to 3, and he can sack
Then
everything.
he has 3 creatures.
Yeah, it's exactly lethal.
Yeah, I didn't saw the token because.
And he had a Bowmaster, yeah, but he had no black
Yeah.
mana. Okay, wow. Yeah,
Insane
bombardment
game.
again. Bombardment
Insane
again.
game.
Yeah, there were 3 Barrowgirls being played, and I mean, that was amazing to see. I mean, it was on the verge of actually coming back. I didn't think, because of the extra turns, that David would have been actually able to close the game as is. I mean, he could just stabilize and forces a draw. But Johannes with the bombardment, I mean, that is just amazing. This card is, just generating so much reach out of nowhere, basically. It's really impressive.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that. The one big thing is that Johannes basically sends 2 of the Barrowgirls to field work. It was insane that the Swords Plowshares did some work. We've seen spots where characters bouncing your own creatures could have been mattered in a huge part. But we've seen Blue-Black having the Nethergoyf. Those needed the persistent answers. We've seen hard forces around Tamio. Johannes putting really the strings onto it, that the Tamios be a non-factor in the game, because the +2 loyalty ability is such a huge part in there. But yeah, any closing words for the matchup that we had? It was
fantastic, actually. I didn't really think that it was that grindy. I thought that potentially the Mardu deck would be more furious in that sense, but I think it was really 3 nice games. I mean, Johannes did flood a little bit in game 2. and had a little bit of a screw in this third game. But in the end, yeah, Goblin Bombardment was the card that made sure that all went into the side of Mardu Energy.
Yeah. And with all the games now in the extra games, we will hop into a short break before returning for round 2, where Daniel and I will be casting once again. So see you in just a few minutes. Don't leave. We will be back there again. Hello and welcome back to the stream. We had small technical difficulties, but everything is resolved. So we have a new pairing for the stream. We have table 4 for you guys. And yeah,
Which round it is at the moment?
it's round 2.
Yes.
It's round 2. It's round 2. Welcome to round 2. Yeah, we directly hop into the game, to the players. Daniel, tell me a little bit about the matchup.
Yeah, exactly. So right now we have for you on the left side, we have Felix Hinterreiter. He's playing blue-red tempo. That is very interesting to see. He has 4 copies of Flow State. That is something that the blue-red deck has incorporated ever since the card got printed. And he's playing against Thomas Filcek from the Czech Republic. He is the finalist from yesterday's Austrian Legacy Masters event, and he's playing again his blue-white Riddler deck. And that is very interesting to see. A battle of the blue mages, I want to say.
Yeah, and I think it's quite interesting, especially since like blue-red is the typical go fast deck, and the blue-white one is the little bit delaying value on the deck. So
Yeah.
do you expect like a lot of back and forth, or do you feel like there is one constant stream on the side of Felix and like the wall of counter magic and removal on the side of Thomas to deal with the threats before presenting anything? Maybe?
Yeah. Thomas has access to a more card advantage, I think, because the 1-2 punch with Failure and Riddler is quite strong, and Riddler is a card that Felix is struggling to deal with, especially in game 1. And Thomas has a premium removal spells with Swords to Plowshares, so I think in that sense it will be interesting. Felix has access to a couple of Core Steel Cutters, which is something that he wants to capitalize. Because this is especially strong against single target removal that Thomas has in the main deck mostly.
Yeah, and I think we don't really have any tools in the main deck to actually deal with Resolve Core Steel Cutter here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's one Prismatic Ending we see that in the main deck that would be able to deal with that. Other than that, there's just a couple of swords, which of course is not a viable strategy. Failure can, worth mentioning, also deal with a couple of tokens, but that would be about it. So let's see how this is continuing. And I think for the chat, we can post the standings, the link of our tournament into that. There you can have a look what the current state of the tournament is. And what I noticed, I think we might have to update our live totals. I think they are switched actually. Let's see if that is actually true. Oh, no, it's actually fine.
Yeah, and the Wasteland. I mean, it was an interesting decision on the side of Thomas to see if Felix is willing to daze something or something like that before using the Wasteland or playing Daze Proof through that. Because like the mana costs, I think, on Thomas's side are just a tad bit bigger. So the Wasteland sometimes as a mana source is really, really useful.
Sometimes, yes, exactly. Yeah. Right now, however, Thomas has already a flipped Tamio on turn 2. That is something that is very strong. And this Dragon Rage Channeler at the moment is only a 1/1, so it's not even really able to attack because of the Tamio trigger. So Felix needs to do something about that.
Yeah, I think he needs 2 more types in the graveyard. Maybe he has a Brainstorm or he needs a Lightning Bolt, for example, to put an instant into the graveyard and mill a creature with the Dragon Rage Channeler ability, which would threaten at least the Tamio in this stage.
Yeah, I think that is something that Felix absolutely is looking to do now, and maybe this Ponder is helping him to accomplish that. Other than that, if the Tamio can continue to tick up, it will be quite strong in a very short notice.
And there was actually no land drop left on the side of Felix to put immediate pressure onto
Yeah.
onto the Tamio Planeswalker because for sure the wasteland was a huge factor. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And Thomas says now, okay, I have my Tamio upticking. I just go, well, say lands, uptick the Tamio, and then pass the turn. And let's see what happens. There is also a failure in the hand of Thomas. He can potentially play that at the end of turn. And he has also a daze in his hand to protect it. And I saw that Felix has drawn a Mishra's Bauble. And now with the combination of Chorus Steel Cutter would potentially be able to double spell, which of course Thomas is very happy to daze in this spot. And yeah, this is a little bit awkward for Felix because the Chorus Steel Cutter is on the stack, so it won't trigger when it will now enter the battlefield, as he had to use a Force of Will to protect the Chorus Steel Cutter, so he won't be able to actually generate the token this turn, as it triggers only on the second spell that is being cast.
Yeah, and I think there are still only 3 types in the graveyard. Or no, we have
We
artifact.
actually have a second bubble that was milled through
Yeah.
the Dragon Ridge channel, so it's actually a 3/3 now, and punches the Tamio down to 4 loyalty now. Okay, now Thomas is saying, no, I just want to do something at beginning of combat, probably. Maybe he has even a Swords to Blow Shards in hand.
Yeah, which would negate a lot of the pressure that Felix can do, which means Thomas really has to protect his Tamio on the next turn. A singular blocker can do wonders
Yeah.
here.
Let's see. Okay, there was 1 mana floating from the days, and he wants to play a failure. I think that would potentially be... Yeah, it makes sense, of course. Otherwise, he would have lost the 1 mana that he floated from the days.
And yeah, failure maybe here on blocking duty still can do some stuff. I mean, you can rebuy. You can maybe swords, rebuy swords, have it ready on the next attack, maybe even reset Tamio. But I think it's just the big win condition currently for Thomas that he goes for the Tamio ultimate.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The Dragon Channeler is flying, so the failure cannot even block it, of course. The Chorus Steel Cutter is at the moment the threat that potentially can be important later on. And I think we have at least a Mishra's Bauble in the hand of Felix that is ready to be cast next turn and potentially help to trigger the Chorus Steel Cutter now in this turn.
Yeah, you really want to play the 2 spells here, going for the flow state, getting premium selection here. I think a land would go a big way, especially since a 3rd spell actually, and really important, it's an instant or sorcery, would allow the Chorus Steel Cutter token as well to attack through the Faelia and maybe kill it or do some significant damage to the Tamio upticks.
Yeah. He has also a Thundering Force that he can use for his land drop as well. So maybe if he sets up his hands, he can also mill what he potentially doesn't need for the next turn. And he has the bubble to trigger the Chorus Steel Cutter in hand, I think, anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, the value from the Dragon Ridge Channeler, it seems absurd at this point, the amount of selection that Felix got from the singular card there.
Yeah, it's quite important to set up your draws. And he doesn't have an untapped land, yeah. We see a Delver in the hand of Felix that I'm pretty sure he would like to deploy also this turn. But I think he just needs to attack with the Dragon Ridge Channel alone, yeah, as it is.
Yeah, the deck lists should be updated at the Stream Deck extension, so you should be able to see them. And the whole VODs will be uploaded to YouTube most likely next and the second to next week in playlists in singular rounds. So you will have each of those ready to view in basically no time. And the Stifle feels like a really good card here. Am I right?
So yeah, first we saw that the swords was pointed at the Dragonridge Channeler, and yeah, the Stifle was drawn from Thomas for the turn. That is something that he could potentially pair with the failure if he actually wanted to remove the Core Steel Cutter for good, for example. But he chose to just use it on the token to blink it.
Unfortunately, not. The deck lists will for top tables will be posted to MTG Top 8. And
Yeah,
maybe
exactly
we
that.
can make something in the near future. I think we did something with how was it called? The deck list sites, the new one. Would be nice to be sponsored by them, but we don't tell the name if we are not sponsored by them. No,
I don't know what you mean.
there is the decklist side where it's like social and stuff like that, where the big content creators do the decklists on there. You can
No,
make
but
like subsections.
Yeah, it will be posted on and after the event. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, the second core steel cutter
Mhm.
is really important here. I mean, you can't deny now the
Yeah, the problem is that no, let's see. Actually, he prevents potentially the ultimate of Tamio potentially, um, but we see that Thomas has a stifle that he likes to use for, I guess, one of the triggers. That means he only has a 2 power attacking creature that he can use. Yeah, and Felix is really needs to force that. Otherwise, he can only bring the Tamio down to 7 loyalty, which means that it still would be able to be ultimated next turn. And now, at least, if both trigger are resolving, he can attack with both Core Steel equipped creatures and bring the Tamio down to 6 loyalty.
but there is the soft plowshares, and this exact scenario
Yeah.
is now worse because otherwise he would have gained the prowess trigger on the side of the second token, which would have been able actually to hit down Tamio down to 6. So
Yeah. Yeah, I guess, however, though, in this position, Felix had to do it because there was no guarantee that swords would have been cast, and I think Thomas would have just let it go. And yeah, that means that the ultimate is enough for Felix. Yeah, turn 2 flipped Tamio. I mean, this is something that is in all of blue decks one of the most impactful things you can do at the moment.
Yeah, it was really nice navigated from Thomas to
Yep.
see the possibility of the turn 1 Tamio into the brainstorm to pull this one card with the help of some form of counter magic and removal to pull him through the victory. He really early, I think, decided to go that route because there was the possibility of double sorting on one turn to pull down or tick down the Tamio. Yeah, really nice game from both players. The best to conquer the match.
I want to say, let's look at the deck list that we can have a look at what is everybody doing for the sideboard. So we have Felix, and he already pulls ahead his Pyroblasts, which I think are very important for this matchup going into the second and potential third game. Pyroblast is a card that can deal with Murktides, it can deal with Tamio, that was a problem for this game, and it also can deal with the Quantum Riddler, for example. That is one premium card that he has in his sideboard. Also, Unholy Hit, I think, is also quite good because it can also potentially deal with a Tamio and Riddler if he has Delirium ongoing. So Felix is really, trying to get as much as good removal and having good exchange 1-for-1 on his side of things. For Thomas, he has some cards that I think are very important for this matchup as well. He can also up his removal suit. He has First of all, access to one copy of Triumph of Saint Catherine. That is somewhat a poor man's Barrowgoyf because you don't have access to black, but it's still kind of a big creature that is not boltable, and the life gain could be very important. And he's very happy to see that if he finds the time to cast it. Erode is a new card actually that is somewhat of an improved version of Path to Exile, more or less. It destroys rather than exiles, but it can also deal with planeswalkers. So, and that for 1 mana still. So that's also something that I think will come in. And Wrath of the Skies is something that depends on how much he respects Core Steel Cutter. I like it. It's a little bit costly, so if you have to cast it for 4 mana in order to kill the Core Steel Cutters, Blue Red has access to Wasteland and Daze. It's not so reliable, I want to say, but I think if he has the space, he definitely wants to also have that in the deck post board.
Yeah,
And sorry to interrupt, but I think there's also should be one potential Hydroblast or Blue Elemental Pass in that case. Yes, that also, of course, makes absolutely sense to have. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's really, really interesting because, I think it all depends on how much damage can Felix do to Thomas here, and especially the Triumph when you can set it up and play it for 2. Maybe even play it as a big ambush Viper. Can do so much damage to the game plan of Felix. Trading off a creature, even if it dies, it doesn't really matter. There is only the 2 copies post board most likely of Unholy Heater can kill the creature, and it's all depends a little bit about how fast Felix can fill up his graveyards to have the bigger Dragon Rage channeler, the Unholy Heats prepared to kill off any opposing Quantum Riddlers, or even the almighty Triumph of St. Catherine.
Yeah.
But this start looks a little bit more like Blue Red.
I think he has a very fantastic start in Felix's side. Even though Thomas had a turn 1 Tamio already, he
into Dribble Brainstorm.
He certainly doesn't want that anymore here. And Felix has had a turn 1 Delva that did not flip. But he paired that with a turn 2 Dragon Rage Channeler into Bolt for the Tamio. That is something that Felix definitely wants to have as a fast start.
Yeah, and let's see if we find any remove spells on the side of Thomas. He may has to go for Thundra here, where Wasteland could hurt him. Maybe a lot, actually, because I think there is no other land in hand of Thomas.
This is the situation where I would have liked potentially to go for double dual land with the fetch lands, just because one Wasteland now actually is more hurtful than if we would have 2 dual lands, for example. But of course, if there's multiple Wastelands, then can be turning into a different direction. It's difficult.
Yeah, we get the bubble trigger in. We really have to keep kind of an instant on top. You've seen the Delver getting milled here, everything.
Yeah, that is promptly met by the Stifle to protect his white mana.
And
I think Thomas, we see that he's missing a little bit in lands now, so he has to really make sure that another land drop. I mean, he has now access to 2 removal spells that potentially can deal with both the Delver and the Dragon Rage Channeler. He has Swords and Enroll in hand. And then he's looking into deploying his Failure plus Riddler combo, which at the moment is very risky because of a potential Daze, for example, on the side of Felix.
Yeah, and now on Thomas's side, you have the removal spell or the removal spells.
Actually, perfect hit from Thomas. He actually found a 3rd land. That is really what he needed.
Yeah, and I think it's Murktide, double land, and Unholy Heat on the side of Felix. It's okay, but it's not great. Murktide against Failure. is just not the thing that you kindly want to play. I mean, you still have your bolt up and ready against, or
Yeah.
the unholy
Yeah,
heat in this
the
case.
failure is something that you have to kill on site, likely. You don't want to have it being running free when there's a potential for having a Riddler to pair with that soon.
What are those cards? I mean, it's for sure a brainstorm and something
I
else.
think it's a Brainstorm and a Ponder. Can't really make of the third card at the moment.
Because we
I think it took, maybe it's a Core Steel card actually.
yeah, the core steel is something
Yeah, I think I found a
that
Core Steel.
can put the pressure onto Thomas. We will for sure see here the failure coming. We will for sure see the
Yeah.
unholy heat in action at the end of the turn.
Yeah, I think if I would Felix, I also would like to have that killed immediately and not get letting Thomas on top. Yeah, with the failure. And that means that if now Thomas, I think, only has this road left, he's now looking into either going for the Riddlers just to cycle or already deploying a Murktide.
The Merc is just a really, really big thing here, especially with Unholy Heat out of the question now. You can't really deal with it. And let's see how big it gets. It's actually a 6/6.
Yep. At the moment, he used the Unholy Heat, Felix, that could have actually dealt with the Murktide as it is a 6/6. But now he's facing it, and I think at the moment he doesn't have an answer directly, which makes the Delver also awkward because he cannot attack into the Murktide right now.
Yeah, you trigger your.
I think Corsteel Kata is good and can be potentially built up, but right now also not too impressive. I think he's not even allowed to attack at all. It just needs to make or hopes, I guess, to build up the board and finds eventually along the way an answer to Murktide. He has a couple of those in the deck, of course, because there's a couple of Pyroblasts and some unholy hits in the deck. But now I think he has to just wait and see.
Yeah, the thing is, if there is now a brainstorm upon or something else here,
Mhm.
personally, I think I kind of dislike it to play it here because I think now it all depends on getting a bigger board on the side of Felix to push in for the last few damages. So if you fetch up here, if you play a ponder or something else
Yeah.
at this point of time, or he maybe just fetched here because there was only the white source left.
I think he just wanted to play around Stifle.
Yeah, to play around. Exactly, Stifle, yeah.
So the erode is now actually being pulled off on the Delva, and that will be interesting to see. Felix gets to have his basic land off of the erode now, and we also have seen that Felix has a Murktide of its own in the hand, and Thomas at the moment is out of removal spells, and he can only use the Riddlers to potentially dig for more cards. And let's see, this Murktide potentially can be actually bigger than Thomas's version at the moment.
Yeah. And next then we got the Days here. Days isn't really that great.
There's a brainstorm that it.
Or did it drew a brainstorm?
Yeah.
Brainstorm would be actually awesome.
I think it drew a brainstorm off of the bubble.
Because you can go brainstorm into Murktide, trigger.
That was actually quite big because Riddler actually drew him 2 cards. He had only 2 cards left in hand. He drew the Wasteland for the turn and then deployed it, and so the Riddler actually drew them 2 cards. And I think he can, go for another. They will exit the battlefield at the end of turn, but I think he has a bunch of cards, and he's making sure that he gets more fuel for the next turns.
Yeah, and I really like the plays from Thomas here to not push the damage. You are still at 9 life.
Yeah.
Your opponent can do a lot here. We will for sure see the Murktide coming onto the table on Felix's side, maybe even play the Brainstorm ahead of time to have an additional spell to being casted. because like everything goes now for the core steel cutter trigger. If you can enable core steel cutter for this turn and for next turn, you are looking at such a broad board here that would only kind of falter to the opposing Wrath of the Skies.
Yeah, that is something that Thomas potentially also has in his deck. But let's see what Felix decides to do. I think he decides to go for the Merc tap before the Brainstorm. And I guess likely following it up with the Brainstorm, because that would also result in this Core Steel Cutter trigger.
I mean, everything knows what's up, but I think there are only 3 instant and sorceries in the graveyard.
Yeah, so he might actually think, okay, I should actually cast the Brainstorm first, so that this Merctide is bigger than Thomas's version. So yeah, I would have liked to cast the Brainstorm even before actually playing the fetch land, because that enabled just for having a better informed decision on how to proceed and what to do actually with that fetch land. So
yeah, and any additional spells that you can have in your hand it's a huge, or it's an important card. Yeah. So let's see what Felix is deciding to do.
For example, he could also find the second copy of Unholy Heat, and if he plays the Merctide now, he potentially doesn't have Delirium in order to kill the Merctide. So an Unholy Heat from the Brainstorm would be, for example, a very, very, very nice hit.
Would it actually mean the game? No, you're attacking for 5 this turn.
I think this would not be lethal just quite yet, but I think it would be very good to advance his board state. Exactly. Yeah. Let's see what he can find of the Brainstorm.
1, 2. It's at least a bolt.
Yeah, bolt is not enough to kill the Merctide, but it is some points of damage in the air. And yeah, if Thomas is at 9 life, can potentially help to punch in for a couple of. Yeah, I think they're clarifying just that this token got a prize trigger.
Yeah, because like the prowess trigger actually means that Thomas would not be allowed to block.
He is allowed because he's not aware of the bolt,
Yeah.
but it would be punished by the bolt. Let's say.
It would be punished by the bolt, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
And let's see what the other 2 cards are, because maybe
I spotted a wasteland and maybe another land. I'm not sure.
Because like double land would be quite a beating here.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you? I really dislike it because the attack currently is free.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think it's actually fine. He can attack with the second copy of as well, and in response to the blocking, he can fire off the Brainstorm, so the second copy also should be.
Because both are currently 2/2s.
Yeah. The newly card is.
Okay. Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay. Got.
That's a play. That's a play. Going down to 1.
So that is 7 plus 1. That's 8 to a guess and 1. Okay. However, I think I would have still just attacked with the tokens. But yeah, maybe Felix is saying, okay, I have a bolt, I have it covered.
Yeah.
If my opponent does not quite go for something really huge, which I think is not really happening, then this bolt should resolve. Force of Will is also shut off. So yeah, it's actually a nice line.
Yeah, I always, even though I play with Core Steel Cut a lot,
Yeah.
but you always forget that it's still an equipment that you can attach to other creatures you control.
Yeah.
And the haste and trample ability is, it's really good.
And I think from Thomas's side of things, yeah, what he could have done is just casted the Ferry to bounce the Merctide, and on board he would still be fine. But I'm thinking he might have saying, okay, at 1 life, there's pretty low chance this Core Steel Cutter would still be on the battlefield, and it's likely triggered next turn, and he can just go to the 3rd game.
Yeah,
which means that we have a 1 and 1.
Yeah, exactly. And with both players 1-1, we've seen Tomasz now starting once again, being on the play. We've seen the Dazen coming back in, Force of Negation being out of the deck, maybe doing really similar things on the side of Felix, like giving out the Dazes from the deck to the sideboard once again and playing something else above it. But yeah, I'm really excited to see, and we've seen both of those games being more on the tempo side. Do you believe that Thomas is looking at such a hand that he had in game one once again?
Yeah, he's now on the play, and of course, if you can open up the game with Tamio and then follow it up with a brainstorm, that would be fantastic. For sure, that is one of the best hands that you can look at. Other than that, I think he's also fine with having, a handful of removal, for example. If it's not exactly Core Steel Cutter, Delver relies on the creatures to be actually connecting, and Thomas has a lot of removal spells now in the deck. There's Prismatic Endings, there is Erodes, and so on. So I think Thomas is firmly, I think, in the control seat actually for this match.
Yeah, so as we said before, it's like Thomas being a little bit of the wall against the ongoing onslaught on the side of Felix. Yeah, and especially on the draw, I think the Wrath of the Skies has much more text.
Yeah.
Being able to really go for proactive stifles on opposing wastelands or fetches is really huge.
So Thomas actually has a very grindy hand, I want to say. He has a couple of lands, and he has Failure plus Riddler and also Sevine's Reclamation in the hand. That is one fun off that he has as a value tool that is very nice because it can recur any failures, any Tamios, and also the fairies from the main deck. We saw it actually that the fairy was boarded out. I snapped it from the sideboard, so it's not for this game in the deck, but would have been one of in the main deck. So Sevine's Reclamation is just costly, but if he can utilize it, quite strong to generate more value.
Yeah, and we may see here the bobble trick with Delva. Hopefully he does it in the end step on himself. Yeah. Then you can stack the triggers. If an instant is on top, your trigger, the bobble trigger goes onto the stack first, then the Delva trigger, so you can see the before seen instant or reveal it, or you draw the card beforehand, and then the Delva trigger will be met, but we have a brainstorm in response. Would have not been flipped because there is a DRC on the top.
Felix actually also decided to go for the brainstorm in response to the Delver trigger to really make sure that this Delver flips. Okay.
It was not looking at extra cards because he actually knew this, but in any other scenarios,
it would have been a misflipping, kind of.
Yeah.
If the Delver would not have flipped and he revealed the Thundering Falls, I would be very surprised, especially when he fired off that brainstorm. But yeah, okay, so we have flipped Delver.
And let's see if Felix wants to put the pressure on, or if he sees like one of the things that I can lose the game to is the turn 2. Failure. Then I'm keeping it up. So let's see if Felix sees where he can lose the game, and he does it. Yeah.
Well, losing the game at this, I think it's quite early to say, but Failure is being cast, and he definitely wants to make sure that he can kill it on site. But I think that we see actually a daze on the side from Thomas, if I remember correctly. Yes, exactly. So that he can actually protect and potentially pair now with a Quantum Riddler to go for the full-blown combo. Exactly, yes. So that is super strong. That is the 1-2 punch that Thomas' deck is designed to do. And Felix now has the opportunity to deal with the Quantum Riddler potentially in the future because he has an unholy hit in his hand. And if you can now find another type of card, he needs a sorcery exactly, then the unholy hit would be able to kill the Quantum Riddler.
Or you can just
Or
Pyroblast
yeah,
it.
lose the Pyroblast, exactly. That is a much better way to do it, much cleaner way. But Thomas at least drew 2 cards off of it. So I think, Thomas definitely got his advantage.
And if you see the correct positioning on the battlefield, Thomas is notoriously known for the further the creatures are away from him, the further his advantage bars goes. We're currently right at 50-50. But jokes aside, I think the position for Thomas looks really great here. Even though he's at 13 life, he got his opponent down to 3 cards in hand with a failure out.
Yeah, he has access to a lot of resources at the moment. He just needs some more land drops, and he found an island now from the ponder. And this failure is on the battlefield, and Felix had to use his turn to deal with the Riddler at first. And there's also another Riddler potentially coming for Thomas to have the same trick, oops, I did it again style kind of thing. So let's see if he can deploy that potentially next turn and get another Riddler going.
Yeah, and one neat thing I think he can do now is attacking with failure, resetting the Delva, Felix having to flip it once again. It's really, really nice.
Yeah, it's free to do this failure, even if it's sometimes not as impressive alone, but there's some interactions where failure can have some small impacts. I think one of the best examples is actually if you're playing against the Chalice on the void, then you can just use the failure to reset and have it then come back on 0 counter. So that is something that I've actually done my quite fair share of that.
For example, against Trinisphere, you can exit a Trinisphere, play your turn through the Trinisphere.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, all those kind of things. Super nice.
Yeah.
Felix, now let's see if he actually has a removal spell in hand. Yeah. There's a bolt that right now can kill the failure. I think he's pretty happy to have that.
Yeah, and I think you just go the wasteland on the tundra. You bolt the failure.
I would play the wasteland and then go for the bolt first to play around days. It's just a good habit to do, and then you can wasteland the tundra exactly. Then it looks actually quite nice for Felix. Gets to remove the failure, attack, and then wasteland. Yeah.
No. Why is the meticulous archive away?
I think maybe he just wanted to point it at the wrong card, but meant it anyway. So
okay,
they should be able to communicate that.
I mean, it changes some stuff. I mean, when dazing running around, it makes a difference. But yeah, there's still the failure in play. We knew that Thomas doesn't draw a land for the next turn, which may incline him not to brainstorm, but maybe he brainstorms on his next turn now with the Soul Island that he has. But no, he decides to do it this turn, but gets himself Wasteland. Not Wasteland, but Brainstorm locked.
Brainstorm locked, yeah. Yeah, I think there's... on the one hand, you want to use the mana and you don't want to pass the turn. But on the other hand, you could have also just waited and wait for your next turn. And then in your main phase, where you draw another card, dig 1 card deeper to potentially find a land. At the very least, here's an Erode that potentially deals with the next threat, which is the Murktide.
Yeah.
So I think that is fine, but of course, yeah, if Thomas keeps on missing land drops, that in the end might be difficult. As of now, I think it's still okay. Felix does not have too much going on. He still has the removal spells, and Felix only has 2 more cards left in his hand. He's still prompted to do something because if Thomas gets a couple of turns, then for sure. I mean, look at his hand. I mean,
Yeah.
he has so much stuff that he really wants to deploy.
One turn cycle basically on the side of
Yeah.
Thomas when he is unlocked. He can go the 1-2 punch once again for Ilya
Yeah.
into Quantum Riddler.
Yeah.
So we really have to look at some advantages that Felix can do. But the pond is really nice. Maybe finds a bolt or some form of removal, or finds a core steel cutter, or more importantly, finds the flow state. He did the flow state of the pond. Yeah, that's a new one. Before we only had brainstorms from ponders and ponders from brainstorms.
The cantrips get too complicated.
Yeah, there are too many of them. But yeah, the next turn, I think there is still an instant in there, or not. We have no. I think there are no instants currently in the graveyard.
Yeah.
But the DRC has to jam itself into the Murktide on the next turn, most likely. But we get the days.
Yeah.
And this one is huge. This one is so huge.
Yeah, that's the punishing thing if you don't have your land drops, unfortunately. But I think Thomas was not really allowed to play around that any time. He needs to deploy his cards. I think it's fine. He still has the failure plus the Riddler potentially for the next couple of turns. And of course, Felix is now happy that he could deploy his days, which actually made sure that the Dragon Age Channeler is now 3/3 and makes sure that the flow state nets him 2 cards. So that was fantastic for Felix.
Yeah, this turn cycle was insane. So I think he is actually at 7 life. Yeah. And now with 3 cards in hand on the side of Felix, is this a Raft Hammer? Or am I missing something?
It's a bolt and a core steel cutter and a brainstorm, I think.
This one is big. I mean, the land is good on the side of Thomas, but he's still limited in his ability to play any white spell.
Yeah.
He does not have to remove a spell there.
I think he's thinking now whether he goes for the Lavinia or the Philia in instant, and I also like it that he now goes for the instant speed Philia. Felix, I guess, will just go for the core steel cutter, and he can. It's not interesting. On the one hand, you can just go, okay, I want to go for the potential kill and say, yeah, bolt phase, trigger, the core steel, and then potentially attack for lethal. But then he cannot use the bolt to kill a potential failure now. That would come down. He's just taking his chance, basically, and now this 5 power.
Then you have to jam the failure into the token to trade it off.
You can trade it off. That you leaves you at 1 life and Dragon Age Channeler to be faced. And Thomas needs to find something now.
And what is some stuff that can happen?
That's nice. Quantum Riddler plus Stifle to leave it on the battlefield that potentially blocks the Dragon Age Channeler, as the Quantum Riddler is also a flying creature. I like it quite a bit. Does we have a daze though?
Okay. Nice from Felix, our local guy, to
perfect dazes, I want to say, yeah. Really
win
good.
the match. The brainstorm lock on the side of Thomas was the really deciding factor. Felix, even though he went low on cards, the one flow state was really important to give him that much firepower.
It was a combination that he got to daze the Murktide that also enabled the flow state to pick up 2 cards, and then the second and final daze that dealt with the Stifle in the end from Thomas's side. Thomas unfortunately was brainstorm locked. If he would have another land or 2 in the previous turns, I think it would be much fine. He could have paid for the days, and things would be quite looking differently. So there's a little bit the downside of this blue-white deck. Sometimes if you're missing land drops and wasteland and days is involved, things can get a little bit clunky. And well, Thomas had everything in hand, definitely, but didn't have the time to deploy everything.
Yeah, and that's the thing, actually, because the deck doesn't really run any one drops besides the removal and the Brainstorm Ponder slot.
And the Tamio.
And the Tamio.
Yeah.
And if you draw more
And the
the
Stifle.
Faelia Quantum Riddler slot,
Yeah.
to do something a little bit more proactive,
Yeah.
you're only running 16 lands. If you exclude the wastelands in this point, and it's just a little bit.
Yeah.
It's like 1 or 2 lands more than Blue Red Delver. But if you look at Blue Red Delver, you have like the whole proactive suite comes from 1 or 2 mana. You have the DRCs, you have the Delvers, you have the Murktide basically for 2, and the Core Steel Cutter for 2, and yeah, it feels like the mana situation, if both have very low resources and lands, it favors a little bit more the Blue-Red Delver side.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, blue-red is a little bit more lower to the ground, and the longer the game goes, blue-white is more happy. Let's put it that way. And but this time around, yeah, we got to see how blue-red Temple is able to power through and get the job done before the opponent could stabilize. So very well done. And it's nice, nice to see this kind of action going on in Legacy.
Yeah, it's really nice to see Blue-Red being a little bit more on the table now with Flowstead. It always needs just a little small punch. Most of the decks, like one good printing that puts a deck basically back on the table. I mean, we had a small resurgence with the printing of Core Steel Cutter, that Blue-Red Delver pulled its weight again, but it fell down a little bit because the matchup against Blue-Black was just so bad.
Yeah, and I think still this would be the case, but I think at the moment blue-black is a little bit pushed down through the, I want to say almost dominance of Tron and Lance, for example, and also the Mardu energy decks. That leaves the blue-red deck more breathing room at the moment. So I think it is a matter of how much the percentage of blue-black is in the meta game that blue-red can, it can flourish or not. But yeah, in this case, it was looking good now for Felix. He's 2-0. Let's see how it continues.
Yeah, for sure. But we have some time, so I think we talk just a little bit. Do you want to start off with talking how yesterday went, or is yesterday and we look forward for what we are playing for today?
I mean, yesterday was really fantastic. We had our main event, and we can maybe have a look at the top 8 deck lists again, just shortly, that were, yeah, battling it out in the last couple of matches in the Austrian Legacy Masters. We had a very diverse meta game, 8 different decks. I said at the beginning of the stream, 0 copies of Flow State. I'm not sure if that is the case for the Saga Storm. I was not really sure if that actually has it.
we can look
Potentially
it
this
up,
deck
yeah.
actually run Flow State, but so I have to potentially correct myself here. But if that was not the case, then actually there was, besides that, no Flow States in the top 8. That is a very interesting observation, I think. Cephalid Breakfast actually took it down. No big innovation from that deck. It's just plain classical version, Esper, and no, it was really really cool to see. And battled it out actually against Tomasz Fliczek that we just saw. He was also the finalist. He
Yeah.
got second place with the same deck, Blue White Riddler. I think is somewhat really an underdog. The Blue White deck is amazing. This failure and Riddler combination, and you have a lot of interaction against a lot of decks that people are not paying too much attention, right? If you stifle a fetch land, if you potentially also stifle Tassa triggers and Storm triggers, you have tools against combo. This deck can be quite strong. Right now, yeah, it's just showing that it's also a deck that needs this mana and didn't quite find the resources to win against Blue-Red. But yeah, we saw that also yesterday in the finals, basically.
Yeah, it's really really nice to see Thomas here. He's really an expert in especially those shells. It's blue, it's white, and sometimes he really likes to play Esper. It's those are his decks, and he's really, really good at this play style. He's usually in contention for top 8 or even for the win. And yesterday we had him in the finals. Today we had him in round 2, but I would not count him out to be once again in the top 8 of our tournament once again. But let's just quickly talk about what the players for today can earn themselves before we are heading in a future break. So what can the players actually win today?
So we have today the Austrian Legacy Challenge. We just have witnessed round number 2. There's 4 rounds to go, plus top 8. And you can see now on the screen the prizes that each players are battling it out for. So it is the smaller brother of the Austrian Legacy Masters that we just had yesterday. But still, this pool of prizes are quite nice things to battle for. The first person gets a dual land plus the precious Elmin White. Playset of Bowmasters for the second one. Places 3 and 4 an Ancient Tomb, the old version. 5 to 8 get an Eye of Ugin, and even we pay out up to 9 to 12 on the Hexing Squelchers. And the good thing is that you can also see it on the screen. We have very, very nice sponsoring by Ultimate Guard. So thanks very much for them for providing us with some goodies, some deck boxes, some playmats that we also can use and provide our players with some nice goodies for that.
Yeah, it's really, really nice that Ultimate Guard sponsored the whole weekend. We had a lot of prizes. Yesterday we had prizes from Ultimate Guard down to place 16 on our warm-up FNM. We had really, really nice prizes for the whole top 8. And today it's prizes for the top 12 here. So yeah, really, really big shout out and thank you to Ultimate Guard for sponsoring the whole event. You can go to the website, you can buy their product in your local game stores. The cards are excellent. I, for myself, have to say, I'm using actually Ultimate Guard sleeves as well. So yeah, really, really big shout out to the company there. But we are heading in a short break before you have Felix and Philip returning for the cast for round 3 and 4 of today's Austrian Legacy Challenge.
Okay.
Hello everyone to the Austrian Legacy Challenge. This is day 3 of the Austrian Legacy Masters, and I'm Philipp Klein, and I'm here with my co-host Felix Stenitzer, and I have to switch
the names.
the names.
We're not Daniel and Peter. They will be back later. Don't worry.
But now it should
And
work. Yeah.
perfect.
So
you're
now everything's right. Okay. So we are now here, your host for the next 2 rounds. So this is round 3. We will see a favorite deck of mine on the stream, and that's Dredge. I think you have played a little bit of Dredge in your lifetime.
Yeah, like years ago, it was my first legacy deck ever. Actually, I played Dredge. Yeah, it was way weaker back then, or way stronger, depending on like the decks. Were overall,
Depending who you ask.
yeah. Like the decks were overall weaker, right? But
the deck were overall
the
the
power
power
level
creep is
was weaker, yeah. But the Dredge cards basically stayed the same. I think new additions, maybe Ox.
yeah. Okay, we can just look at the stream deck and deck list of Dredge. I think the Oxodragonas, the Anger is pretty much new in these lists.
And the Poxwalkers, of course.
The Poxwalkers and also Otherworldly Gaze. And probably the biggest addition or the biggest change from yesteryears is they are now playing a fetchable mana base. So they're playing Scalding Tarns, they're playing Underground Seas, Volcanic Islands, and also some basics. So the rainbow days of Dredge are gone.
Yeah, I remember playing like Mana Crypts, Mana Confluence, City of Brass, Gemstone Mine. I think they were like the 12 lands you played, and then some Colosseums. And let's see if we can find the decks on my decks.
Yeah, let's try it. Let's try it. There
Anton is
it
playing
is.
perfect Affinity.
Okay, but I can't put it in the stream deck, but that's fine, I guess.
Go on back, like go back 1 page, and then you can.
Okay, let's take a look at the
game it's starting.
game. It starts.
You can use the star in the top left corner.
Ah, okay, then it works. It should work now on Stream Decker, so we have both decks there for you guys, and let's give them a go. What do you think, Felix? Who's favorite here? It's two very fast decks.
We have one Thomas script in the main deck for Affinity. So if he has that one, that's gonna be nuts.
Yeah, ThermoScript. But ThermoScript just slows it down, right?
I mean, you can loop it with like Emery and Veldas every turn. So that's like, you can soft lock it, the Dredge deck, I guess. But I think overall the Dredge deck might be more explosive than the Affinity deck.
Sounds like it, but I think we have... Okay, there's no ley lines in the deck of Anton.
There's just a second Tormod script, the Soulguide Lantern, and
Lavinia.
Yeah.
That's about it. Maybe a Disruptor Flute and Force Indication. I mean, you have something to board in, but yeah, let's focus on game one at first. We have a Scalding Tarn and a LED. So this is force check in my opinion. Do you force this?
I mean, I don't know it's Dredge, so I don't think I force it. But this I force now, I guess. The breakthrough, right?
Yeah, you have to force
Yeah.
this.
If I have to force, I sack the LED, I make 3 mana, and now I discard my Dredgers, and it's Stinkweed Imp, Dredge Return, Nakumiba, Otherworldly Gaze. I think LED should be in the graveyard first.
It should be in the graveyard first. I mean, it doesn't matter that much for LED. But there are certainly cards in Legacy where graveyard orders matters. So therefore, it's always vital to keep your graveyard clean.
Yeah, I think that's like the best possible start for a Dredge deck, right? You have the LED turn 1 to discard your entire hand. You have to breakthrough with at least one Dredger to start like drawing cards. So if there is no force, you're free to go. But
there's the force.
There's the force.
And I think you have to force this.
Yeah.
For sure. I'm unsure if that's the right play, in my opinion, to really just go for it. But that being said, I mean, it's game one against an unknown opponent. How many forces can they have? It's around 40% that they have force plus blue card. So in 60% of matches, you are, even against blue deck, safe.
Yeah, I think yesterday we have seen many non-blue decks. At the top tiers, like lots of Nickfit, Eldrazi, Tron, even land variant. So there are many non-blue decks, I think, floating around this weekend.
Yeah.
So
and also Anton yesterday played Tron. So maybe the Dredge player was thinking, yeah,
yesterday you played Tron.
You are playing Tron again.
Yeah. Interesting. Now without the forces, the Affinity deck has not a lot going on. It was like 2 more lands and a Kappa Cannoneer, I think, what I've spotted in his hand.
A Seed of Synod, yeah.
A Volcanic Island and a Kappa, so not much left after the force, of course. So how much is the Dredge deck slowed down now, do you think?
It depends. You still draw 5 every turn now with the Stinkweed Imp. There's another, so you can still draw 5 every turn. It's fine, I guess. But it's like you don't do anything right now. You don't have the mana for the Otherworldly Gaze. And that's why I'm a fan of going turn 2 in Dredge.
So you can play a second land and...
You play a second land, because once you commit to a plan, you are really forced, or once you decide for a plan, you have to commit to it. You can't, I Dredge now and then I draw one and I Dredge again, because that will surely lose you the game.
You just go all in on the Dredge plan, or you wait a little bit and go all in later.
Yeah, I mean, what Dominic could have tried here was like, okay, I now know he's on Affinity. I now know what is maybe on the top of my deck. I just try to draw 2 to 3 times. Try to find a second land. Because a second land really opens up so much more possibilities of the deck. Like you have done Otherworldly Gaze, to flashback, or you can draw in LED, which also opens up a lot of more possibilities.
Yeah, also, couldn't he just, like, he cracked LED for 3 mana? Couldn't he likely crack it for 3 red to hope he get it looting? Maybe it's just correct to crack it for 3 blue here, so you can at least flashback the Otherworldly Gaze here in that spot.
Yeah, the thing is, if you crack it for blue, then you don't do a lot this turn.
Yeah, you don't have the explosiveness of when you hit a looting with the Dredge and you can go for it. Okay, makes sense. We saw a Goblin Wild and an Emery now from the Affinity player. I think he made a Skateboard, a Volk, and 2 Lotus Petals.
Yeah, I think we can with Goblin Welder we can welder everything in and out right now.
Mhm.
So we have a Narcomoeba trigger and a bridge in the graveyard. So that's pretty nice,
I
actually.
think a therapy is also there in the graveyard.
But that's the situation where I don't want the therapy right now. You get one token out of it, and it's really about to make the to max out your bridge triggers.
But there is a creature in the graveyard in Twin Shot Sniper. It's an artifact creature. So you could, like, if you have another land, you could Emery, cast a Twin Shot Sniper, and then welder it.
Okay,
Back to the
and
graveyard
then
to kill the bridge, right?
Then kill the bridge. Yeah, that's true. That works.
Of course, we don't know if Anton has a third land in hand as Dominic. We do as casters, but Dominic doesn't know that.
I think he's contemplating about flashing back to therapy. But it's like what you name. Therapy is the best when you can name things that you're losing to,
Yeah.
like turn 1 Fossil Will or something. And in my opinion, you get a 2/2, and what are you losing to probably at that moment?
I mean, you're losing to Kapakanya puts a lot of pressure, but it can be replayed with Emery and with Velda, so you don't want to actually discard it.
Yeah.
And also, isn't this like a good setup for a Sewer Valence Cam combo?
Yeah, so Awareness Camp would be strong, but it's still, in my opinion, right to not cable therapy here.
Yeah, I also think so. Now
If
that-
you hit the second bridge next turn, that it looks totally different.
yeah, for sure. I mean, you could at some point therapy yourself, right, to get like rid of 2 grave trolls.
Yeah, that's also true.
Like for next turn, he dredges another troll and then therapies
Fair.
himself.
Yeah, which is also pretty good to keep the dredging going. The dredge deck is always really scary once it gets access to a lot of cards in the graveyard.
So now, I'm not sure if Anton sees this play, but he could likely just walk and cast Twin Shot Sniper and then get rid of the bridge. But maybe he doesn't want to do that yet, so maybe he wants to,
He wants to max it out probably.
yeah, for next turn maybe. But I guess he could do it with Emery and, well, like he can. May I have a look at Twin Shot Sniper?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Does it work like this? Yeah, so it's
It deals
a
2
4
damage to the
mana,
target,
2/3
yeah.
that reaches deals to target. Yeah, so he can like even shoot his own Emery if he wants to in theory, but he can just
Well,
do
then
damage to the
well out, yeah.
opponent and then welder it in. Is that dying if you welder something?
Yeah, it's dying.
Yeah, it's dying. It's a die trigger. Okay.
I think it's a die trigger.
Because it's like exchange, it's like old wording, right?
Yeah, it's an old wording. Let me look it up in Scryfall. Goblin Welder. So
On top of that.
choose target artifact.
Sacrifice the artifact.
Sacrifices, so it dies. Yeah.
Yeah. So you sacrifice the creature, but instead we go for Emery for the bobber here. So he didn't see that
Making
line, I
some
guess.
value. Or he just wants to max it out.
Yeah. But you can do it every turn since you can like sack it with Welder and then cast it with Emery again and then you sack it with Welder. Like as long as you have these 2 cards, you can like replay it and sacrifice it every turn.
And just ping your opponent to death in the meantime.
Yeah, for 4 mana.
Which sounds like a nice game plan actually. I mean, Dominic hasn't really much going on right now on this side, so
And
that
get-
would already bring some in some damage and maybe
You're getting rid of one of the bridges already.
Yeah.
So he only has 3 left in the deck while he's stretching for 4 cards, 6 cards a turn. So there's not like he's not stretching for 12 or 20 or
Yeah.
like a bunch of cards. It's just 6 per turn. So
it's just 6. Yeah.
yeah, it's just 6, you know. But if you do this like every turn, he dredges for 6, and you every turn kill all the bridges that are getting milled. The chances are pretty low that you can do something impactful because
And what do you put Needle on Cephalic Colosseum? Maybe that's probably the best thing. But I don't think Dominic will draw this draw any
game.
cards this
Yeah,
game.
I don't think he will draw any cards anymore. Maybe it's LED, maybe it's Colosseum. So like the 2 things. I guess LED is a mana ability, right? So you can't.
Yeah, you
needle
can't
it.
needle it. You can't Phyrex and revoke it.
Mhm.
That works, but you can't needle it.
And he actually decides to draw a card here, and it was, I think, a basic island.
That's pretty strong. Colosseum. The needle is on Colosseum, which is the right thing to do. And drawing a card here is, like I said, you have to commit or get lucky and draw the land right now. That's also pretty strong.
Meanwhile, what Anton is representing is like Welder on the
Twin shot sniper.
sniper and killing off the Emery or the welder itself. So like kill something of your own in case. Oh, it was Lotus Petal.
Lotus Petal. Oh, I like that. So you can end of turn flashback Otherworldly Gaze, set up your draw,
Mm-hmm.
and then draw something good, maybe an LED to flashback the looting.
Mm-hmm.
Or is that an Ox of Agonas in the graveyard? I don't know
Not
right now.
yet, I don't think so. But maybe there will be one with the Otherworldly Gaze.
Yeah, maybe like the best possible outcome here for Dominic would be Otherworldly Gaze end of turn, mill how's it called? Faceless looting,
Yeah.
and draw an LED to simply just swarm the board.
Yeah, and Anton is like drawing 3 cards a turn now. He's using Emery to cast Mishra's Bauble and then Velda Mishra's Bauble back, so he's drawing 3 cards a turn, digging for his one of Tormod's Crypt in the main deck, because that's like
But he has found
lights
the
out.
Saga, yeah.
Yeah.
He has found the Saga, which will bring the Tormod script in 3 turns.
Yeah. As soon as he hits the Tormod's Crypt, the game is like, oh, you have Emery and Velda, you can like crypt 3 times a turn. The game is simply just over. But now we have Saga at least to get the crypt in 3 turns.
Yeah, Dominic should surely gaze end of turn.
I think now he's
Now he's seeing it, the Twin Shot Sniper, yeah.
Maybe the Opal wasn't turned on. That was the issue, I think.
Ah, yeah, might be. We're killing the Narcomoeba, okay.
Yeah, in response to the ETB trigger,
Getting a
well,
ball.
so the bridge dies before the Narcomoeba dies.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. You're only
Yeah, you just kill the It's like
kill one.
ETB, kill the Narcomoeba in response, get rid of the bridge because your own creature dies, and then the Narcomoeba just goes to graveyard and there's no bridge left, so we don't even get a 2/2 zombie out of it. I think he had the Metalcraft with the Seed of the Synod, Bauble, and Moxopol, so he had the possibility to do that last turn, but...
I also think they already had Metalcraft.
Yeah.
Maybe they just haven't seen it.
Mm-hmm.
With just Bobber.
Or which of the 2 dredges is it? We know both. Like, Anton should know both cards in hand, yeah. And now we're going for Bauble again.
Drawing a lot of cards.
Seeing the same card again that was on top before. So do you gaze here in the end step?
You gaze here. In my opinion, it's certainly right to gaze here.
Yeah. We see Ashen Rider, land.
Ashen Rider, land, and what's the 3rd card?
I don't know. Isn't gaze 4 cards?
No, it's just 3.
Oh, I thought this card was better in my head, I guess.
Poxwalkers and Ashen Rider, and
the
on
mountain
top there's the land. That's okay-ish.
Yeah, we have a 2nd gaze in the graveyard, so we can do that again next turn.
Yeah.
And then we can try to find the 3rd land, and then we can start flashbacking the lootings.
In my opinion, that's what I really don't like about these new lists. It's like you simply although you can flashback looting, they are a little bit more slower. Like it's not as explosive, although it can be. But there's just so many dredges. I just don't do nothing.
I mean, imagine, the turn 1 force of will doesn't happen and the game is likely over.
Yeah, the game then it's likely over. That's true.
And we see Therapy, Golgari Fuck, and what is it, Narcomoeba?
I think it's a Colosseum.
It's a Colosseum, so we keep it on top for sure.
No, the Colosseum. Yeah, it's not. No,
We can-
no Pithing Needle.
We can use it as a land anyway.
Yeah.
And of course, it's better than a land here, actually, like a random land, because the Pithing Needle is not on the battlefield, as you said. Yeah. So we have 1 more turn until it's time for Tormod's Crypt.
Yeah, probably.
The clock is ticking.
It's pretty interesting right now because Dominic is building up, and if Anton doesn't really find anything, the game can still be very fast over.
And also casting a Therapy here doesn't do anything since the Affinity deck, like all the creatures are artifacts.
Yeah.
So you can like replay them with Welder and Emery. It's just about Force of Will. And you're not really scared of Force of Will at this point. 2 are gone already.
Yeah.
To the turn 1 Force Pitch Force. And you're not planning on really casting anything. If this is really a Colosseum on top, then you plan to activate that next turn. Since you draw 3, right?
That's right.
That's even better, yeah. So we're just looking at through the graveyard, wondering if we should Therapy something, but
No, you don't Therapy here.
Yeah, I don't think there's like anything useful to therapy for, so just wait for some more zombie tokens.
The best thing you can do is therapy yourself and get rid of Griff Trolls.
Mm-hmm.
So you can dredge a little bit more than with Colosseum.
Yeah, I think it is a dredge 16. There's 1 troll and 2 imps in the graveyard, so that at least you get to dredge 16, which is not the worst, right? Now let's see.
Dredge 18.
It's 5, 5, 6.
6.
Yeah, with
Grave Troll is 6 and
Yeah,
you
but-
draw 3 free cards with Colosseum.
yeah, but if you have 2 imps, you've guaranteed dredge 16. That's the main.
Okay, yeah.
Guaranteed 2 imps and 1 troll, so that's guaranteed dredge 16. But you could. of
You
course, go
draw, you dredge another troll, that's for sure.
with 1 in hand already. You like the odds?
I like the odds, yeah. Because you therapy yourself, then you have 2 and easy.
If you do it before, okay.
In the next
Yeah, let's see.
12 cards there should be a troll.
Let's see. What's
The
up?
only thing is because no, they can't respond to a land drop, right?
No, to Lantern you can't respond. But you
So-
can respond to the activation of.
But not with Piffy
No,
Needle.
no, with Pick-
That's the thing.
Yeah. There's another welder. So in my head, what's on top is likely another land. Or we get skateboard to haste the welder.
Okay, and what you weld in and out, you just draw a bunch of cards, or
Do you have surveillance cam here?
no, a Kappa Cannoneer and a Lotus Petal. Probably welding in and out and drawing a lot of cards, but also maybe keeping it up for the twin shot sniper.
Yeah, so we have 2 twin shots. We can always instant speed, get the sniper and kill something. And
now-
there's Colosseum.
That was maybe a misplay. Because he doesn't get rid of the cards in his hand, so the dredges aren't
I mean, it's a guaranteed dredge 16, and I think that's.
yeah, maybe that's enough.
Let's see what we get here. Nothing so much.
Nothing so much.
So far,
okay.
yeah. No, dredge 5 again.
2, 3, 4, 5, and
Mm.
dredge 6 again. 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, so at least we got the Ox, we got 2 bridges, and some more Poxwalkers.
Yeah, now discard 3.
3 trolls.
We've got the bridges. We've got the twin shot sniper, so the bridges aren't doing a lot of work.
Yeah, now you start with casting therapy, I guess. To get 2 zombies out of the Poxwalkers, and the Poxwalkers will come back again, right?
Unfortunately, I mean, Anton then can still. Okay. Anton can still respond here with twin shot sniper into welding it out again to get the bridges out of the graveyard,
But-
which he will do.
Do you get 2 triggers still? Like, there right now, the first Poxwalker got sacrificed. You have 2 triggers in this deck.
Yeah, they're on the stack right now.
That are still resolved if bridges exiled.
The bridges say if they are in your graveyard, then you get the zombies. So the bridges get exiled and you don't get
You
anything.
get any zombies, okay.
Yeah.
You just therapy your opponent, I guess. Naming.
And he killed Emery. Okay, interesting. Why would you kill Emery here?
I mean, with 2 welders, you don't really need Emery, right? And you can keep yourself a second activation open to like sacrifice the welder in case something happens. Like if Dominic now has a looting in hand for whatever reason, right? You can always get another weld activation to kill the twin shot sniper
Yeah.
again.
You know-
And also you have to kill something of your own, right? So you either shoot the Emery or you have to use the second welder. So it's like better to keep up a second welder activation, I think.
The problem is here right now that we have a Tormod script next turn.
Yeah, like the bridges should be gone now.
The bridges
they
are
are already
gone.
gone,
Yeah,
yeah.
they're gone.
And the therapy makes no sense because now you got 2 welder in a kappa for free.
Yeah. So that's definitely not the right thing to do here, in my opinion.
Yeah, now we get the Tormod script and then it's game over. How big are the Poxwalkers? 3/3s or 3/1s?
3-1s with that Death Touch.
Death touch, okay. So now we can make a construct. Maybe we can even kill here. with the skateboard. The Kappa is a 5/5, I think. Now a 6/6 with the construct. Then a 7/7 with the Trommel script. The construct is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The skateboard is
Yeah,
a
that's the
7.
crypt.
Yeah. And Dominic
Yeah,
scoops up his
scoops
cards.
it up. Yeah. Very, very unfortunate for our Dredge player, to be honest,
Mhm.
to really misevaluate the first hand, probably.
I think it's like when you play Dredge, you're signing up for doing this turn 1 plays, I think.
Yeah, it's true.
I'm not even sure if you had a second land in hand. Then maybe you could wait one more turn if there's a second land. I don't remember.
I mean, what I really like is, okay, he was on the play. I still like going turn 1 gaze, or playing LED turn 1 gaze, and just look what is up. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you can still go next turn for a big Dredge. Yeah.
And if you still have like a second land in hand,
Because
can-
because what you're losing to game 1, turn 1, it's
Just
is
two
there
oops,
is there
right?
yeah, 2 oops? Is there a reason to go that fast? Because even if you're thinking, okay, Anton yesterday has maybe played Tron,
Yeah.
there's not a real reason to go that fast.
I mean, Tron can go turn 1 to Trinisphere. To go like Ancient Tomb, Grim Monolith, Trinisphere. The Tron decks play for Trinisphere main deck.
But then you're still fine with slow dredging. Then you can still just maybe play a Cephalic Colosseum out, have out the LED and say go, and simply dredge 5 every turn, which might be enough.
I mean, also if it's Tron, there could be something like, I guess in a dream world, you could also go Monolith into Key into Karn.
Yeah.
Shuts off the LED, gets a Tron script. So maybe he was like pressured into doing this on turn 1. Or you could also do like the Kozilek's Command exiting card from a graveyard.
Yeah,
so,
Command is pretty strong.
So there are many things. If he thinks on Tron, I think it's correct to do it on turn 1 because you just have to try and hit something turn 1, and if the breakthrough resolves, you just win the game against Tron. And
Yeah,
if
that's
you wait one more turn, there's so many combinations. Like you can do turn 1 Khan, you can do turn 1 Transfer, you can do turn 1 Cossacks Command, which stops the Dredge deck. So I think it's correct to go off on turn 1
To
if
go
you
as
think your
fast
opponent
as-
is on
Yeah,
Tron.
if you think your opponent. Okay, that's fine, I guess. Yeah. It's a little bit of a philosophical question here.
Of course, if you play many leagues with, can you link the standings pairings, please? Of course, we can do that.
Of course, we do that. So in the chat, there are the pairings, aka standings.
I mean, I think if you play a lot of Dredge, you likely sometimes get a feeling if you want to do it or not. Like it's with all the combo decks, as the more you're familiar with the deck, I'm just fear crafting stuff. Like the last time I played the Dredge deck was I think 2018, so like 8 years ago. And back then you pretty much confidently went for turn 1 LED breakthrough because there was like less force of negation. There was only force and days, and if you're on turn 1, there's really only force of will, and there were like decks like Red Stompy who played Chalice and other stuff to annoy you. So pretty much these days it's just force of will that punishes you.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Looking at the sideboard, what have we got here? 3 into the flood mod to get rid of annoying permanents. What's Curious Dismissal? Does it like counter an artifact or enchantment?
No, it kills enchantments.
Ooh.
Or it returns any number of target enchantments.
That's a funny card, yeah.
That will probably come in here for Dredge because I'm not sure how familiar is Dominic with Affinity lists. If he thinks Anton is on ley lines, then he will surely bring in the 3 into the flood mode, the 2 Curious Dismissal.
Shenanigans is like
killing an artifact,
I guess, Affinity.
Also, so he will bring in surely 5 to 7 cards probably.
Maybe also wants to bring in ley lines since we saw Emery, we saw the Welder. That means like we have the surveillance combo in the like with double Welder surveillance combo in the Affinity deck.
That's true. Maybe it's just right to bring in 4 ley lines to Shenanigans.
Yeah, I guess so.
Just to kill everything, just to stop the Welder Shenanigans, to do their thing, to stop the combo.
I think Anton can get, as we saw, fairly easily get rid of the bridges.
Of the bridges, yeah.
Although it's only with the twin shot sniper and Pinnacle emissaries and the kappas. So he needs like one of these, I think, 8 artifact creatures
And the good thing is, if Dominic has Leyline, the bridges won't get exiled anymore.
Exactly, yeah.
Because the creatures don't die anymore on
Yeah.
the opposing side.
Is it like the token creatures still die, or is it? I
No.
read something about it.
No, it's like
There was a troll post, right?
no, that wasn't a troll post. It works exactly like that because Leyline of the Void is a replacement effect, and it's token can still die.
Mm-hmm.
So if a drone gets rolled out, the bridges get exiled still. But any card won't trigger the bridge. It's different with Rest in Peace because Rest in Peace explicitly says if a card or a token would enter the graveyard, then it gets exiled. So it doesn't work with Rest in Peace. It was the question because of Ajani, the Nakathal Pariah.
If it transforms with a Leyline
If
out.
it transforms with a Leyline out, or if it transforms with a Rest in Peace out. So with a Rest in Peace out, it won't transform because nothing dies. But with a Leyline out, it still transforms. I mean, why would you bring in Leyline against cats? But
if that's what you're trying to stop at Johnny, and you think that works, yeah?
that won't work, yeah.
I think
Very
Dominic goes
interesting.
down to 5 already. And we see Anton had
A Disruptive Flute.
also a
and-
Soul God Lantern over to Saga, so he has like turn 1 Graveyard Hate.
Yeah, that's always very, very hard to come through.
And Dominic going down to 5, so
He's probably searching for Into the Floodmaw or Curious Dismissal.
I think the second hand I saw was like all spells, nothing like
Okay,
nothing
okay.
good, so like completely blank hand. So let's see if we can find a working 5 here. Or maybe he tries to find Leyline. Let's see if we can get a working 5 for Dominic, so we can see. Also, Anton won the first game, so maybe we can show it on stream.
Yeah.
Perfect.
The thing is, such one shot, clear your graveyard or something, isn't really something that really hinders Dredge. It's just when you can do it over and over again.
There's also a
the
Veldon
deck
Emery
first
in the
part, yeah.
hand, so
Yeah.
And Saga gets the Torment script if needed in like 3 turns.
So there are two clear graveyards here. Pretty hard to come by.
And now Dominic Mulligan down to 4 cards, so I think don't want to call it too early, right? But this looks kind of grim for the Dredge deck.
This looks kinda grim, right?
But of course, the Dredge deck can have something very explosive turn 1, like you keep, I don't know, Land Breakthrough, LED, and Grave Troll. That's like the 4 cards you keep, and then you get lucky in the Dredges, and you just start going off on turn 1 again. And it's fine with 4 cards, right?
It's fine.
Or like
LED, Grave Troll.
Mhm.
Okay, that's not LED and Grave Troll.
That's just LED, Breakthrough, and
Unmask. Oh,
Yeah.
that's not that great.
oh, it's
That's a good start.
and the last one was Breakthrough.
The last card is Breakthrough, yeah.
Is it like draw 4 or draw 3 and then discard
Draw 4, discard
X?
X, yeah.
I'll keep X.
Keep
So-
X, yeah.
Okay.
I like picking here the Soul Guide Lantern,
Yeah.
even though he can weld it out.
I mean, you need a second artifact. So like he goes turn 1 Saga, Lotus Petal Welder, and then he goes Flute, I guess.
You go here, Breakthrough. You won't find the Dredger.
Mm-hmm. You just draw 4 and then discard your hand. So it's basically like 1 mana mill 4, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not the best thing to do, but with the Mullen 4, I mean, what?
I mean, it's, I guess, best case for Mulligan to 4, right?
Yeah.
You took the Soul God Lantern, and now you have 4 more cards. It's like you saw 8 cards in your opening hand, or like 7 cards. And now you did Mulligan, right?
Yeah, that's true.
kind of.
That's true.
And then there's no force, so we just break through here and mill 4 cards.
And hope we find something.
We find a Dredger. There's a Stink with him.
Oh.
Yeah.
Doesn't look too bad. And he missed his Narcomoeba trigger. Oh my god.
No.
He
draws the card.
wrote it. Ah.
Yeah. It's not.
We
a
are
good-
talking so much about mill because and that's why I thought.
Yeah. If break for like, okay, I mill 4 cards.
Yeah.
That would be nice.
Would be definitely better.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, not better, but
Ooh,
different.
Soul Cauldron. That's also a Graveyard Hate piece that can be played on turn 1 thanks to a Lotus Petal.
Yeah.
So you might see that, and then we take the Imp, and I like that one best, I think.
That's a really strong play here. Petal, and we will see an Emery, really?
He's thinking like if you petal here, you can announce to cast Emery, then it costs 2 mana, and then you pay Petal and Saga, so you can play it here. And the next turn start getting the Soul Guard Lantern going. But I think you should just play the card run. Or he says, okay, Dominic, whatever, you can dredge 5. That's okay for me. And Emery is of course the better game engine since you can rebuy the Lotus Petal as well in the future turns.
And he's in no immediate need of
Yeah.
doing something.
Like a single dredge 5 is nothing crazy can happen, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Thomas script.
Oof. Ow. Okay, Soul Guard and Tormod's script will probably get replayed next turn.
Yeah, one of those two at least.
Yeah, one of those, yeah.
And in theory, you could like play the Cauldron and exile the Velda. No, doesn't work with Emery. You can just leave the Thomas script. And Dominic is thinking, do I dredge here? Do I draw? I think you need to draw, I guess, a land this turn so you can set up the gaze in response to the Thomas script.
I think drawing here is probably the right decision.
Yeah.
What you're dredging into? 5 cards to get exiled next turn.
You can get hit like Therapy and 2 bridges.
Dredge return, a LED.
Now the Dredge return is gone as well. Yeah, and it's just
he scoops it up. Okay. We need a backup match. Congratulations to Anton. It was a very lopsided game. I wouldn't have thought that it played out in that way.
Yeah, game 1, as you said, maybe the Force on turn 1 you played slower, but I guess Dominic thought it's Tron from yesterday and just went for it.
Yeah.
And game 2 he might into 4 cards and
that was.
Anton had like 3 hate pieces, 1 hate piece, 2 hate pieces in hand, and he top decked the second one or third one kind of with the Cauldron. So this game was like not Dominic's to win, even with 7 card hand. I think this will be a very, very tough game for him to win.
That's true. Also, the unmasks to bring in doesn't seem right from my perspective. Just to clear out the forces.
Yeah, and the graveyard hate pieces, right? The Thomas could.
Yeah, but he has always how's it called? He has always access to it by the graveyard.
If you have the Emery or the Welder, yeah.
Yeah, but he still has how many Emerys and Welders? 4 and 4. 4 Welders and 4 Emerys, right? So there will be
always one in the graveyard.
Always something on the battlefield to just weld it in, weld it out. So, and also the Soul Cauldron.
It's just a one-off, but yeah, this matchup looks pretty rough in the end. Like, unless the Dredge deck completely explodes turn 1 or game 1, like if the Dredge deck exploded on turn 1, I think he would have won the game since the Affinity deck did nothing.
Yeah. Also, like we said beforehand, a ley line would have stopped all these Welder shenanigans, which would bring Dominic or the Dredge deck so much time.
Yeah.
If Affinity doesn't draw 3 to 4 cards every turn, it looks totally different.
Yeah, it was a very powerful performance of the Affinity player. And there we see a Putrid Imp as like the pet token card of the Dredge player on top of the deck box. Like a good luck charm.
We got a backup match for you. I'm going to put everything into the OBS.
It's gonna be table 14. Let's see which players we have on table 14.
Table 14 we have Wing Vincent
against
Lucas Kraus.
I think it might be Painter for Wing Vincent if
I'm unsure. I think he
or Delver. I think I've seen the guy before, but let's see what they're playing. And the right player is Lucas Kraus.
Where is it? There is it.
Yeah, I think this Affinity against Dredge matchup can go either way. Like,
yeah, it can go either way. It's pretty much 50.
It was a very poor showing of the Dredge player. I think like he just got unlucky with the turn 1 force, especially the Affinity deck has like no dazes, so kind of lucky for him to have the Force of Will and blue card in hand. And yeah, let's see what they're playing. I think they're 1-1 maybe and not 2-0.
I think also
let's double check that.
Let's go back here.
If you just in search bar type the name, like Wing or Lucas, yeah. Goblins.
Okay, Goblins.
Ooh. Tess.
Goblins versus Tess, okay.
That also might be over quickly here. You can press
So
and save, I think, and
save.
then on the X next to the.
So
it should
try
be-
to do the other.
Yeah, no. Undo Dredge. Perfect.
Perfect. So right player deck. We
I have
have
Goblins. And left is Tess. I think Vincent was here last year as well playing Tess.
Yeah.
I remember right now.
So let's switch it up to the.
Mm-hmm.
It's 1-1.
Yes, you can give stream go if they're waiting for us, maybe. Let's check on the score. I think they're 1-1. Let's double check that.
Yeah, they're 1-1. Yeah.
Table 14 should be 1-1.
And table 14.
Yeah, 1-1.
1-1. Yeah.
Okay. We're here for game 3. Transported to the year of 2018 this round. Painted Dredge, Storm, Goblins. Yeah, exactly. Feels like OG Legacy, right? We are trying to show you,
All history of Legacy.
yeah, and also not blue-black every round, right? Or blue-black
Yeah.
blue-red. We could do that, but we want to bring some spice. If there are players in 2-0 playing spicy decks like Dredge or Affinity, we want to show the spicy deck,
Yes,
not,
sure,
not
spicy
the
is-
boring stock
Yeah,
decks,
because the stock decks will be in
the
the
top
top 8
yeah.
for sure.
Eventually, yeah.
Maybe not for sure, but
One or
we
two
will
copies.
we will see them during the course of the day.
Mhm.
So at the moment, we try to showcase everything.
Yeah, I think there is a mulligan decision going on, I guess. I see a boomerang basic in Vincent's hand. A
Boomerang basics in tests.
Lotus Petal, Dark Ritual. Yeah, it's the lesson symbol on the top left of
Yeah.
the card, so we know for sure. Maybe
Badlands,
an LED as
LED,
well.
LED, Chromox, Lotus Petal, Dark Ritual, Boomerang basics, and I don't know the one card in his hand.
Goblins on the play.
I like it that Goblins has stolen a game against Tess. So it's 1-1. It's
Maybe can we look at the Goblins deck list? Does he have
yeah.
some crazy sideboard cards? Maybe Thought Seizes?
Riot. What do we see here?
Can win against Tess. Chalice, Pyroblast, Red Blast, Disruptive
Yeah.
Fluke, Blood Moon, Fairy Macabre, Goblin Trash Master, Mind
Break Trap. Okay. So there is a lot of going actually.
Yeah. Like many blasts, even chalices at 0, Mindbreak Traps. And I think that's a Skirk prospect now that lets you sacrifice a goblin for 1 mana.
I love it. It's what year is it? Really like the Dredge. Like the chat said, yeah.
3 Hexing Squelchers in the test deck.
Which do nothing against my Break Trap. Nothing. There's a Runehorn handle card, which is an Echo of Eon's effect.
For 6 mana as a creature, interesting.
Yeah, out of the graveyard. It's great.
Yeah, but Echo also works out of the graveyard.
Also out of the graveyard. Yeah, that's
For
true.
3 mana, not for 6.
Well, but Echo, you can't kill your opponent with Echo.
Of course, yeah. Do a lot versus Chalice though, Goblin on Goblin Violence. Oh yeah, against Chalice, if you play
That's
Chalice
true.
on 0 or Chalice on 1. We have also 3 Orbs chant in the main deck of the test player. Which
Which is
likely
basically, that's almost Mardu Tess.
Mhm.
Love it.
Which won't be in the deck against Goblins anymore, I guess.
No, for sure not.
And now he's thinking if he wants to go for the turn 1 Echo with the LED. And I guess he can
It's very risky.
yeah,
Echo
he goes for it. And now we got Mindbreak Trap, if we have it.
If you have it, Mindbreak Trap would be really strong right now.
Yeah, we discard the LED for free blue. And now we have like 3 black and 3 blue floating, so we choose how we want to pay it. Likely 2 blue, 1 black, be my guess. Maybe even 3 blue.
You need at least 1 black.
Yeah,
You need at least 1 black for
for another Dark Ritual. And you want to have as many black as possible for Besiege, I guess.
Yeah.
So likely you just spend the 3 blue mana right away, since you have blue mana with Chromox and Lotus Petal, in case you need it.
Yeah, you will find it, the Boomerang Basics.
That's also Cyber from the 4 Boomerang Basics, actually, from the sideboard. I mean, I guess it's a cool card, since if the opponent doesn't have the hate piece, you can always like cast it on your LED, on your Lotus Petal to draw a card and maybe find the missing combo
Yeah,
piece
that's true.
if the opponent doesn't play any disruption. So, kind of cool card here.
I'd love it, to be
Thoughtseize,
honest. Boomerang
Hexing
Basics is great.
Squelcher, more Besiege, more Empty. Yeah, that's just which targets. So, mainly it's like Leyline of the Void and Boomerang Basics is like the only real sideboard cards, right?
Yeah.
And the Hexing Squelcher, I guess.
Yeah. I really like Boomerang Basics also. Or Boomerang Basics would have also been great in the Dredge sideboard. Imagine
To bounce the hate piece or bounce something of your own. And
or bounce your own thing and just Dredge again.
we
Seems
go
great.
Dark Crit here. I think I see a Brainstorm.
Not a Dark Crit, okay.
Dark
Okay.
Crit, up to like a lot of black mana. Worms Chant, Brainstorm, and what's the last card? Is it an Echo again? Do we just go for another Echo?
I mean, that's pretty risky. Lucas has now drawn 7 cards of Echo. I mean, it can be everything. There could be a Mind Break Trap in it, and if Vincent really goes here for the Echo, and this gets now trapped, I'm not sure.
With him having played 3 Rituals already,
Yeah.
kind of priced into it, no? With the Storm
You
count is so
commit
high
to it.
already.
Is there a Mind Break Trap? Is there?
No, there's no Mind Break
There's
Trap.
no Mind Break Trap. Okay.
What's the Storm count? It's like 8 already or 9 maybe?
Something like that, yeah.
It's 4 Rituals, Chromox, Lotus Petal, LED, and 2
Echoes.
or even 5 Rituals? No, 4 Rituals. I think it's like Storm count is 9 or 10. So as soon as you find the tendrils, you win.
You win, yeah. The thing is, when I play Echo of Eons, I always draw shit.
Yeah, well, that happens sometimes, you know.
Now, I tried so many Killer Bee lists, and they simply they look funny on paper, and I'm playing it, and it's like, oh well, it doesn't work for me.
And now if we get another Lotus Petal, we could even go again, or a LED. There's a gamble, so maybe you just
Go again.
maybe you can
spin the
just
wheel
like
again.
Lotus Petal, gamble for tendrils and kill.
Yeah.
I think it's enough mana. Yeah, and he's 5 black. It looks like the dice is on 5. So yeah, Storm is like 10. Or we Brainstorm. Okay.
What's trying to find Dark Ritual? Burning Wish. There's the Burning Wish. Okay, now the game is over.
I think he has a second. Yeah, with the LED, you just. Oh, he needs a red source now, right?
Doesn't he have a red source?
I'm not sure. If there's a
Has
red
he made
source
his
left.
land drop?
Yes, it's turn
yeah,
one.
It's still turn 1. Okay. Okay, so no red mana here. And also no mana Morphose in the deck, right?
I don't think so. Well, it's not listed, I think.
No. Okay.
Yeah.
So you have to spin the wheel again.
With the Echo, I guess.
Oh, you don't have red mana.
Yeah, you just need to.
You can Runehorn Hellkite here.
Or we Echo again.
Okay, let's Echo again.
Yeah. And I will be back in a second.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. I will commentate through that. Okay. Let's see. If Lucas finds here a Mind Break Trap, it can get pretty ugly for Vincent. It's basically the only thing that really saves him right now. 7 cards again from the Echo, again a Runehorn Hellkite, the Besiege the Mirror. We have the Mind Break Trap in the hands of Lucas. And also an Orange Chant on Vincent's side. And we have the Mox Opal. So we do see now the Silence effect and then the Besiege the Mirror kill. Yeah, there's the Orange Chant. So Mind Break Trap won't save you anymore. Yeah, that game is over. Beautiful executed. Turn 1 here from Vincent. If that is a Besiege. Yeah, there's the Besiege, sack the Opal, and have a Bazillion Storm here for Tendrils of Agony. Yeah, the Mind Break Trap was a little bit too slow, or has come a little bit too late. Very unfortunate for the Goblin player, but yeah, I think Goblins is TS is always a very hard matchup for Goblins, and yeah, it was TS that was always a little bit favored here. Although they have really a lot of things going on in their sideboard. So, with that being said, this round is basically over. We have still, I think, 2 minutes of time in the round. I can go, I lead you through the day, so we can take a look at the schedule of today. Today we are playing the Austrian Legacy Challenge, which starts at, we're already in. So this is basically the whole weekend schedule. We played on Friday, a warm-up FNM. Yesterday we played the Austrian Legacy Masters, which were won by Peter Chismadia on Cephalid Breakfast. And today we have the Austrian Legacy Challenge. So if you contemplate to come to Austria for this great event for 3 days of Legacy, please stay tuned. Please follow our socials, basically our Twitter, our Facebook, our Instagram, because we will do this next year again. And also, if you want to come to play during the year, we are hosting weekly Legacy events. So there's a lot to do in Linz in Austria. We go over the prices for this day's event. So today the players are battling out. We have 58 players for this event. So even though the prize pool is for 60 plus players, we still give out these prizes. Yeah. So we already ordered them and we won't change anything. We have an ELM invite for first place. We got a Tiger for first place. On second place, we have a whole playset Orcish Bowmasters, which you need in today's Legacy meta. Third to fourth place is an old border or an old Tempest Ancient Tomb, which has insanely climbed up in price since the advent of pre-modern. So really, really nice prices for the top tables. For fifth to eighth place, we've got an IF Ugin. There is so much Eldrazi and Tron running around where you would need this card. And for 9th to 12th place, we also got Hexing Squelcher, which is a very, very viable card for all your combo needs. And also you can put it into cats because it's a great card against removal. And also thanks to our great sponsor, Ultimate Guard, we add here the product of Ultimate Guard on top of the prices for our participants, for our players. And we've gotten so much product from them and we give everything away. It's just insane. So shout out here to Ultimate Guard. These things look incredible, really. These are just awesome. So with that being said, I'll hop into a short little break. I'll come back with Felix for the next round and yeah, see you soon. So we are already back. It was really, really a short break. We didn't even finish our pizzas.
Yeah.
So yeah, we are now arrived at round 4 of the Austrian Legacy Challenge. We will bring you now a very, very short matchup, probably. Felix, what is it right now?
We have Oops against Tess. So combo, turn 1 combo against turn 1 combo, kind of, right?
Yeah. So for this matchup, we will have not just a backup match, but we have a backup match. So we try to get a lot of going through this round. So I'm pretty sure Oops for the Test is pretty fast.
Yeah.
And the next, the backup match that we have for you is also a very fast matchup. So therefore, we also try to get another matchup in. Yeah, with that being said, what do you think about the matchup? I'm probably the Oops All Spells player here, yeah, so I want to hear it from your perspective. Who is favored?
I'm hoping for turn 1 Echo into both players do nothing. That would be the most funny thing ever.
Yeah, I would love that also.
And depending on the list, I think Oops is favored. Depending
will,
on how much interaction the test player has, but I think the Oops is the more consistent turn 1 deck.
Yeah,
I think.
I'm also pretty sure that more consistent one, but sometimes you just lose against your own deck.
Of course. That's what you sign up for, right?
Yeah, that's true. So we put everything into Stream Decker so we can take a look at the deck list, like we also do right now. Shortly into Esteban's decklist at first.
I think we have seen Esteban yesterday, and he was
Is it the same
playing the
deck?
Orange
Yeah.
Silence and Teferius.
So it's not Tess, it's Esper Saga Storm.
It's
Then-
Esper Saga Storm, yeah. Again. So this changes stuff, because if he gets like a Lotus Petal and can keep up silence, then he can silence in response to the spy triggers, and Osama has to mill his own deck. And
Yeah.
can't cast the Oracle. Of course, he can do the Memories
Memories
Journey.
Journey in response, or at the upkeep.
The upkeep, yeah.
The upkeep which is also a pretty good start,
Mm-hmm.
or a pretty good way of going around the silence.
Yeah.
Just putting one
We
Oracle
can give
in
the
and
stream
win.
a go, I think.
Yeah,
They're waiting for us to start. Sorry for interrupting you. But yeah, this makes gives a little bit more edge to the Saga Storm or to the test player, to Esteban, since he has this Free Silence main deck already, and also for Fortsy's main deck.
Oh, 4/40s are insanely good. So 40 is one of the best cards that you can have on the play against Upsal spells, because you're so you really then you don't have any guess anymore.
You just take the one key card, and does Oops also play Fortsy's? 2 copies of Fortsy's.
2 cups of 40s, in my opinion. Once I spoke to Osama, and Osama always played very, very mediocre lists. Up until I've got him to play Nathan Lippets, which is, in my opinion, one of the best Oops players. List, which is more on the green side. So he's featuring Summoner's Pact Oops. And in my opinion, that's the best version that you can play.
Summoner's Pact lets you get a
Green creature. A green creature.
Yeah.
Elvis Spirit Guide, Disciple of Realise, which is also a land. And you can get out of the sideboard or main deck, you get why don't see it? Where is it?
There's no card missing in the main deck.
No
So
card
he
missing.
plays Summoner's Pact just for 2 mana sources, I guess.
He has to play at least the Wild Canter. I mean that's for sure
the
wrong.
He plays.
I don't know why that's missing.
Okay, yeah, I get that. And then sideboard we have Foundation Breaker and Disruptive Storm Brute.
Yeah,
So the
as
2
Summoner's Pact targets.
artifact or hate piece removal targets. Yeah.
So we got a
Turn
turn 1 Dark Ritual.
And Esteban's like, oh god, what's going on?
Oh god, what's going on? It's a Dark Ritual.
I'm getting
and
whooped, yeah. That's not a Dark Ritual.
is it a Dark Ritual? What's that? Okay,
Yeah,
five.
It's
Do we
the.
see?
It's
Okay, it's a Battlestar Spy. That's fine.
Yeah, and now, oops, I flipped my deck over. Storm got the draw, huh?
Looks like that. But the interesting
Okay, what's
Oops
going on
games
here?
are always after sideboarding, to be honest, because then the mind games are coming.
Oh, some cards are turned upside. No, it was just the one from the Mali again, the card he bottom. So, what are we doing now here? Okay, all the cards that matter upside down.
Trigger from Narcomoeba, that's fine. All the card matters are coming that way.
Okay, yeah, I mean, that's like a nice representation, I guess. It takes a little bit of time, but
The key when playing graveyard decks like Dredge or Upsal spells is always to be as upfront as possible about all the things that you're doing, because for non-graveyard players, it gets overwhelming so fast with all the information there. And if you can just help the game state, help keep the game state clean, that's not just good etiquette, it helps you as a graveyard player to don't make any mistakes, and also helps your opponent to really play the game in a way it's intended, yeah.
I like what Osama is. I like it this way. Osama is. I mean, it takes some time, but it's okay. Like the game's not gonna go 50 minutes with the oops deck. They're gonna take like 10 minutes for this game, and he is really spreading out his whole deck and showing Esteban exactly what's going on, and also reminding himself which are the relevant cards in my graveyard without changing graveyard order, of course.
Yeah, I really like that, because in paper it's always hard to keep track of everything. And therefore, just being a good sportsman, being a good player, and laying it out in front of your opponent like that is just good sportsmanship. I like that.
And now we go Therapy, Sec 1 Necromoeba, get the Poxwalker trigger, get the Bridge trigger.
Now he's explaining his opponent what happens when.
Yeah.
And now,
Necromoeba is in the
Necromoeba
graveyard.
is in the
And now we
graveyard.
name You Already Dead.
Force of Will, probably. I think that's always the. If you
Yeah.
don't know what your opponent is playing, Force of Will is always the correct call. with the first.
I mean, if your opponent leads on Marsh Flats, do you name Force of Will?
I mean, yeah, why not?
Okay, is there like a Marsh Flats deck? Like Esper control?
Something like that might be, yeah.
I don't think it plays like Marsh Flats. I think it plays like Delta, Flystrand, and other blue fetches maybe, but
Yeah, maybe the one off Marsh Flat.
maybe
I mean,
one
you
Marsh
could,
Flats, yeah.
you could just lead on that and just keep it hidden what you're.
And Esteban just picks up his cards and says, okay, you got this one. I'm not going to show you what I'm playing.
Okay, yeah, that also works.
I thought about
I-
fetching for a second, but
Yeah, because he has probably the silence in hand.
can we look at if he has an untapped white source?
Is it-
Goblin, so he could.
He
So he
could.
doesn't have silence in hand.
Okay, I don't know, but yeah, he packs it up.
Like he just kept like a turn to kill, or maybe he wants to brainstorm. I think the list is missing brainstorm
Yeah,
here.
this is in brainstorm. Yeah.
So maybe he kept like a hand where you go turn 1 brainstorm and then turn 2 try to combo.
Probably, and then he didn't want to show the opponent what he's doing.
So he
So-
just showed the Marsh Flat. So as Osama, I'm thinking this is like mono black Stompy maybe. But that would play 1 drop, I guess. So
That will play a one drop.
if
Yeah,
you keep on 7, so
he maybe thinks it's like an Esper control list.
or maybe Death in Texas.
Maybe Death in Texas. So the sideboarding is now really what's getting interesting. That's why I love graveyard decks or oops in general. I know people hate it because it gets played online that much, but if it has a healthy metagame representation, it's a great deck.
Yeah. Maybe let's look at the Storm sideboard first, and then we go into
Yeah.
the sideboard.
So we have a Graph Digger's Cage, a Haywire Might, a Piffing Needle, a Silence, a Skateboard, a Static Prison, a Search Node, 2 Surgical Extractions, a Beseeching Mirror, 1 Depth to the Deathless, 1 Tendrils of Agony. We know from yesterday this is a wish board first and foremost. So what will come in?
It's kind of a wish board for the wish, a wish board for the saga, and then some necessary sideboard cards. So
Yeah.
it's like 3 parts of the sideboard. I think for sure the Graph Digger's Cage. Piff Needle does nothing against Oops, I think.
It does shut off one half of
one
the
half of the
combo,
combo,
the
yeah.
Undercity
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Informer, which is insane.
Okay, so Cage, Needle,
Yeah.
4th Silence. Static Prison is too slow at sorcery speed interaction.
Yeah.
2 Surgicals for sure. And
Yeah.
I think that's it. The
That's
rest is
it.
like wish board, right?
What you bring out, I think you can cut the Teferi.
Yeah, they do nothing.
They do basically nothing.
Forces is
and
nice. Maybe you just trim on some slower cards.
Probably trim the Wishclaw Talismans. I don't think you need them, and then you have it already.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
On Osama's side, it's really interesting what he is thinking is the player, his opponent playing, because Osama yesterday wasn't here.
Yeah.
He skipped the Austrian Legacy Masters to play today, and he doesn't know what Esteban is playing. So, therefore, we have 2 Thoughtseize, 4 Force of Vigor, a Foundation Breaker, 4 Lady of Sanctity, 1 Disruptive Stormbrood, and 1 Disciple of Freyalise. What would you bring in here?
If I see a turn 1 Marsh Flats and I scoop, I likely think it's Death in Texas. That would be like my first thought. And I think, but there's no Yorion, so it's not Death in Texas. Or likely not Death in Texas, because
Likely
Death in
not, yeah.
Texas has Yorion. Also, if you keep 7, you have a Vial or Mom, so it's not Death in Texas. So I have no clue what deck it could be, but I think I bring in a Laden of Sanctity, since it's likely a black deck. It's more likely a black deck than a white deck.
Okay.
So I want to be Thoughtseize proof, so I'm likely bringing the ley lines.
Okay.
And I think you always bring in at least the Foundation Breaker, maybe. Like, it's always a guaranteed add, so you can pack for it, even though, like, if you don't know the matchup, right?
Yeah.
I think everyone has, like, relics, or in this case, Graph Digger's Cages, Null Rod, like, all of these hate piece artifacts go into every Legacy deck sideboard. So I think there's always a good thing to do to bring in 1 artifact removal that's searchable. And of course, once he knows it's Tess, I can see him bringing in some Force of Figures as well, to be honest. And maybe a Forces of his own, but for now I think he's just gonna do like Leylands and Foundation Breakers and maybe more Forces himself. But I think I would do a very light sideboarding here if I'm the Oops player and I don't know.
Light
what my-
sideboarding is always great. What would you board out?
Well, I have no clue. You tell me. You're the Oops expert.
Pact of Negation. Pact of Negation is the
Ah,
clear
yeah,
cut here because you don't need them in
I
any
guess
case,
against Surgical.
Yeah,
you need
not really, because you don't lose against Surgical. You can always
memory
work
dried
around.
back
Yeah,
in.
yeah. You can always work around. I really like Thoughtseize. I also like the idea of Leyland of Sanctity, but
Don't you need 1 mana extra to Memory's Journey in response to
Yeah, you're just one a little bit slower. That's fine. We already
Yeah, he had 1 mana
have
left,
seen
right?
we had 1 mana left. Yeah.
You got Jack-O-Lantern for green and Memory's Journey back in the Tassa's Oracle and you don't lose 2.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
There are what I know about Oops is that there are some lists who play Progenitus.
Yeah,
and
Progenitus
Poxwalkers,
shenanigans.
so you don't deck
Woo.
yourself,
Yeah, I
right?
love
That's how
that.
it works. Yeah.
I love that. Unfortunately, these are not mainstream, but it's such great when you can mill your whole deck, put Progenitus back, shenanigans,
Like Poxwalkers Bridges, right?
Poxwalkers Bridges, gets some tokens. Then next turn you also bought in shenanigans, which lets you dredge 1. So instead of drawing the Progenitus, you dredge 1, put Progenitus in graveyard, and put it back into the library.
Oh.
So you get 1 more turn. So I really love that tech.
That's sweet, yeah.
I mean, you could also use a legacy weapon, but it's actually just preference.
Yeah, I think
What you find cooler.
also Next of Fate would work as well, right? It's whenever it goes
Yeah.
to the graveyard, it goes to the deck, so it's like same wording.
Something like that, yeah. If it's the same wording, then it works totally.
Next of Fate never hits the graveyard, so it works against Rest in Peace as well.
Okay.
Because if it would go to the graveyard, instead it goes.
Yeah. It's basically the same with Progenitus and Legacy, but I mean you can use everything. I think
it's the same wording, yeah.
maybe even Next to Fate would be the coolest edition to play here.
Like the Suma version, so the Progenitus being the Boomer card, yeah. Okay, we have 7 from both players.
Turn 1 here. Wow.
Back-to-back turn 1s, maybe. Both players kept 7 card hands, so both players are happy with their hand. And we already have the Storm cards pulled out, so maybe it's a turn 1.
And now Osama will contemplate his life choices. No, not really, but at least he will think about his sideboarding choices.
Infernal Tutor revealing Dark Ritual, getting a second one. This
After Dark Ritual is great, yeah.
This just it's like mana neutral play, but it ups the Storm count by 1 more.
Yeah, that's
so like just going ritual, and then you go ritual, Infernal Tutor, ritual. So it's like 2 more spells.
2 more spells, yeah. And therefore we have now 5 mana after resolving the second, the 2 Dark Rituals.
Yeah, 5. So we need a 0 and a Besiege, and then we have Gaia's Will, and then we have.
No, it doesn't work because we lack the artifact.
Yeah, but we have like 0 1 artifact.
Then works.
Then Gaia's Will, and then ritual, Infernal Tutor, Tendrils kill you.
Yeah, that works. So we need a 0 mana artifact. Yeah, the pacts are still in Osama's hands, so we definitely sideboarded wrong.
But if it's Storm, then pacts are the worst, right? Or I guess.
No, you lose.
You have a force, right? Yeah, okay.
You packed it and then you lose in your upkeep. So.
Yeah, you can't use pact as a counter spell because you don't play something like Consign to counter the pact trigger. And you can't win at instant. I guess you can. No, you can't win instant speed. No, there's no way.
No, there's no way. And I played at the Eternal Week in Prague, played a blue-black Oops version. Was a little bit slower, but I think, in my opinion, it was pretty great because it was more resilient. And although it was a little bit slower, and it was great because sometimes you could pay for pact.
Oh, because they have 5 lands in play, or like Ritual and 2.
Ritual and just
2 blue lands.
2 blue lands was really great because over the course of 11 rounds, I actually paid once for my pact.
Yeah, crazy story from the Oops expert, and now we get Gaia's Will
here.
Storm count is 7, and now we just go ritual. And then we replay the LED. And discard my hand, play the Infernal Tutor, and get Tendrils and win, right?
Yeah, I mean, you could do that. You could also get, because you're now on 8 Storm, you go Dark Ritual, then you're on 9 Storm, and then you Besiege, your LED, Besiege, Sec LED, Tendrils.
Okay, yeah.
Then 11 Storm, and that's it.
Enough. That doesn't matter. I mean...
You can go for 15 Storm if you want,
yeah.
Still had all these.
Dark Ritual, yeah, Storm is 10.
Or even 12 Storm right now, yeah.
Now we play LED. So we have 6 mana, or 7 mana, I think.
Should be 7.
And that's why you write down. You're forced to write down mana at competitive.
Okay,
Your
yeah.
account. You're not allowed to track the dice anymore because the players were unsure how much mana he has right
Yeah,
now.
okay.
You're required to rebuild everything, and that's why you have to write on notes in your life guide how much money you make at competitive Magic events. This it's okay, I guess it's on stream, right? So we can see how much money he's got.
Yeah. It would be great to have an app like that
So you
for
can,
where you can-
you can 3D print something then you
That would be great.
spin the wheels and change the mana values floating, but that's not trackable, right? Then you can you have
Yeah,
to
it's also not
be able
trackable, yeah.
to. Oh, and Tendrils was just the last card in hand.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Tendrils you? Yeah.
For 24?
Turn 1 kill and turn 1 kill. As you said,
Peak
fast,
legacy.
fast match, right?
I mean, actually, it took some time,
Yeah,
to
yeah.
be honest. It's not
20
like
minutes for 2 games. Yeah.
I thought it would be over sooner.
I mean, it took some time with shuffling and sideboarding, and so it's like the game played time was like 10 to 15 minutes at best.
Something
Osama
like
took
that,
some
yeah.
time, turn 1 to do everything properly. Also, Esteban now could have like said, okay, ritual, this to kill you, and
Yeah.
shortcut it, but he also played it slowly to.
For the stream,
stream
thank
and
you very much,
Osama.
Esteban. Thank you
Yeah.
very much, Osama, for being good sportsmen.
Yeah,
Love that.
they're doing great on stream. They're showing us how to play it properly.
Yeah.
Because I was like, if it's like if I'm Esteban and then like my opponent's an oops, it's just like reveal my hand and say, okay, I do this, and then this and this and kill you, and
Yeah.
without playing it out and like saving time. Like when I was playing whatever like Neo Form in Modern, I just show my opponent, okay, I got Neo Form the creature and kill you with it. And it's like I don't even do it because like it's
Yeah,
saving-
just saving
saving
time. During a tournament, that this adds up because of mental fatigue.
Yeah.
And it lets you keep your head clear and play better in later rounds.
Yeah.
So just doing it for the stream here is really great for them.
So what changes now in the oops sideboard? What do you think?
Yeah, definitely. 4 Pact of Negations come out.
Yeah.
So that's for sure. I like Lilian of Sanctity, like you said, because it comes around the general skill.
Oh, it's also good. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I would bring 4 Pacts and 4 Leylands. Nathan would probably disagree here, but that would be my flavor of boarding. And probably, I don't know about this side, but does he have anything? Yeah, he has Craft Digger's Cage. Okay,
If you Saga, you have to bring in some form of.
you bring in Foundation Breaker.
We haven't seen Saga, so he doesn't know this. It's
You bring Foundation Breaker every time.
yeah.
That the Foundation Breaker is probably the most boarded in card.
That's what I figured out.
Yeah.
Like last game myself, that you always want to have one fetchable bullet, right, to kill something.
Because you have 4 Summoner's Pacts,
So it's like 5
And
copies.
5 copies of Summoner's Pacts, and you
Basically
likely
free to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
you likely bring out you can surely discuss about the Thought Seizes, but in my opinion I don't like them that much because they are that draw afterwards.
Yeah.
And you have enough protection with 4 ley lines.
Also, play draw is different. Maybe on the play you want more Fort Seizes than on the draw.
Yeah,
since
that's true.
You can take the opponent's Fort Seize.
That's true, but also really Oops is a deck that falls apart if you overboard.
Yeah. of
So
course.
I like minus 4 Pact of Negation minus the Lively Dirge, plus Foundation Breaker plus 4 Leyland of Sanctity. And you could make a case for going minus 2 Seaman Spirit Guide and plus 2 Fortsies. That's fine, I guess.
It's also interesting that Esteban chose to play Silence and not Orange Chant. Because Orange Chant gets stopped by a white ley line because its target player can cast
And
spells.
silent.
That's all opponent or each opponent.
Oh wow. Oh
So
wow.
Silence goes around the ley line, and Osama is taking a mulligan. Esteban is still thinking, or maybe he's keeping. So here, that's why I guess Silence is the better card if you anticipate to play against the white lane and a Storm play, or like even Veil of
Yeah.
Although Veil of doesn't work on like the white spells, but Silence being the better card here. Or Ring.
Or Ring,
One
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, chat, for pointing out the One Ring protection. Exactly.
So it basically comes down, do you want to have the kicker of Orange Chant, or do you want to have go around Ring or
Yeah, also
or
protection
Leyline?
effects, yeah. And as a Storm player, I think having the always being able to cast my protection spell makes sense to me.
Yeah, sure, true.
Something's up. with the gesturing of Osama. Let's see if he likes his 6-card hand. How low can you go on oops to like
4.
4? Okay.
4. That's the lowest. With Dredge, you can go up to 3, down to 3. And with Oops, the lowest that can kill turn 1 is the perfect forehand.
Yeah, it's like land, ritual,
Yeah,
payoff
fine.
or land, ritual, lotus petal, payoff, whatever. Like you just need to make 4 mana. Even like petal, ritual works or whatever. Like any combination of 3 mana sources and the payoff is
Yeah, that works. Yeah.
enough. So we go to 5 here. So do you just keep any bad hand at 4, or do you go for a free hand? If 4 is horrible,
Yeah, you keep it.
you keep it.
You keep it.
You don't go to 3 and keep
No.
like 3 of the 4 cards?
No.
Okay.
No. That's always wrong. You keep the nastiest 4-card hands.
Nastiest 4 cards then, okay.
Okay, it doesn't look that good.
Oh, something dropped outside. I think I've seen a Dark Ritual, so
That
maybe
looks good.
that's one piece of the combo, right? A Lotus Petal. Is this a turn 1 kill? Let's see. There is taking 3 damage.
Pocket Trawler, taking 3. Okay. Okay, he's playing Dark Ritual.
Then he goes for Lotus Petal. And if I'm Esteban, do I keep on the draw a 7 that doesn't have Surgical Extraction?
No. On the draw, you always need anything. Maybe he has a Graph Dignification hand, but you can't play with the odds.
Of course, you keep a card with hand with silence.
Yeah.
But on the draw, do you keep a 7-card hand that has like turn 1 silence or turn 1 cage, but doesn't have the turn 1 surgical, turn 0 surgical?
No. You don't keep it.
So you for sure might get to 6 to get like the
At
chance.
least, at least try to find it in two hands.
Yeah, maybe also Esteban kept like a turn 1 kill himself.
Yeah.
That's also possible.
The thing is now Osama doesn't have. Now we see the Leyland, which is right. Osama doesn't have mana floating. So surgical here on Thassa's Oracle is pretty strong.
Yeah.
But also, now the puzzle begins.
There's 1 card left in hand. Maybe it's effective negation.
No.
That would be the perfect.
That would be insane.
So it's basically Osama wins this turn unless Esteban has a surgical.
Yeah.
And if Esteban has the surgical, then Osama lost the game.
Not really. Then it's the question: what is Osama? What is Esteban hitting?
Because you can.
Yeah, you can steal Memory's Journey next turn in up.
And do some. Okay.
You have still 3 cards in the library, and you have anything that you want in your library. So.
I mean, I would personally.
They're still packed in it. Why the hell is still packed in it?
I would personally surgical Narcomoeba here.
If you surgical Narcomoeba, you lose next turn.
How?
You surgical Narcomoeba. Next turn, your Memory's Journey, you get Poxwalker back. And then you Cabal Therapy 2 times with Poxwalker. Have Poxwalker, Zombie token, then you Dredge return your Thassa's Oracle.
Oh.
Then you lose here. If you surgical Narcomoeba, you lose here.
If that's such smart deck building.
Yeah. If you surgical Dredge return here, Osama can next turn Memory's Journey.
Lotus Petal, Thassa's Oracle.
Can't do that, but the smart thing to do is Memory's Journey just reanimate. Because they are playing a 1 of reanimate normally.
He doesn't.
Wait, what the fuck?
No?
Okay. That's not a great list, Osama. What are you doing?
Okay, okay. One reanimate.
Normally, you simply reanimate once.
Yeah.
Okay, then you have to do Petal, Oracle, which isn't the greatest thing to do.
And if we surgical the Oracle, then we go like...
Then we go like full-blown Poxwalkers combat.
Here comes surgical onto the Narcomoebas.
And now it's very, very interesting because surgical on Narcomoebas is wrong.
Let's see.
If Esteban has a turn 1 kill, then it's fine.
Yeah. Or a Graphic Cage,
or a
something.
Graphic Cage or something like that. But just searching in here, Narcomoeba is wrong.
The last card is Lotus Petal in hand, which he did not play before.
He had a oh fuck! Then the equation is totally different. The equation is totally different. You go now Lotus. You can win this turn with the Lotus Petal. You go now Lotus Petal, Memories Journey, get back Poxwalkers, Cabal Therapy 2 times. Then and you put 3 cards on top. Lotus Petal, Oracle. Then you Dread Return, sacrificing everything. Dread Returning Disciple of Freyalis. Disciple of Freyalis says when it comes into when it enters the battlefield, you can sacrifice a creature. You sacrifice Poxwalker, draw 3 cards, draw Oracle, Petal, play Petal, Oracle, and win.
Or you can just Memories Journey anything, and then Poxwalker, like Poxwalker triggers Therapy, and then Dread Return Oracle. Right? Like he says
If it's Surgical's Oracle, then
did Osama just pass the turn?
Osama passed the turn. I don't know why.
Yeah, if you just
I don't know why. I would have won here.
Petal, Journey, shuffle random 3 cards in.
No, not random 3 cards. Why?
Poxwalker comes back, then Therapy, and then Dread Return Oracle.
Yeah, it would also work. Yeah,
you can kill on this turn.
You can kill on this turn immediately.
With less steps than you said, right?
Yeah, you can kill on this turn immediately. Why didn't he do that?
At least two winning lines, exactly. Yeah, and now we have
Silence and upkeep. Yeah, and you just Memories Journey in response. That's fine.
Memories Journey. Yeah,
that's fine.
You shuffle back 3 random cards. I guess it's Lotus Petal Oracle, because then you draw Lotus Petal this turn, and next turn you draw Oracle again.
It's just Lotus Petal Oracle.
Yeah. I guess it's Petal, Oracle, Petal.
Yeah. You shuffle. It's you can't
random.
take it. It's
Okay.
random.
Okay. So I guess it's just
There's at least 2 winning lines. Yeah, that's true. There are so many lines now. And that's what I really love about this deck.
This is the first time I'm actually seeing Oops like in person doing stuff, because the normal win is like, okay, I know how the regular win works, but I didn't know that you can play this well around Surgical Extraction. That's great.
You can play, and that's why I personally love the deck, and that's why I'm always advocating against the ban. I know that it's a problem online, but in paper this deck is really interesting, and it's just funny that people are making fun of WotC when they're saying we didn't ban this deck because of intricate play patterns. Because if you're looking at what is happening, then suddenly the deck gets interesting. Sure, everything is condensed in 1 turn, and it's very frustrating if you run online into oops after oops after oops. I get that, it's fine, but in paper, when there are out of 60 players, 2 oops players in the room, the deck suddenly feels great.
This match really wants to make me pick up Oops right now. Like
it's a puzzle. It's a great puzzle, but you always have to interact with your opponent.
Yeah, now he goes, oh, but you can't respond to my silence, or
You can't
respond to
yeah, you
silence,
make a green mana in your upkeep, and then your Memories Journey.
Yeah. So maybe there's some communication error going on. I think Esteban is not a German native person, so
He's from Chile, and he lived in Italy for some time, and now he's living in Hungary.
Hungary, okay. So he's traveling here with the Hungarians.
Yeah. So what is happening right now? What is the discrepancy?
There's a judge involved, I think, already. Can you look if the backup match is already finished while the players are discussing it? Let's just have a look at the standings, right? We have
Backup match is not finished right now. What is it?
Table-
6, yeah, and table 13. Table 13. No,
wasn't
no.
finished. So
No, it's not
We
finished.
still have the Infect deck playing. That's
Yeah.
our backup match is Infect. So if you aim for something spicy, they're trying to figure out the lunch order exactly. Yeah. So
Oh wow. So now Poxwalker come back.
Moxoka comes back.
And now you put in 3 cards. And like you said, you don't. If Esteban does this, he probably doesn't have any kind of kill right now. So you the thing you're doing is you put in Lotus Petal and Fuzz's Oracle
Yeah.
and call it a day. Quick question against Oops. If the player has no green mana and goes for turn 1, kill Ravenous Trap is the best answer. Yes, in my opinion, Ravenous Trap as a hate specifically against Oops is probably turn 0 the best thing that you can do. That's true. It's also pretty great if they have green mana for Memory's Journey. But yeah, Ravenous Trap is probably the best thing that you can do.
Do you shuffle in 2 Lotus Petals in case you draw the petal now and get Thoughtseize from Esteban?
Why? Okay, yeah.
Because then you can discard your... Or you can therapy yourself always, right?
You can therapy yourself
Okay.
always. Yeah, it's fine.
So it's fine. That doesn't matter which card he draws here.
And yeah, it doesn't matter. The Dredge Return is still here. You can therapy yourself.
Yeah.
You can make a lot of tokens. That's fine.
Yeah. Now you can cast spells. Now you draw your card.
Now you draw a card, yeah. You can cast spells.
Yeah, draw your card. Draw your last prophetic card, Yugi. Or wrong card game, right? And now we see what Esteban has going on, if there is a killer for him.
We have a land drop. Okay.
Saga.
Utsa Saga is strong. And go. Okay, we are... Oops is back in the game. And now...
And do you just therapy now, your opponent?
Yeah, you therapy now.
Oh,
anything, not a surgical... you don't need surgical, but they won't have Stifle or something.
Just cast Oracle.
And wow! Okay, so many winning lines. And that's why I find Oops interesting.
And now that means Oops is 4-0 and Osama locked up a spot in the top 8 of today's tournament.
Awesome. Yeah.
So we will see maybe another round of Oops, since we are overcasting the top 8 again.
Yeah, maybe.
The 4 match, so maybe we'll see one more Oops game.
That was really interesting. I loved it.
That was a great... It took 45 minutes, but it was a great showcase of the Oops deck and the Storm deck, of course.
Yeah, both decks were insane, and that's the thing. Oops doesn't have to be over in 5 minutes, like people are always shouting in the void. Yeah.
It was like turn one, and kind of turn 1, but you got interrupted, so it's turn 2. And it's like sick.
Yeah.
We played we played 5 turns of Magic here.
Yeah, for 45 minutes.
Yeah.
For myself, I like that. So
actually 7 turns, because this one lasted 5 turns.
This one lasted 5 turns. Wow.
Turn 1 surgical, turn 2 silence, and turn 3
that's true.
There are reanimates in the sideboard. Does he have sideboard reanimates in his list?
Probably the list is 2 reanimates.
2 reanimates missing from the sideboard.
Missing from the
Okay,
sideboard.
yeah. That makes sense then.
Yeah, the sideboard is just 13 cards. I don't know what's up with Stream Decker, because we are missing all the old good cards. There is no Brainstorm,
No Swords.
no Swords Explosions, no Lightning Bolt, no Reanimate. What the hell is happening?
Yeah.
I mean, I can understand if new cards aren't here, but I don't understand if new old cards aren't there. So
Okay, table tennis joining us in a second.
yeah, I'm trying to do that. So right player was
What do you have on table 10?
table 10. Okay, but
Jens Platz against Karl Meinung. Oh, my good friend Karl again. He also was backup feature match yesterday. He's playing blue-black tempo. Today he's playing a different build. Yesterday he played with main deck Barrogoyfs. Today he's playing with main deck Nethergoyfs.
Okay.
For a more aggressive build. Less flow states, less Barrogoyfs, more Ponder Brainstorm stuff, and Nethergoyfs trying to close the game out sooner.
you know what Carl is playing?
Blue-black tempo.
Blue-black tempo.
With Nethergoyfs. So like the more aggressive build. No Barrogoyfs main deck. Exactly. And
Tempo.
let's see what...
And he is table 10
2-1.
and 1. Left player with Jens Platz, friend of the cast. Shout out to my German guys.
So he's here from Germany.
He's from Germany.
Karl is also German. So it's
Yeah.
like a German match here.
Left player deck, and he's playing some kind of Storm variant, I'm pretty sure. There we have Jens.
Grixis Storm.
Yeah, something like the Grixis Storm. And where's Carl? Carl is
Or the Acro maybe. Or the Delva.
there. Other Del.
Yesterday he was playing the shardless guy.
So what is okay? Carl, we know it, and this is Grixis Storm.
4 Mind's Desire, 4 Flow State. Ooh, I like that. Also 4 Force of Will.
Okay, they're already playing. Oh god. I have to switch it up.
Yeah.
Get in there. So
it's turn 1. We are storming off already. Lotus
it's
Petal.
pretty stormy in Linz.
Yeah.
So much so.
Turn
Turn 1.
empty.
Oh, I like it.
For 8. No, we force 1 copy or
Does he have force in hand?
yeah, well, no for Karl, I mean.
Yeah, does he have force in hand?
I think he pulled a card to the front, so maybe it was force.
I
No,
think
it
he
was
force here.
no force. Okay.
Okay. But if you have a force, you force 1 copy.
Mhm.
It gives you much more time.
He has Daze, Brainstorm, 2 Wastelands, a Damping Sphere, and 3 lands, even more like fetches. I think he just kept the hand based off turn to Damping Sphere. Turn 1 Daze, turn to Damping Sphere. Which dodge Tamio 1 time, Jens, you can do it. Yeah. Oh, of course, yeah, Tamio against the empty. Oh wow, that's such a strong game plan for the blue
Yeah.
black decks. Like just Tamio ulting into the goblins,
I love the tokens.
and there's no Tamio. So swing for 8 down to 12. Clock is ticking for Karl.
Clock is ticking. Oh wow, that's a fast backup match
Yeah.
now.
Ding ding ding. Oh, and now we get fetch and flow state because the empty is a sorcery and the ritual is an instant. We're casting the flow state with the flow.
Cast flow state with flow is always great.
Yeah. And does it get dazed? I don't think so. You need Infernal Tutor, LED, and whatever. That's also a sick. Like if you have 1 more land, you can go land, Infernal Tutor, response, LED, and then get Tendrils for 6.
Something like that, yeah.
So if you draw land next turn, you kill as well. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's over soon.
2 more turns. Yeah. I mean, if you draw Tamio here, Tamio Brainstorm.
Tamio Brainstorm.
We have the Brainstorm already,
Yeah.
so we just need the Tamio here. And so
Looking
wait,
for Tamio. Okay,
land goes.
let go. And
Tamio.
a Ponder.
That's. I mean, it's okay.
It can work. It can work. It can still work for Karl here.
Mm-hmm. Just place the damn.
Wait.
What?
Why? You search for Tamio.
Yeah. As if Toxic Deluge in hand, maybe?
Okay, with Toxic Deluge, then it's fine. It's fine, yeah.
Maybe
okay,
we haven't seen the Deluge. Maybe he has a Deluge in hand. No, that's just land and day. Wait. Did he board out Tamios? That would make no sense to me. You don't do that, right? You can take out the pushes and all the other stuff.
Wait. Why are they choosing to play the Damping Sphere? Why?
What? Maybe he gives us a look at the top cards of the deck? No.
I don't get it. I mean, it was extremely fast,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't really get it why didn't play Ponder to search for
Fetch
the
for Tamio,
Tamio.
yeah.
Or didn't he have a second blue source?
No, he had a fetch in hand.
He had a fetch in hand.
So you can like ponder and then either you draw the Tamio or you can fetch again and then even. Huh? I'm confused. But it's, yeah, I guess Jens wins 2-1 or 2-0, I don't know. But let's see if we can get you another backup match here. A backup.
Like we said, we tried to keep it as much magic as possible. And our guys are already looking for another backup match because we have still around 10 minutes left on the clock. And maybe we find something.
And what I can tell you is that Infect by Jonas is 3-1.
Wow, so we certainly bring a Infect in the next round.
Yeah, since the top tables, the 4-0 players will ID.
Yeah, we're already in the 4th round. Oh my god, the time is running fast.
So we have Robert Starke on 4-0, we have Osama Saad on 4-0, so these two will likely ID.
Yeah,
And we are still waiting for 2 tables who could also potentially be 4-0, like Anton is on Affinity last round, or Peter who won yesterday's event. So 4 players will already lock up their top 8 spots this round. And we will feature some 3-1 players in the next round playing their likely win-ins, and one
Yeah.
of them will be Jonas on Infect. So maybe we can show him next turn on the
I
pitch
hope
match.
so. So we keep you updated. Unfortunately, everybody's playing right now, so we don't have a backup match here. So what we're doing right now is we go into a short little break, and then we come back and tell you a little bit about the Austrian Legacy Masters, and then we will have everything right for the next round. So see you in a minute. So the short little break is over. We are now guiding you through the day. We're in between rounds because, like we said beforehand, this was now round 4. People are probably IDing for top 8. So we will bring you in the next round the win and ins, the 3-1s.
Yeah, we already know all 4 players who are 4-0.
Okay.
It's
So
Anton Kalinski on Affinity.
Mm-hmm.
It's Robert Starke on some green pile, you said?
Yeah,
green cards.
something with green, yeah.
We have Tamash on Tron, likely, and Osama on Oops. So these 4 players are all likely, like 99% sure locked for top 8.
Yeah.
They can double ID next turn, and we'll bring you some free ones, as you said, next round. We'll play their win and in.
Awesome. So, and now, what are our players even playing for? We go over the prices for today. This is the Austrian Legacy Challenge, which is the little brother tournament of the Austrian Legacy Masters, which we had yesterday, which was sold out at 64 players. Today we have 85 players. No, 58.
58,
So
yeah.
58 players. So it's just a little bit smaller. The buy-in is half of the Austrian Legacy Masters, so the prices are a little bit smaller. But nevertheless, they are insane. So first place gets an ELM invite and a Tiger. Second place gets a whole playset of Bowmasters. Third and fourth place gets Ancient Tomb. Fifth and eighth place gets an Eye of Ugin, and 9th to 12th place gets a Hexing Squelcher, which we have already seen in some games today. And thanks to our great sponsor, Ultimate Guard, we also give out product for the first to 12th place, which is just great. We've got so much product from them, and just to give out freely, it's such a nice gesture. It's awesome to have them on board, and we try to get them also on board for next year because we try to build it even up more. We try to foster legacy play in Austria, in Europe, and just keep the spirit alive, keep legacy alive. That's what we love about the game. So for this, I think we can head into a next little break. We wait a little bit for the next round to start. It's around 10 seconds.
Until there's time in the round.
Until there's time in the round, so with 5 extra turns. It shouldn't be too long, and we will switch it up with Peter and Daniel, and we see each other for, I don't know,
top 8 and top 4.
for the quarterfinals. I love it. So
maybe some more Oops, maybe some more Affinity, or some new decks.
I just hope we have Oops in the finals.
That would be nice, yeah. But then we can't cast it again, so...
That's also in the semifinals.
Yeah.
We have Oops in the semifinals. That's right. So thank you and enjoy, Daniel and Peter.
See you guys later. Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome back to round 5 of the Austrian Legacy Challenge, the day 3 event of the Austrian Legacy Masters 2026. We, Daniel and I, from the In Response, a Legacy podcast, are your commentators for round 5 and the following round 6. We're really excited to have a pretty nice pairing for you in this round. So, Daniel, quickly follow up. What are the decks? What are the players? What are they up to?
Yeah, exactly. So now we have a match where we have Sebastian Hutterer on the left-hand side. He's playing Tess. I think he's 3-1. We have to get that record corrected just in a second. So it's actually the 5th round. On the right-hand side, we have Jonas Bauernfeind. He's playing an old deck that was, I think, quite popular a long time ago. Blue-green Infect. That is something that I've never seen so often, and it's I want to say, long time no see. So very nice to see that.
Yeah, I've played against Jonas a few weeklies ago, and there is a huge card in there that you can follow up at how it applies to the matchup. And the card of choice from the newer sets is Stock Up, actually.
Yeah, stock up is something that Jonas chose. I talked also about this a little bit with him, and he said, yeah, even though there's the cheaper version in Flow State at the moment, Infect relies heavily on the instant speed interaction, so it's not allowed to play a huge number of sorceries. So stock up is the pick of choice to rebuild and to have some kind of a card advantage engine for this.
Yeah, and another play pattern of Stockholm is also with it being able to play basically mana dorks on there. It's a pseudo 2-drop to power out your turn 3 with the Income of Nexus.
Yeah, exactly. And this is a fantastic start for Jonas. He's on the play as it seems. And Glistener Elf is quite... I always shaking a little bit when I'm playing against Infect and I open it up with Glistener Elf. That could potentially threaten a turn 2 kill.
Especially with the Invigorate in hand on Jonas' side. But before we happen to any possible damages happening from Jonas' side with Infect damage, we have a gamble in play or on the stack of Sebastian, which should indicate maybe going for either the Lines of Diamond or an Echo of Eons.
Yeah, exactly. Tess is at the moment, slowly and surely going more into the red versions, and Gamble is a nice tutor that fetches ideally any card that you need in your hand, and if you pair it, for example, with that Echo of Eons, you are fine with that card being discarded because they. I couldn't even finish my sentence. I think that's so fast. Was that Invigorate plus Berserk?
It was Invigorate plus Berserk.
Yeah. Turn 2 kill. Infect is quite fast in that regard. I just wanted to say that this test deck actually with Gamble has access to any card in the deck potentially, and is trying to get usually loops with Echo of Eons going and build up Storm then through that way, and that follow it up with a Burning Wish for Tendrils of Agony, for example, in the sideboard.
Yeah, but what are actually cards that you want to bring in? Because like most of the cards in the sideboard from TS are basically targets for Burning Wish.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of cards that are just dedicated for the Burning Wish. There's a couple of cards. The playset of Boomerang Basics at the moment is a sorcery speed answer to any problematic permanent hate. Potentially, Sebastian. Yeah, no, but as I'm saying it, I don't think it's actually that mattering too much if he bounces a creature or something like that. I think it's not. It's more like for Disruptor Flutes, for Chalices, and Chalice also not really, but maybe Trinisphere or something like that. The Leyline of the Void is also not super interesting, so maybe I could see a Thoughtseize because he wants to have it, not after the Burning Wish, but in the deck. I could see that potentially. And a Hexing Squelcher would probably be a nice addition. There's 2 in the main deck. He could go up to 3 because he's playing, of course, against the Force and Daze deck.
Yeah, especially you don't really have time to do something against it because as we've seen in this game, Infect is just really fast. But what are cards from Infect that we may want to see here?
Infect has a couple of tools, in my opinion. It can go into a little bit. Here's one copy of Surgical, for example. There is a Consign to Memory that helps also against the artifacts and zero-cost cards from tests that can come in quite handy. There's a Disruptor Flute that also disrupts the opponent. Then there's a Force of Negation and also 2 pairs of Force of Vigor. Sometimes, Tess spits out the hand a little bit with Chrome Moxen and Moxopal and stuff like this, and then goes for I think is there, do we see how's it called, the
Galvanic Relay is out of the deck in the last 2 years.
Yes, but potentially there are some permanent artifact hates on the board. There's also Song Creation as an artifact, so I could also see Force of Vigor, for example, coming in from Jonas' side.
Yeah, especially with Song of Creation is usually vulnerable if the first card
Yeah.
is being played and
Yeah, yeah.
the first draw trigger is on
So,
the stack.
to summarize, maybe from Tess, really light sideboarding. I don't think there's too much ongoing, and Jonas definitely has a couple of good cards that he would bring into for this matchup particularly. But I think Sebastian now, when he's on the play, he really wants to use that for his advantage and try to go also for a very fast kill.
So we have 3 mana floating.
That is a Moxable. I always get a little bit confused by because it looks quite similar to. There's I think a Chrome Mox as well in a similar version. It's actually
the
next to
left
it.
one.
Yeah, I think they look quite the same. But actually, we have one Moxopal, and the Chrome Mox is just used to have the Metalcraft ready, and he already goes for Dark Ritual. And now I only want to see the payoff. I guess it could be an Echo Venus, for example.
You float 1 additional red mana to have something there. Crack.
Yeah,
The lines are diamond.
and go for the
spin.
yeah.
That wheel.
That is what Sebastian is really going for it. It's very strong for turn 1. Let's see if Jonas actually has an answer. No, okay. So that we actually get to spin the wheel. Cool, yeah.
Yeah, and here we have 3 black mana floating, 1 red mana floating,
Mhm.
no blue mana floating, but we have the untapped Underground Sea, so no actual land mana was being spent on the side of Sebastian.
Yeah.
But yeah, what are cards both of those players are looking for in their new
Yeah,
7?
Jonas has, of course, a couple of free interaction cards that he wants to now pick up. He didn't have Force of Will in his starting hand, but he draws also a fresh 7 cards, so he wants to really have that. And Sebastian, I think actually if he doesn't really can go for the combo, he at least has now a land already in play and two Moxen on the battlefield that helps him for future combo turns potentially. But ideally, of course, Sebastian wants to finish and go on with the combo right now.
And we see here, I think a couple of Chrome Moxen and or Mox Opal
Yeah.
in there.
Let's see if we actually have a payoff spell or something like that. That would be interesting now to see. Sebastian is thinking of how to proceed further with that turn.
Let's see if Jonas. I think he's missing the Force of Will again.
Yeah, I don't see that either. And it's very true, yeah. Tom Ross was one big Infect player, I think for multiple formats, even for Modern for sure as well, and also Legacy. Yeah, I think he's.
Yeah, and besides Tom Ross, there's also Fenris Cloud, Sam Dams from the Netherlands.
Yeah.
Actually has a YouTube channel I can really recommend where he also
Yeah.
tries out like the stock up builds and
Yeah.
the band builds. So
He always
really-
comes back to Infect when it's viable. Sometimes he's on control versions
Yes.
and control X, but yeah, he's very much on the Infect train.
Is this the pass? Okay.
Okay. So like mini tendrils, not quite lethal, but for 8.
I think
For 9?
for 9 down to 2 life.
Okay. Yeah, the funny thing is for Infect, they don't care if the opponent is on 37 life because they just want to connect with 10 points of damage.
Okay. Seems like a really bad hand on the side of Sebastian, but maybe we can see him going through
Yeah.
the battle step through combat
Yeah.
to win with a Hexing Squelch on a later turn.
I think, but Sebastian is quite happy now. Jonas only had a turn 1 Noble Harek, which is not, a threat that can kill fast. 37 life. We've seen Infect actually doing damage, kills with Noble Hierarch involved,
Yes.
for example. But with being on 37 life is not something that Sebastian fears anytime soon.
Yeah, and on the next turn, we have to Blight the Agent out there. There is at least one Invigorate in hand on the side of Jonas. So I believe if Jonas gets another turn. It looks pretty dire.
Yeah, invigorate means +4/+4 plus the exalted from the noble would be 6 damage in total, like 6 infect. So for sure, if there's another as a berserk or another invigorate, that would be enough already.
And I think he has a lot of those
Yeah.
spells, but yeah, it seems like he's only on 2 berserk and 4 invigorate in here. So it's actually pretty low on pump spells.
So that means, however, now it's Sebastian's turn, the Chaos Crystal got ticked down once. He needs actually 2 more turns in order to flashback that Chaos will. If we don't find anything meantime.
Double invigorate for the win.
Ooh, That's double invigorate. Yeah, that should be enough. The silence was a nice try. The problem is that Infect operates purely on instant speed, and I think a silence essentially doesn't really do anything in the opponent's turn.
It does something, actually, because berserk can only be played on attacking creatures. Or only before the combat step.
Yes.
Okay. There were a lot of cards back in the days that had like niche timings.
So I think silence really doesn't do that much. Unfortunately, it helps to protect your own combo, but because you cannot wait for the combat step, because then berserk is already being cast. If it's cast.
And it only is destroyed if it attacked. Okay. Because like I thought it for surely destroys the creature.
Yeah.
But okay.
No, and it seems was pretty devastating. I mean, Sebastian's test deck didn't really have any interaction meaningfully. Sebastian tried his best to go for a fast spinning of the wheels, but he missed one storm apparently.
Yeah.
And that means that Jonas won.
Yeah, 42-1 life totals. It looks like a clean win for Jonas Baumfeind.
Yeah.
So life totals, the healing salve of the 10 res was not enough. Jonas actually won. We get our backup feature table, so let's hop in a little bit at our faces while I will make the stream once again ready for you guys. We have table 5 for you, and table 5 is actually our winner from yesterday. It's Peter Cishmadia against Paul Kotkasser, who also was in the top 8 yesterday. Both of these players are currently 3-1.
So we know that Peter actually switched up the decks, and he thinks now of going a different route. Yesterday he played the Cephalid breakfast deck to fully win the whole main event, which is nice. But I think we see now Peter actually piloting his other favorite deck that he usually brings to tournaments. That is Mono Red Stompy. It's a deck that actually does not see too much play lately. I think that Blood Moon effects could be quite effective against some popular decks. I'm thinking of, for example, lands or Tron potentially.
Yeah.
So the deck has, I think, some potential to be explored, and it's not faring him too well, too badly at the moment. He's, I think, also 3-1. I think that's the same also for Paul. And Paul is playing a blue-red Delver deck. I think pretty classical that you see all around. I think there's actually a very interesting matchup because Delver against Stompy, historically also we saw a lot in different versions of both decks actually. And now it's mono-red Stompy against a blue-red deck with flow state.
Yeah.
And I think it will be interesting to see if he actually has Delver of Secrets.
We can check out the deck list
Yeah.
as you can do as well.
Okay, there's 2 copies of Delvers from in the deck of Paul. So I think because some blue-red decks at the moment are cutting Delvers completely and go for really only the combination of Dragon Rage Channeler, Murktide Regions, and a couple of Core Steel Cutters as their own threats. In matchups like these, for example, with Mono Red Stompy, that can potentially be a little bit, a little bit hurtful, let's say, because there you want to really close out the games quite fast. And but Paul has at least 2 copies of Delver of Secrets, so we'll see how this will be for him. He's already also 1 game ahead. And Peter should be on the play here for the second game.
Really interesting that actually Peter opted for a sole Torment script for Graveyard Hate.
Yeah, usually, well, as of this time around, graveyard decks are not really that present. I think there are some niche decks, especially also in paper, that exploit that. But yeah, we don't really have big reanimator metagame shares anymore, right? So everything is either tempo, or big mana kind of things. Oops is a little bit, but in paper is less so played. So I think it's just a conscious decision. Okay, I don't expect that I play against too many graveyard-based decks in this tournament. So
Yeah,
I guess that's what he thought about it.
yeah, for sure, for sure. At least with him gone from the Graveyard team, there is one less reason to play it. Yeah,
Exactly.
because like, unlicensed Hearst was like a mainstay in those kind of decks.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
But it's nowhere to be seen. But yeah, I think Peter is now on the play, mulliganing down to 5, or 6. 6, it seems.
6, yeah.
Let's see what he jams on turn 1 against Blue Red Delver.
Basic Mountain Go. I mean, yeah. Can't complain too much when I'm on Paul's side when I see this. At least not a Chalice on 1.
Yeah, I mean, what are the big things? I mean, Magos, Blood Moon is always something. Fable is something on this turn that can be really, really good.
Do we have a complete deck list, or is Chalice not in the deck actually at all? I think there's no Chalice.
No, there are no Chalice.
That's very interesting. That's an interesting decision that we see now. Special version of this deck.
Yeah, it does not actually have any Trinisphere or Chalice of the Void.
Yeah, that's interesting. So it goes for the full 8 moon, definitely, and a lot of creatures, full playsets of Paragoyfs, Furies, Broadside Bombardiers, and Fables with the One Ring and Karn. So it's a lot of threats and going full on the moon strategy. So instead of any chalices, that's interesting to see actually.
Yeah, there's only the sole Trinisphere in the sideboard on the side of Peter. And we see actually Paul opting now to play for a Thundering Falls with the Surveillant. Are there reasons to I mean, for sure no days if you go for the Thundering Falls, am I right?
So I think that was in response to the Fable.
Yes.
So yeah, Paul wanted to understand what his next draw would be and then decide if he wants to daze that or not. And in the end, he chose not to. And goes for a little bit of trying to have a little bit of mana denial. The token from the Fable, if it attacks, would give Peter a couple of treasures. And this City of Traitors also accelerates his mana quite a bit. So with the combination of Lightning Bolt and Wasteland, he tries to set back Peter a little bit.
In the current position, what do you think is like the biggest win condition of side of Paul?
Side of Paul, I would say I like a quite fast Murktide, and ideally it would have been nice if we would have a turn 1 Delver or Dragon Rage Channeler. I'm looking at these fast threats and then, trying to either counter key pieces from the opponent. If I need to counter Blood Moon or for example, usually also Chalice if it's there, or the One Ring, and then trying to win before Peter can draw more threats than I can have answers. Basically, that would be the strategy that I would try to enforce a little bit.
Yeah, I really like that Paul actually holds the basic island in hand. Doesn't show that he already has it to put more emphasis that
Yeah.
maybe
Yeah.
a Blood Moon is a really good thing there.
Yeah. He has anyways good plays with these 2 wastelands the last 2 turns. I think that's very good. Trying to stifle a little bit the development from Peter. And now he also has a Dragon Rage Channeler. That is not yet a big one, but for him, of course, hopefully soon to be. Yeah, and that Mishra's Power Blade he just drew is actually perfect for that.
Yeah. Improves the board of Paul a lot now. But I think the life totals should be a little bit different. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that we've seen one fetch from Paul, so it should be at 19 at least. And he's now contemplating.
Putting actually the
Yeah.
second steel cut away.
Yeah, I get it. He already has one. I think there's not too much chance that he can deploy both and then have both active soon. And it's another artifact for the graveyard. I think it's actually fine. He would rather, I guess, have more counter magic at this point, or something like a Murktide soon, or something, something really big hitting. I could see that.
Mhm.
And it gets to attack at least. Not this.
For 5.
Yes, this chain lightning was a good like mill as well. That enabled actually delirium for the Dragon Rage Channeler. So attack for 5 is definitely good.
Yeah, it's really interesting what Peter does have, because now how the board is a little bit structured, he needs for sure something like a Pyrogoyf, like a Fury, to clean up the board, really put the pressure on. And yeah, if you look at the deck, I don't even think that any Murktide are really safe from damage that can happen with an active Fable token, or an active Fable now.
Yeah. Exactly, yeah. Let's see what Peter can, however, now respond to this. There is, a Fury, I think, would be quite perfect. He could kill at least the Dragon Rage Channeler.
Yeah, if you look at the hand of Paul, we have here the Force of Will. I think there is even a flow state and maybe an Hydroblast in there. So there is a lot of points covered. What does really Peter need to punch through this, besides having more mana on the table?
Yeah. I was thinking, if you have, for example, Fury, you could cast it and then create a copy of it with the Fable that is now active, that clears the board now. That would be a nice way to, get control back of the board state. And in the threat density from Paul. Or something like a One Ring would be also a nice hit to the table.
Yeah, or even in this case, the Broadside Bombardier would be really big.
Yeah, potentially you can use the Chromox that is now on the battlefield to kill off, for example, the Dragon Rage Channeler. That would be something to do as well, yeah.
And I think this forces the Force now.
Mm-hmm.
One of the 2 flow states exiled, because with the active Fable token, you can copy the Bombardier's attack with both of those and sack the token to kill the DRCs now. Yeah. 1 card left in hand. 2 cards left in hand for Paul. Let's see what the next turn will get us.
Yeah. And Paul wants to keep on with that pressure, basically. There's another rod in the hand from Paul. It's okay at this point. I'm also more looking to cast his flow state. Potentially he can find, I just wanted to mention another Force of Will, but actually he decides to mill that.
Okay.
That's interesting, yeah. I think I would have been a little bit more conservative for myself at least and try to keep the force and then find another blue card to have the next threat covered. But on the other hand, Paul might say, okay, I want to actually make sure that my Core Steel Cutter triggers another time so that I get another token going. So that's something that I think is happening now.
Maybe something like a bolt would be really, really nice.
Yeah,
instead.
Bolt would be, for example, very nice, yes. But I think I picked the Ponder in the hand of Paul that he picked up with the flow state. So I guess he will be casting this one now. And that should also trigger, yes, the Core Steel Cutter.
Yeah, it seems like what sorcery does it?
The Chain Lightning, there's a sorcery.
Yeah, the chain lightning. Yeah.
Exactly. That was milled like 2 turns ago or something like that from the Dragon Rage Chandler.
I think on turn 2 or turn 3 it
Yeah.
was kind of milled away. It seems like Paul is going a little bit of the more aggressive route, I want to say, with the indication of putting away the force of will here and getting in here for 1, 2, 3,
7?
4, 5,
Or more?
8 damage.
Ah, yeah. 1 power trigger from the other one.
2
Yeah.
actually. Flow state and
Yeah.
yeah, the math with Core Steel Cutter seems so complicated because the one triggers of creatures as well as it's
And then you have to also count the non-creature spells, yeah. Is that a Fury hardcast?
Yeah.
Ah, that's nice. There is, however, I think you can only kill Dragon Rage Chandler and the non-equipped token. I think that would happen, yeah.
and then you have the mana from the Chromox to make another one and kill everything.
Yeah. This is nice actually, yes. You can play it also safely and just wait a turn and see what Paul is doing. Potentially. Right now he cannot even attack into the Fury. You can also just wait and see, and that potentially also means that, for example, if it draws a Delver or something like that, he cannot even really cast it because there's the threat that the Fury would be copied. The only thing you have to think about is, okay, how many spells do I want to let resolve? Because this prowess triggers also pump the token before I potentially still want to copy my Fury and point a couple of damages onto the token.
Yeah, there I actually have a judge question. Or do I
Judge
have?
question?
No, I don't have one because like you decide when it enters the battlefield if you want to trigger it to re-equip. Because like if the decision is already made, if the damage has happened in between or not, if it's unjudged. But this is something that I will ask in between rounds.
He uses the Null Rod now, and now actually Peter I think has to respond because then otherwise he wouldn't be able to make a copy this turn with the Chromox. Yeah. It just floats a mana and says, okay, yes, it resolves.
And then you can.
Before going into combat, he can make another Fury and kill off only one at the moment.
Yeah.
Actually. Here would been worthwhile maybe to have the copy be made before the second browse trigger resolves, so that potentially can kill both tokens.
Yeah, it really depends how the trigger are correctly stacked here.
If it's 2 triggers that concern you, you can order it yourself, for example.
Yeah, it's how Paul has decided it because there is also the switching the equipment trigger when it happens on ETB.
Yeah.
It decides when the re-equipping has to happen because otherwise you can put like 3 on one and 1 on the one that is new, and the one dies before the equipment gets equipped, and 3 damages kills because the equipment afterwards unequips. So
yeah.
Bigger creature beats smaller creature.
But this Fury now is especially that gets copied each turn, is really a problem for Paul. Ideally, he wants to have a bolt to kill that in response to a copy trigger, for example, activation rather. Because this Fury is also not. I mean, you can also at some point say, okay, Peter, I copy my Fury and attack with both. That's 12 damage, right? Remember, this Fury has double strike.
Yeah, it seems like if Paul doesn't have a bolt, Peter, I think, can just make end of turn a token and on the turn a token. Am I right?
Yeah, exactly. This works also. The token gets gets put off the table at the end of turn, but during the end step, you can make a token then last for the whole next turn as well. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Looks grim.
Yeah, yeah. That Fury was really important for Peter. It came just in the right moment, I want to say. And he can go for a little swing for sure. I guess Peter has to think, okay, is there something that my opponent potentially could have? Is there a bolt potentially involved? What else could he have? Things like this.
Yeah, I mean, there's not, I think, a lot that can go wrong, but there's always the possibility that something goes wrong.
Yeah.
And you have
yeah.
to play a little bit hesitantly.
I think it's in that sense was quite clear because you can't just go for the copy activation. If there would have been a bolt, it would have been cast at that spot. That tells him that you know what's up at least, and you cannot go for it immediately. But I think he has to just go for it and force a game 3.
They force a game 3. There could be that forces will be more early, more relevant on the side of Paul here.
Yeah.
We've seen no chalices, no Trinispheres in the deck list of Peter, which makes it quite awkward to play against, because sometimes I think Blue Red Delver does, I mean, it does care, but you can sometimes, if you get rid of the one problem, a whole sector of the deck gets slowed down. But it seems like with the mono red deck, with so many creatures, you have to fear so much.
Yeah. You don't want that the games go into the position that the mono red deck can deploy all the threats and cards. I like what Paul did. He went for mana denial as early as turn 2, basically. He had 2 copies of Wasteland. He made sure that the Fable token was off the table. So Peter struggled a little bit with mana. He drew a couple of lands and later on, but at this point, Paul already had the Dragon Rage Channeler and the Core Steel Cutter going for him. Yeah, that's exactly what Blue Red Devil wants to do in this kind of matchup.
Yeah, do you think like now with Paul being on the play, is something of days or something like this like way more important here to threaten on turn 1?
Yeah, on the play days is definitely much better, and Paul is actually on the draw days. I think, however, is still quite valuable, and I could see that he still keeps it. It's can be a little bit unreliable, but yeah, I can also see that he shaves 1 or 2 copies on the draw. Also, Flow State is a little bit of a slower card, so I think that this is also something that he could have shaved going into the last game, and especially when he's on the draw.
Yeah.
So I think he wants to rely mostly on the forces and the force of negations that he has access to. Potentially also Meltdown, potentially. The null rod that he's just, so I mean, those artifact kind of based interactions, it's difficult to judge. Sometimes they work quite nicely. Now this null rod basically didn't do much, for example, but it can be quite good if there's a one ring involved. Yeah,
it seems like null rod is like one of those cards that only attack like one side of the deck.
Yeah.
The mana acceleration basically with the Moxen, and the super late game or mid game with the One Ring. Were traditionally Lotus battles being played in mono red?
sometimes, yeah, I think so. You can definitely play that, but mostly you you look at the Chrome Mox because you want to have the mana for a couple of turns, and you're fine, especially with that MDFCs that the deck has access to now, up to 8 useful copies. Pairs quite nicely with Chrome Mox for faster acceleration together with the Soul Lance. And ideally, you want to have, for example, a Blood Moon on turn 1 that Peter's definitely looking to potentially deploy. Yeah.
But let's focus back on the game. We've seen Paul Kutkasser now on turn 1 having the Ponder to scout his hand. We've seen on the other hand Peter Tschmidtwia with 3 mana, turn 1, pretty much more accelerated, maybe even boarded in his 3 ball. And what do we see here on Paul? The pass. And it's Trinisphere Gaming for both players now.
It's very interesting and very somewhat funny because Peter had both options to play either the Blood Moon or the Trinisphere on turn 1. And as he saw that Paul opted for the basic fetch, he decided to go for the Trinisphere now. I think that's quite nice that Peter had that information and that.
Sorry.
What happened?
It's 1 land for Paul.
Yeah.
So I think this was, but I may be wrong, but the Wasteland could have been like really, really aggressive on the side of Paul, which means he has to top deck 2 lands now. And
To cast his first spell, basically.
yes.
And Peter just has the One Ring on turn 2. Oh,
Turn three.
Turn 3. Yeah.
I mean, it's a little bit hurtful, the mana base currently and the Wandering, but the sheer force of card advantage on the side of Peter, Paul not being able to cast spells for at least 2 turns, a 5-drop on this turn, you have the Fury attacks for 3 turns. Next turn, you may even, I think, win with a Broadside Bombardier.
That would be 6 plus 6. That would be 12 damage. Plus 2, 14 damage, I think.
It's
potentially. Oh, no, 7. 15 damage, I think. Would be possible.
6, 13, 15 damage would be. So he needs 2. Not impossible.
Not impossible.
New the Wandering would also be really nice because then the Ancient Tombs don't hurt you anymore.
Yeah. But Peter, when we know, okay, the opponent doesn't have 3 mana, he's basically goldfishing and playing his best life. At the moment, Peter can't do anything. And the opponent, unfortunately, just has to watch because of that Trinisphere that is on the battlefield. There's 1 broadside.
Yeah. Attacking in for 8 down to 10.
Yeah, next turn that would represent lethal. And even if Paul plays 1 land, can he stop that? Yeah. Issue is he has to fetch. And he can only, supposedly he can kill 1 creature. The other one is still lethal.
Yeah, he has to deal with both.
Yeah, with only 3 mana potentially, with 1 spell essentially. Yeah. The Wandering is even like whatever. It's not. It's not even his biggest problem. Paul can say, okay, yeah. But
yeah, it's.
I think there's not a single card that can get him out of this now. I think, honestly.
No, you need something like an upheaval here, but for 3 mana in the Trinisphere out there,
quite difficult. Yeah.
It's quite difficult.
Yeah, to put it easy.
Because like you on the one hand has to stop the Fury from attacking because it's lethal. You have to stop the Broadside from attacking because it's lethal.
Yeah.
And you can put in your Soul Blocker. Yes. Delve of Sequence.
I like that Paul just plays it out, right? I'm gonna play my Delver. Let's see what's happening.
May-
I like it, yeah.
Maybe
know-
my opponent F6 is through his declare
And,
attack step.
and when you're on stream, you gotta milk it. You gotta, increase and maximize the showtime.
Yeah, I mean,
Let's see.
yesterday he was in the. I think he was missing the reds. I think if he drew the broadsides this turn, then he didn't milked it for the win. But
I mean, he has everything basically. It doesn't matter. He can do, yeah. That was quite a disastrous start. And I think that came down to this turn 1 Trinisphere, essentially. And of course, Paul didn't have land drops. That is against it, but this Trinisphere slowed him down. I think even with land drops, I think given what Peter followed up with, it's quite strong.
And I actually respect it out of Paul, because if he saw the deck list on the side of Peter Cishmadia,
Yeah.
If all of you guys look at the deck list, what is the one card that loses to not having Force of Will on turn 1?
Tell us, Peter.
It's the sideboarded in one of tutor piece from Khan. It's basically the sole Trinisphere that
Yeah,
is in the deck.
it was just one of, but
Yes.
it was brought in.
Because you have the turn 1.
Yeah.
He had the island, he had the ponder to maybe even find the Force of Will. So I think the keep on the side of Paul was pretty much justified. Am I right?
I think it was fine. He fetched for a basic and pondered turn 1. I mean, he would have preferred to have like the Delver that he played on this last turn, have that on this turn 1, because then at least he would have an attacker going for him. So he didn't have that. So in that case, it was not that ideal of a hand, because he didn't have interaction like counter magic. Otherwise, he would have countered the Trinisphere, and he didn't have a turn 1 threat. So I think it was like a medium, a little slower hand, which potentially I think you can be a little more aggressive to mulligan. In
Yeah,
these
maybe
kind
he
of
just relied way too much on the soul ponder to find the interaction point for the turn 1.
Potentially, yes. I mean, it's always hard to mulligan, and if it's a functionable hand, then just a little bit slower. I also am very hesitant to ship those cards, but that means that I'm hoping, okay, my opponent doesn't have to have this strong start. But on the other hand, Paul could have said maybe he knows that Peter is not on Chalice,
Yeah.
which is the likeliest start that would hurt a Delver player while being on the draw. So this is a one-off Trinisphere that got played, right? So in that sense, Paul was just, I guess, playing for his odds. So in that sense, it was okay.
Yeah, I think there are metrics to both of those, but yeah, in the end, it doesn't really change anything for Paul here. He drops down to 3 and 2, likely playing for the 7th to 8th spot in the tournament. On the other hand, Peter Cishmadia, after winning yesterday's event on Breakfast, he gets most likely the top 8 on Mono Red Stompy this time.
I want to say this is actually not so fixed at this point, because
Down pairs.
X and 2 I think is quite fixed. That is not top 8.
Okay.
And X1 and 1 is depends on the breakers. So yesterday, for example, we have similar amount of players.
Yeah.
Only 2 out of I think 3 or 4 that were X1 and 1 got into the top 8.
Okay.
So it's not so easy. Even for Peter, I think either he needs to win the last round. That is the best and easy way. But I think he cannot, for example, ID and draw necessarily. It depends really on the breakers. And unfortunately for Paul, I think there's not really a chance that he can be in the top 8. But of course, he can be in the top 12 still. That would be possible.
Yeah, it seems like after this round, we have like 6 players with 12 points and 4 players with 13 points.
Yeah.
So it could be a bloodbath.
Yeah, exactly. The top tables actually get to draw in this round, and they are likely also going to be drawing the next round. So the first 4 places should be kind of locked. I want
Yeah.
to say, and it's down to all the other players to battle it out. Who will be the last 4 places for top 8?
Yeah, and we also have like most likely two players with 10 points. Those with a win also get up to 13 points. So
Yeah.
yeah, drawing for the X1 players is not really in the picture, it seems, besides the one that have like 70% OMW as we had one yesterday.
Yeah.
Basically, playing only against players that only lose to you and lose to one as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, it seems really nice. We don't have any backup match for round number 5 for you guys anymore. So we just talk quickly about the prizes that you can actually get in the top 8 that will start in round about 1 hour. But we have the final, the bloodbath round, the most deciding rounds to whether you get into the bigger prizes or not in the next round. But let's talk about what you can actually get if you get that far.
Yeah. For this Austrian Legacy Challenge, in the first place, we have a nice dual land that can be won by the first place, together with one very precious ELM invite, the European Legacy Masters. Second place gets a playset of Orcish Bowmasters. Places 3 and 4 each get an Ancient Tomb, and places 5 to 8 each get an Eye of Ugin. And we even pay out to up to places 9 to 12. That is awarded with an Hexing Squelcher. And all on top of that, we are sponsored by Ultimate Guard that also support us. Very, very thankful for that, in order to give out some nice goodies for the players up to top 12. We have here a couple of playmats, we have deck boxes that you can utilize to securely bring your decks to tournaments and crush your opponents, basically. So thanks very much for Ultimate Guard for sponsoring us as well. Yeah, I think that's a very nice set of prizes.
Yeah, thank you very, very much for Ultimate Guard. They gave us so many cool stuff that we were able to give to our players playing in the event with their decks. And yeah, for the tournament, for every round that we have here, you can view the deck lists via the Stream Decker function on the right side, I think, of the screen. You can use the overlay to extend to see the decks both of those are playing. If they're missing 4 or 8 cards, you can look whether Brainstorm, Lightning Bolt, or Swords of Plowshares would fit well into the deck. It's most likely one of those 3 because deck or Stream Decker has currently some ongoing error within their tool. But yeah, we have now a few minutes downtime before jumping into the final round. We've posted the list into the chat, the link into the chat. You see the ongoing tournament there. You see the pairings, who is playing against whom. And shortly after the round finishes, you see below the pairings, you see the standings afterwards. So you can see whom will be most likely to be featured in the top 8. So yeah, we will hop into a short break and we'll be back for you to cast round 6, the final decided whether or not you will make it into the top 8.
See you soon.
Hello and welcome to the final deciding round of our Swiss phase of the Austrian Legacy Challenge, the Day 3 event of the Austrian Legacy Masters 2026, sponsored by Ultimate Guard. We have round 6, we have the pairing for you guys. We have table 5. Table 5 is Lukas Römer and the previously seen Jonas Bauernfeind. And let me tell you guys, or especially let Daniel tell you guys what of an exciting game and matchup we have up front for you guys.
Yeah, let's see how fast, actually, how long it will be lasting, because we saw, I think, Jonas in last round as well. We had him playing Infect, and he blazingly fast won his round, and now he's back because he has actually a win and in match ongoing. He is 4-1, and he plays against Lukas Römer, that plays a deck that I actually have not seen too long ago. So it's like a battle of the ancients, black green depths. That is something that you usually do not see too much. And all the other tables above them actually decided to draw. We only have a couple of win and in matches that we have a look at, and this is one example. It is the winner of this match that likely, or actually pretty sure, they should be able to be in the top 8. The first 3 tables have drawn so far. So we will look at table 4 and 5 mostly. We have the table 4 as a backup as already in the parallel for you. And now it is Infect versus Bleak Black Green Deaths.
Yeah. How do you actually expect this matchup to go? Because like both decks a lot of time win with their lands, but they can also win with their creatures. Do you expect any of those 2 decks to be much more favored against the other one?
Yeah, Lucas is a deck that can potentially interact a little bit with the deck. He has Bowmasters, for example, that puts some creatures onto the battlefield and can potentially ping off creatures. And Jonas, however, has the counter magic. He has the daisies, the forces, and so on, and potentially fast wins with that, especially when it is a turn 1 Glistener Elf that Jonas is now on the table already.
Yeah, and we've seen Jonas now deploying the second Infect threat in the form of the Inkmoth Nexus. May indicates that there is no colored source in the hand of Jonas left, or otherwise indicates, yeah, I just need a second attacking creatures to put maximum pressure on Lucas here. So let's see how Lucas develops the board state for him on the next turn or 2. And let's hope that he has a turn or 2 for that.
Do we actually know if he plays Fatal Push in his deck or something like that?
Let's
have a
look
at
at
the deck
up.
list.
I think he is playing not a single Fatal Push.
Yeah, okay. That is he has 4 copies of Disruptor Flutes. There he needs to be quite careful on what to name actually, because the pump spells are a little bit versatile in that sense. Jonas has Invigorate, which really served him well in the last round that we watched him. So there would be a potential way to name it as well. But however, other than that, Lucas does only have interaction in the form of Orcish Bowmasters. And so I think he wants to make sure that he just assembles a fast combo in Dark Depths and Thespian Stage, which is the main strategy for his deck mostly.
Yeah, and besides that, he also has like a lot of toolbox cards that he can't get out with the Elvish Reclaimer. Do you have any notable ones for this matchup?
There is a couple of ones. Talon Gates of Madara is one that phases out creatures. It's mostly used for protection when you want to push in the combo as well. And the another one is the Maze of It. That is actually something that is quite useful, especially when there's a couple of pump spells involved. To deal with attacking creatures from the Infect deck. And I think since the Inkmoth Nexus is on the battlefield, that the Disruptor Flute is naming Inkmoth Nexus. And that is potentially now in response to the Brainstorm being cast.
Do you think that going in here for a saying on Invigorate or something like that could have been really, really big?
Yeah, Invigorate is one of the pump spells that are just the most explosive ones. Other than that, there is only Legolas Quick Reflex, which is not a huge pump spell, and Berserk. Other than that, there's not too much any ongoing for Jonas. So I think it would also make sense, but given that there's an Inkmoth Nexus that directly I get value from, I'm happy if I would take this. But maybe we're actually missing a couple of cards, right?
Yeah, I think we are missing 4 Brainstorm, and other 3 cards, and I think, or
That could be Embiggen, probably.
those should be
Yes.
Embiggen.
Yeah, Embiggen is also amazing. I think it gives +6/+6 to the Inkmoth Nexus, if I'm not mistaken.
It's artifact, land,
Yeah.
creature,
Inkmoth, I think, as well.
Inkmoth.
Yeah.
Then they got a new creature type because
Phyrexian, I think.
I think Phyrexian, yeah.
Oh, plus, yeah, I think it's
It should be those.
yeah, exactly.
But we can look it up a little bit. Inkmoth Nexus.
We see a stock up in the hand of Jonas, and Lucas has cast a Forces to disrupt the hand of Jonas. Stock up is a card that he chose to have in his deck as a potential card draw engine. So it's a nice hit from Lucas, but he still faces now this Blighted Agent and Glistener Elf that is still on the battlefield.
Yeah, it would be really, really interesting how Lucas can basically negate some of the things that Jonas can do. We most likely have it on Inkmoth Nexus. And yeah, and just getting in for 1 each turn is still not nothing.
Exactly. Yeah. Slowly but surely, Infect wins often also a lot of times by going take 1 damage here, take 1 damage there, and then potentially force the opponent into a spot where they have to act on these creatures. Right now, a couple of Infect is not that big of a deal, but it can be problematic quite soon if it goes into the range where only 1 pump spell would be lethal. Then any creature is very, very threatening.
And I think this should be a Maze of If
Yeah,
here.
exactly.
The card at least looks like a maze here.
That is a Maze of It, yeah.
And yeah, so currently Lucas, it seems like he's setting up for stability here to negate a lot of things that Jonas can do. Let's see how it moves fast forward here.
That is the Dark Depths, one of the namesakes of his deck. And with the Elvish Reclaimer, potentially he has access to make... this is actually the discipline stage, okay. So he already has the combo now in play. He goes for it immediately because he knows that blue and green does not really have too much removal for the Dark Depths, but there potentially is a Wasteland that could stop the combo. So that's why Lucas potentially went for the Dark Depths immediately.
Yeah, there were some times actually that I think Wasteland was being played in the form of Infect, but it usually was one of in those times where you had to go really insanely fast with Infect, where you even played crop rotation in the deck to get more access to your basically Infect creatures. But it seems like in the newer meta games, the deck slowed a lot more down. You have more stable mana base. And going more through the creature round there. But yeah, moving to sideboarding, Daniel, can you tell me some cards that, in Infect that we can use to kill off black-green depths here?
I'm looking at some of the creatures. Disruptive Foot would be nice because Disruptive Foot could interact with the Discipline stage to prevent the combo, for example. Also, I'm looking at the Force of Vigor to kill problematic permanent. We have seen the Mox Diamond, for example, and also Disruptive Roots from the side of Lucas, so I think that would be nice addition as well. Energy Flux is like an artifact hate, so I think it's not that impactful here. And I think that would be the most important one for this Infect deck. I think the main strategy would be just to go for a really fast combo.
Yeah, but Daniel, you have consigned to memory. Can't you just stifle away the trigger from the...
Yeah, Consign is actually funny because against Wasteland, for example, Consign is a way how to, play around Wasteland in a way, because Consign wouldn't stop the Dark Depths trigger. It just triggers again if the trigger is countered. And there's the funny little interaction. If you have the trigger ongoing in your opponent Wastelands, you can, if you would play Consign in your own deck, you can consign your own Dark Trap, deck depth trigger, and then it triggers again on top of the Wasteland.
Yeah, it's really, really interesting because like a lot of times you think like Stifle can interact with it, but
Yeah.
it's like an ongoing check if there are no counters on it, and
Yeah.
if this
If it
trigger is not on,
continues, yeah, exactly. It triggers just again and again. So you can of course counter it, but it doesn't help you.
exactly. So yeah, and on the side of Lucas, what do you look into? We have like Assassin's Trophy, Damping Spheres, Fatal Pushes,
Yeah.
Tabernacle.
Yeah, yeah. There's a lot more interaction in the sideboard. All the removal spells essentially would be very handy. Lucas does not want that Jonas is left with a couple of creatures on the board that threaten 10 points of infect damage very soon. Damping Sphere is, I think, okay. Actually, it's interesting because multiple spelling would be something that also prevents a couple of damage, like fast combos, and yeah, but mostly just the removal spells in my point of view.
Yeah, and
Jonas is now on the play, so Lucas is up 1 game, I think.
yeah, Lucas up 1 game. Jonas now on the play, which actually means with him keeping 7, Lucas mulliganing down is a much better position currently.
Yeah.
You can go the tempo out, you can go Clifton Elf, double pump on the next turn. So I'm really, really interested to see what Jonas may do in this game. At least this matchup was longer than the last one that we had him on stream.
Yeah. It didn't have the double invigorate on turn 2. I mean, he had turn 1 Clifton Elf, but couldn't follow it up with something. Yeah.
I already told him that he wouldn't be on stream again if he if he does not play Wizard Foods, he can't just erase him.
Yeah. But Jonas is again on the play. That is pretty big for the combo deck.
And Lucas mulliganing down to 5. What are like 5 card combinations that you think that Lucas can make the game besides keeping the hands just on a Soul Maze of If?
A Maze of It would be nice for sure. I'm also looking at an early blocker. Elvish Reclaimer or an access to Dried Arbor would be quite nice to have, I think. And of course, the removal spells. Fatal Pushes is the cheapest one that he has access to. I would very much like to see this card in my opening hand when I'm playing against Infect, for example.
So let's see what he has. There is the Tabernacle at least in hand.
Yeah. Tabernacle can potentially be impactful. Can also be something because a lot of the pump spells like the Invigorate is actually for free. So Jonas doesn't need a lot of creatures to be able to pull off lethal attacks. So it can be awkward. It can also be close to not really doing anything, depending on the exact situation. But I guess Lucas really wants to disrupt as much as possible and gets access to all the tools that he has.
And we've seen Jonas now starting off with the noblest of noble hierarchs. Maybe looking at the stock up on turn 2, developing quite the threat and winning basically on turn 3 or something like that. But yeah, especially against Black Green Depths, we seen that it could backfire a little bit.
Yeah, Noble Hierarch is I guess it's not the most explosive start, but it's a resilient start because you get access to more mana and you get access to the exalted triggers for your creatures. And yeah, this acceleration he now utilizes for stock ups. And he now deploys also alongside the Inkmoth Nexus, which is one first threat that he has now on the battlefield ready.
And this is basically the scenario that Jonas told me that he is most excited to play around with stock up. It was exactly the turn 1 Noble Hierarch, the turn 2 Inkmoth Nexus into stock up. And if I've seen it correctly, it's Invigorate and Berserk in the hand now for the turn 3 win. So let's see what Lucas does here.
Yeah. Potentially, he has with a second land the Eldritch Reclaimer active. So there's a possibility to fetch the one of Wasteland that deals with the Inkmoth Nexus, for example. There's also the possibility to fetch the Maze of Ith or the Talon Gates of Madara. So I think Jonas has to think a little bit through if he wants to go for combo kill this very turn. And because he needs to think of this Eldritch Reclaimer for sure.
And we see here the brainstorm. It's really interesting here because like Lucas can do so much. He has the disruptive flute in hand. He has the Eumedean hatchery that can make a token afterwards when sacked with the Eldritch Reclaimer. So there are like 3 or 4 things that can stop Jonas Bornfan actually from winning in this turn.
Yeah, but I think actually the Talon Gates would be the only one actually because right the land would come into play tapped from the Eldritch Reclaimer. So I think Talon Gates is something that would help.
Yeah,
This
the
very turn.
flying token from the hatchery can block the income of Nexi, for example, is
Yeah.
another thing as well.
Yeah,
The disruptive flute so don't allow the
the activation of the. I mean, flute at this turn, I think you cannot really cast it. Yeah. I think now you could let the attack happen and let. As of now, I think it's fine. He could just say, I take the 2 Infect, and if my opponent goes for an Invigorant 1 or 2 times, I don't know how many he has in his hand, then you can respond before Talon Gates, for example.
Yeah, so let's see what Lucas decides to. It seems like at least it's something for 2 mana.
The problem is this is a little bit risky in that sense that
The crop rotation, a Force of Will would be insane here.
or just the Legolas potentially.
That's true as well.
Finally, little interaction, I think, with the Legolas that untaps the creature. You can use the mana from the Inkmoth to tap it and then deal damage to the blocking 1/1 flying that will come into play. So there's a little fun interaction with Legolas also if he has it. Let's see. So I need to think about that. But I guess Lucas with the crop rotation has also access to untap lands now, so he can go for a wasteland, for example. Or a Maze of it if he wants to.
He does not have any wastelands here in the deck.
He has a one-off, I think. I saw in the deck list.
Okay.
Should have a one-off, yes.
Yeah. Sorry, I was an Infect pile again. No, Infect does not play wastelands.
Yeah. And now it just got for the Maze of it and just attempts to block with that insect. And then uses the Maze of it to remove the Inkmoth from the combo. Okay, yeah.
Okay, now I really like the position for Lucas here. I have to say, it seems like you have some mana, you have the Disruptive Flute in hand, you have the Maze of If on the board that's really hard to deal with for Jonas. You can even copy the Maze of If a few turns later on if there is even a second Infect creature ongoing. So yeah, I like it.
I like that Flute deck especially now that really shuts off the Inkmoth Nexus. That would mean the only Infect creature is really shut off for the time being.
And what are actually some outs for the Disruptive Flute? I don't think there are basically.
Yeah, Force of
those,
Vigor. Force of Vigor potentially. That is, I think, a card that he could have brought in.
So we are in the soul.
but-
Hierarch Beats.
Hierarch Beats or just draw another, like a Blinkmoth Nexus, for example. A Blighted Agent, sorry.
Yeah.
As another alternative threat.
You mean exactly the card that you drew?
Yeah, exactly.
We have the Blighted Agent here. On next turn, it can hit for 3 each turn. You need one of the Legolas quick reflexes to just go through with it.
Because the maze of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Legolas would be the protection spell that Jonas really needed. If it doesn't find it, the maze of it buys Lucas a lot of time.
Yeah.
Thoughts is also quite nice on his side from Lucas. He gets to see what's going on Jonas's hand and see what actually he wants to pick.
And we see the swords now on the Elvish Reclaimer, shutting off a lot of tools. Reclaimer was still small. I mean, the life gain is pretty much non-existent in this game.
So we see here Invigorate, Embiggen, and the middle card is that Berserk. Okay, so all the pump spells, essentially, but no protection spells.
Both of those gain at least +4, the Embiggen and the Invigorate, which means it's pretty much irrelevant which card Lucas takes here, as long as he does not kill the Blighted Agent next turn.
So Jonas just needs to rip a Legolas and then
then it's GG.
Then he could go for it potentially.
I forgot the maze again. Yeah. You always get lost in it.
Yes.
Okay, now we got the rules text of the Berserk. We've looked it up. You give a creature +X+O, where X is its power. You have to do it before combat step. And if the creature attacked this turn, at the end of the turn, it gets sacrificed.
Exactly, yeah.
Which is actually a pseudo-remove spell in your opponent's creatures. Which is actually pretty neat.
Sometimes it's quite neat, yes. For example, you can use it on a Temio, which doesn't have any power anyways. I mean, it prevents it from attacking, it prevents the clue. Yeah.
Have you lost the Temio to this?
No, not yet, no.
But you would love to.
Yeah, I mean, I think it just was one, it's just, I think, not so great actually, because it's just throwing away the Berserk and I can just hold back my Temio and not attack.
No, you can put it when it attacked, actually.
Before the combat step, I think, if I remember.
A combat step, damage step.
I think it's combat step. A combat damage step. Okay,
combat damage step,
yeah. During combat, yeah, true. Okay, yes. Yeah, that is potentially one interaction, yes.
Yeah, what are the cards that you would really love on the side of Jonas besides the obvious stock up here?
Stock up. I think Legolas is the one that Jonas needs. That would allow him to play through the maze of it and go for a lethal attack.
Yeah. Do you think like a second threat could be good enough, or do you think anything else is something that is really, really needed or can deal with the ongoing issues?
Yeah, of course. A second Blighted Agent, for example, allows him to attack for 1 each turn. Because he only at the moment only has 1 maze of it. That would be a possibility as well, if it doesn't find it. This stock up is nice though, because it helps him to dig through the deck to potentially find either new threats and or Legolas left Rex. And I think he found actually one, if I'm not mistaken.
And this one would actually be...
Let's see.
Game.
Okay, no.
We have a lot of Embiggen, and I really love it that Embiggen basically says how's it called? Embiggen is a really fringe creature type. It says non-brushback creature.
Yeah, exactly.
Just to negate the impossible task of finding out how much how much power an shapeshifter gets.
I have no idea.
Yeah, because like every single type there were like a combo where you could remove
It's
one
enough.
type from it.
Let's
It's enough.
see. It's enough. Yeah.
Yeah, and what do we have here? Is it an endurance? I think so.
Yeah.
And I think the endurance is actually quite nice. Because then you can just attack with the Blighted Ancient and the endurance each turn.
Mhm. There's the second copy of Thoughtseize from Lucas. And now I guess he's more or less just chilling with that Mesofit on the battlefield. While Jonas's plan is now to go for an endurance end of turn. Yeah, that is something that is not dealing infect damage, but would be is another attacker that just attacks for free. It is an alternative way to go for it. Unfortunately, he cannot utilize the exalted triggers here. That would be quite a bit, but he has to attack with both in the offense of Mesofit, and I think Lucas has to use the Mesofit on the Blighted Agent still. If he doesn't have any, especially now he doesn't have any black mana, it doesn't represent fail push. So I think he has to go for the safe one and take the Blighted Agent.
Yeah, I just think you always have to respect the top tech of a pump spell.
Yeah, it's a certain life. There's like the turning point at which the endurance would be the bigger threat with the pump spells actually.
Okay, that's true. That's
Yeah,
true.
so it could actually win with normal combat damage very soon actually.
We have the Legolas quick reflexes in hand.
Okay, yeah, that is now interesting.
I mean, is it that interesting? Because are there some outs to just casting it?
Yeah, he needs to think of what could possibly go wrong, of course. He even goes now for this exalted bonus and says endurance I can leave back. That really should signalize for Lucas, okay, there's something going on with my opponent, otherwise it would have attacked with both creatures.
You have to lay. I mean, I think now Jonas. No, you can put in activated abilities after split second. It has to be triggered abilities above the stack. Oh, okay.
Interesting that it didn't go for an attack of the endurance.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
I think maybe he didn't. Are we sure that there's a Legolas
I'm
being drawn?
pretty sure that I've recognized the
Okay.
artwork in the hand of Jonas, because otherwise the change up wouldn't really make any sense there.
Problem is also Lucas now represents also the Dark Depths combo, I think, or is he 1 mana short? No, I think he's 1 mana short, unfortunately. He's missing 1 land. The Maze of it doesn't produce any mana. Unless this is a Yahima, but I don't think so. The green land.
It seems like that this is actually a Yamimawa.
Yeah. And that lets him tap the Dark Depths from mana.
Yeah, now you can block.
He has
with
the endurance. He has the endurance, yeah.
But if Lucas has like 2 mana, he can just phase it out.
There's the Talon Gates in the deck of Lucas. That lets him phase out the potential blocker of endurance. I like it. And the Jonas actually uses it defensively, the Legolas quick reflex.
Maybe he only got up to 8 or 9 infect on his turn.
Or maybe the mace of it can still be used through the Legolas. Maybe we have to look that up.
That's
say. Is it hexproof or hexproof? Yeah, no, I think it should actually work to
Yeah, can't be. Yeah. And there is the swords to. Or what happened? What happened? So, guys, thank you for watching the
Well,
stream. Please tell me
I
what
think-
happened on the stream.
I think Lucas actually won. He had the dark depths on the battlefield. Otherwise, there would have been a game 3. So they are deciphering. So Lucas should be winning. Potentially, Jonas didn't find a line to put enough power with the blighted agent and Legolas reflex that he had to use somewhat defensively.
Maybe it just was one pump too little, because I think it was an embiggen or an invigorate, and he only gets up to 8 or 9 with the creature.
Potentially, yeah, could be that he was 1 or 2 infect short after that.
And just to look it up through the standings, Lucas and Jonas had to play. One of those is now with 12 points out, and this one is Jonas. So Römer, Lucas, it is at 15 points. For the standings, we had table 1, 2, 3 drawn.
Yeah.
Which means we have
Lucas is definitely in the top 8.
Lucas is for sure. He's
Yeah.
currently seat 1. Because we have like 4 players with 14 points, 2 players with 13 points. We have Lucas Römer with 15 points. And then we have Peter Lobotka and Alexander Koles that I think also already finished their games. And we may get info shortly about Peter Lobotka and Daniel Rehmann and Alexander Koles, how their match actually fared, because those matter immensely. For table 7, Felix. No, they don't matter again for Jens Platz and Felix Hinterreiter, who we got shortly on stream. It for sure matters for table 6, Fabian Fleischmann and Gernot Hübler, because those are both in contention for the top 8, especially Fabian Fleischmann with currently 10 points and a nearly identical win rate as Alexander, or not Alexander Roman, but yeah, could be still in contention for top. Wie Daniel Rehmann. That could be something that he drew themselves out. Alexander Kohl is also for sure now into the top 8, but we will have to wait up until the end of the round to see how the breakers shake up, especially in those smaller tournaments. So, Daniel, tell us a little bit about Felix Hinterreiter and Jens Platz and how you think the matchup can fare for them.
Yeah, Jens Platz plays Ad Nauseam Tendrils that we saw on Friday. A nice version of. Oh wait, it doesn't play it, right?
No.
Ah, okay. He switched up the deck. We actually have Dredge, as it seems. On Jan's side. And we have Felix Hinterreiter on the right-hand side. He's playing Blue-Red Delver. Yeah, we have seen him already on stream in one of the earlier rounds. And now it's the Dredge deck from Jens that he's piloting, and both are actually 3 and 2 in the standings, and they are unfortunately not in top 8 contention anymore. All the top tables are, I think, either playing or have already finished, and this one, however, are playing for top 12, which is also the in prizes contention basically. So we can see how this match will be faring for those two.
Yeah, and our players already started with the game. We've seen a brainstorm on the left side in Dredge.
Yeah, I'm also confused because I was thinking that he plays Ad Nauseam Tendrils. Is that the right deck list that we have here? Is that the wrong tournament maybe? Because on yesterday he played a different deck.
We look it up right shortly. With Felix Hinterreiter, the stream lists for Stream Deck are now updated, and with Jens Platz here.
Okay, yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
it looks more like
Yeah.
Flow State Tendrils.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's the new version of Ad Nauseam Tendrils. Yeah, Jens played it on Friday and switched it up for Saturday for the main event, and now he switched back again and tried it again one more time. Yeah, Flow State, quite nice addition to the deck. You have a good mix of instants and sorceries, and you have also access to Force of Will and Mind's Desire in your Storm deck. That is something that was not really much utilized before in the past, so that's quite exciting to see.
Yeah, and this matchup is as old as the time goes. Blue
yeah.
Delver, mainstay
Yeah.
in the format.
Yes.
A&T, mainstay in the format. Both decks changed a ton over the last few years.
Unfortunately, only one really, let's say, aged much better than the other one. Storm in the last couple of years really struggled a lot, and I think it's still struggling. I find it just very nice that with that current iteration, it gets explored once more. But Delver is a mainstay, always was. Blue, cheap interaction with Days, Wasteland, and Bolts is always a good strategy to pick when you want to play any legacy tournament.
Yeah, and we've seen here the Pyroblast targeting the card advantage, the Flow State on the side of Jens Platz. The best draw, I think, for Felix would be kind of the Bauble now, am I right?
Yeah, Bubble to accelerate the surveilling and making sure that this Dragon Rage Chandler is actually a 3/3 is quite important for sure, a long time, because Felix' plan is quite clear. He wants to put a lot of pressure on Jens, and Jens needs a little bit of time to sculpt his hand in order to be able to combo off when he has all the resources that he needs. And Felix is not interested in letting Jens doing that at all.
Yeah, I think there would have been a maybe need. Yeah, the call, the best top deck possible.
Yeah, it triggers both the Courier Steel Cutter and also makes sure that the Dragon Rage Chandler is now delirious. So that is quite perfect, I want to say, yeah.
Yeah, and now on the side of Jens, we are mostly searching for really good things, but we have the combination of Lines of Diamond and Infernal Tutor in hand, but have to fear the opposing Force of Negation. So tell me, Daniel, how can you think you can navigate in this spot against the opposing Force of Negation here?
One way to do it is, of course, quite cleanly with a Thoughtseize.
Thank you,
Quite
Daniel,
easy.
the expert.
But you can also do a Corfbot. What I like to do back in the day when I played a little bit of Storm is to have a bait out spell, kind of,
Yeah.
and put up a position where it looks like I need an important spell to be now resolving that my opponent really tries to counter, and that way get it out of the hand. And then, for example, having a couple of Storm, only having one crucial business card being countered, and then, for example, follow it up with a second one or a natural tendril, something like that would work quite nicely as well.
Yeah, he tried to use your bait technology now with the namesake card from Flow State, tendrils with the Flow State. The Force did not bite, and now we are looking at a lot of really good cards, but maybe not in the spot, especially since, Jens is at 10 life. You can expect like 8 damage on the next turn. If everything goes according to plan on the side of Felix, you get an additional card drawn. You have the Flow State here. So, will be interesting how this turn goes and if there is a next one.
Problem is that this Flow State does not grant him 2 cards, unfortunately, because he does not have any sorceries in the graveyard. He still can find potentially a second spell that he can cast that would trigger the Courier Steel Cutter. But I think now he only gets access to 1 card rather than 2 cards.
And I think this was actually the Force of Will. One of the cards shown in the hand was a Daze. In theory, he could have also went like Flow State, Daze it myself, to just guarantee another trigger, which would have meant 2 more damage on, or 2 more damage on this turn, actually. If he would have had a 1-drop in hand, could have been lethal.
At the Spider Bank comes back, yeah.
And this is in this position actually the worse cards than the Hexing Squelcher.
Well, it can't be countered.
It can be countered, the Spider Punk.
It can be countered, yeah. True. Yeah, true. Mix it up all the time, yeah. True.
But the Storm trigger is safe at least.
Yeah, so he has to use the Force of Will on the Spider Punk.
Yeah.
And he has another Force of Negation open, and Jens now knows that, potentially. I guess because he would be dead on the next turn anyways, Jens has to go for something now. And I guess it could be that he hopes that Felix doesn't have another blue card to pair with that Force of Negation. We, however, know that he has Daze in his hand. Yeah, but Jens, I think in this position, just has to go for something and hope that this will be enough. Yeah, and just going all in, and I think that should be just prompted with that force.
And that means Felix Hinterreiter most likely into the top 12 of today's tournament, the Austrian Legacy Challenge, and we
Top 12, yeah.
Top 12,
Yeah,
top
yeah,
12 of
yeah.
the Austrian Legacy Challenge. I don't think we have any more tables being played that we can show you guys, so we will jump into prizes. Or we can jump into the deck list that we expect in the top 8. That's way better, Daniel. An unofficial top 8 announcement on stream before everything happens.
Yeah, let's have a look at the standings a little bit.
So for standings, we have in the top 8 Tamas Kukushka, Robert Starke, we have Anton Kalinski, we have our local hero Osama said on Oops All Spells. He played. No, we talked about him. We informed him about some plays that were possibly a little bit better. He takes it all in good effort and is just trying to get better with his plays. In top 8, we for sure has Peter Cishmadia and Daniel Rehmann, and it looks like Alexander Kolas and Lukas Römer, and one of those two can be met or challenged by either, or most likely, Fabian Fleischmann if he wins against Gernot Hübler on table 6.
Yeah. So that would be actually a battle. Who of those potentially can sneak in and push out one of table 3, because those would be all on 13 points, and then it's only the breakers who decide who actually gets in. So it will be quite interesting.
And if you look at it, it was Alexander Kolas with an OMV of 56.
Okay, yeah.
Then we have Lukas Römer with an OMV of 48.67. And then we have Fabian Fleischmann with an OMV of 54.67. And we have Gernot Hübler with an OMV of 45.33. And in small tournaments, those can change up to 5-6 points in a singular round.
It's interesting. I'm looking at table 3, who chose to draw, right? So Peter Cishmadia and Daniel Rehmann. But those at the moment have 13 points, and the winner of table 6 also would have then 13 points. So I think it's between these 3 people, 2 of the 3 would come into the top 8, and that's really depending on the breakers. I think all the others are quite set.
Yeah. Peter Cishmadia is pretty much safe. Daniel Rehmann, with if all his previous opponents lose this round, can actually go down in breakers and maybe lose out to top 8. So
that is
really
close,
exciting.
That
so
can be close, yeah.
Let's look at the top 5 deck lists a little bit. I mean, we have Tron with Tamas Kukushka, am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's Tamash. We look at the deck list here. Tamas Kukushka, 4 Khan, 4 Ugin, 4 Candelabra. He is okay. It's located under Kindred. He's playing his Kozilek's commands in the main deck. Yeah, really nice deck. He played it last year, won pretty much everything last year, but this time he went home on Friday, but top 8 on Saturday and top 8 on Sunday. Really nice. So what is another name that we can look up? We can look up Starke Robert Starke. Do we have the deck list from him as well on the Stream Decker? It seems not, so let's look it up at our deck check website. And we have Robert Starke on Upsal spells. Okay. We have Anton Kalinski.
There's also a second Upsal spells with Osama, so actually
Yeah.
2 Upsal spells in the top 8 as of now. Peter Chismadir we know is Mono Red Stompy.
Yeah.
Lobotka Peter should be on Eldrazi Stompy.
Yes.
He also was in the top 8 yesterday, by the way, so also very respectable finish. And yeah, Koles Alexander is also should be fixed. He won his match 2-0. He is on. I think he is on blue red Delver actually, Koles Alexander.
I think so, yeah. Anton Kalinski also on Mud.
Yeah.
On Tron. Koles Alexander is.
I think that's blue red Delver.
Kolex Alexander is on
Ademir actually. Okay.
on blue black.
Okay.
Yeah. Seems like a more flow statey Tronny top 8 for today.
But we I think when everything is confirmed, I guess we can have a look then later on.
Yeah, exactly. We have to look it up when everything is finished, when all the breakers are decided. So let's quickly hop into the prices that we have for the top 8, and then you will have in stream Felix and Philip for quarterfinals and semifinals of the whole tournament. So let's quickly hop into the prices. Daniel, tell me what you can get when you win the whole thing.
Yeah, for prizes we have a nice couple of card prizes that we prepared for our players. A dual land of a tiger, that is the first place. Also with an ALM invite. That is the European Legacy Masters that is battled out in Belgium in Hasselt also this year. For the second place we have a playset of Orcish Bowmasters. Place 3 and 4 will get an old original version of Ancient Tomb. Places 5 to 8 Eye of Ugin, and 9 to 12. So it should be quite rewarding, even if it's not only for the top 8. A Hexing Squelcher. And on top of that, Ultimate Guard, as mentioned before, is our sponsor for the event. We also got some nice goodies from them that we use to support our playing community, and places 1 to 12 also get some nice goodies from Ultimate Guard. Thank you very much for that.
Yeah, and if you see on the prices, we are really generous. This is the prize pool for the 60 plus tournament. We are only 58. No, we have the prizes for you guys. Everything works out for us in the end. And yeah, if it's 2 people, too little, it doesn't really matter. We want to have really good prizes for the players. We want the players to enjoy the weekend, to have fun here, and come back here next time when we have our tournament once again, where we have some fun, where we have good food in between. We go out on Saturday and get typically some Austrian local food with our guests from far away. This year we had Johan Larsen and his friend Eric joining us, and I think they had a great time.
Yeah.
If I remember when I see them, and yeah, we will see them most likely at a bigger tournament once again this year, where the In Response Legacy crew and our guys from the Austrian Legacy League will travel down to Italy or somewhere else. So don't go away. We will have a short break here before the top 8 will start to be featured by Felix and Philip.